into the spawn. It's still going to be risky, though, because he just doesn't have the information, but could use that to avoid this steel garden. As Nightfall, okay, will give him that out. Ensures that there's no one on that approach at the stair side. Noise now starting to be made. He's able to backpedal away. It's going to be Crystalli, that bandit in hand to try himself alive, but a glimpse. Spotted there, and Scuba tagged down to 5 HP, swing in the corner, and Crystalli not quite watching for this, no, but neither is Scuba!
क्या क्रिस्टली को चेक नहीं किया?
Gets himself a second.
Ooh, that's a backbreaker. NRG's economy is going to be in the dumps. Meanwhile, Foot is flush with cash. And that round, when you get that early advantage, that 2-for-1 on the showstopper, you take that rubble fight and you win it. But you can't convert off the back of it with a 3v2 on the retake with the Steel Garden in play. Just an unchecked angle costs you dearly.
And for Foot, I mean, seeing Crystalli play like this is a breath of fresh air, because while he has had good performances in this tournament thus far, that final map to have them not be able to immediately qualify forward, he was having a very rough go of it on Fracture. Seems like he's found his footing yet again.
But it's a huge relief here for Foot, because now they're going to have a showstopper that they probably were wanting to get the orb for in the previous round.
Mata's going on a walkabout. Looks like this is widely prepared for, though. Mostly anticipating it from that A main side, but Pain Shell to try to lead the charge. Maybe the showstopper just invested off the back of that. Sob scouting forward yet again, is able to find Ethan, taking him down with that outlaw. And Foot may be starting to assess that this is the stack. They want to try to instill some doubt, make NRG think that they're going for this pivot play.
And it just comes down to Mata and Yetajay here. Oh, Yetajay, is he going to consider it?
For now, no. Starts to look at it, and Mata ends up pulling the trigger a little bit too quickly, and Yetajay just wins the fight. Mata now dead, the weapon gone, Scuba finished off. Sociable looks for a little bit more.
30 seconds left.
He was gonna re-tap that door, open it back up, and go out there for a brawl. Instead, will allow for Brock. Maybe coming towards him. Some noise made. Yetajay just keeping them boxed in. They're gonna try to fight.
अरे क्या हो गया तुझे?
Separated now as the paranoid flies through. Kiko tucking into the corner, and Yetajay looking for the elimination.
Okay,
a solid shot there with that Sheriff. We'll put Yetajay down, stopping it from being a flawless.
Next headshot लग गया हल्के.
Second, and Foot will move up 6-2.
6-2.
I just love the patience and the discipline you're seeing from Foot here on this attacker side. You know, really using their time wisely, not overcommitting to anything. Just a quick dip, take the kill, and out for Sop. Then Yetajay wins that huge battle on the extremities, knocks the, hero rifle out of the hands of NRG. Those contact fights, so important, but Foot has been so good at them. I mean, you think back to their opening game against Full Sense, where it was
स्लो करना पड़ेगा, स्लो करना पड़ेगा. खुद को स्लो करना पड़ेगा. कुछ ज़्यादा ही फास्ट चल रहा है. हाँ?
Still able to find some kills. Right there on the Zeus, Sop dead. Ethan getting
पूरे
some
भाई.
revenge. Spray and pray is rewarded. Crystalli going to be tagged down to 10.
Ethan भी 18, Crystalli 10. Winnable है.
Looking like a very good reply round here from NRG.
बाप रे बाप, सी को तो पूरे छोड़ के रख दिए लोग.
Find the win off this with the showstopper committed as well. You'll be feeling damn good about your chances as Paranoia is not going to be connecting, and Brock's going to be able to find him. Finishing the job, and now the spike straight on the other side of this wall. Looks nigh impossible. No ultimate available for Sociable to just try to pick this one up. No Steel Garden from Yetajay.
I mean, you almost have to wrap all the way around the map and try to come from a different angle. At least getting an orb out of it. Yetajay's laughing there.
Yeah, they're having a giggle about this. I think they know that they're in a pretty screwed position.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if they manage to work some
By
magic.
flank.
Smoke out again. There's the spam on the spike, but Sociable able to TP out. He's got it. But Brock's got the push forward.
Wait, that ain't
on
the
other side of a door. Spam through. Yetajay will fall, and Brock will come away with 3 kills.
फायदा नहीं हुआ है लेके
The
जाके.
same on the board.
भाई ब्रोक क्या दिमाग लगाया है. पर थोड़ा सा लो होल्ड करता ना शायद एक किल मिल
Because it
जाता.
keeps their economy stabilized now. They were teetering on the edge once again. that's a big win for Mata there. Foot gambles for the showstopper, you know, that they can use that to take control of A, and NRG just stepping ahead of it. It's a good idea. Sop once again sitting on the op, still has the overdrive.
पुश करने जा रहे
Hasn't really had a great opportunity to try to commit that one, but Sop again is going to be taken down as Ethan is starting to find his number. And
बाप रे
Mata
बाप
gets a kill as well. Another key advantage found at the start of the round for NRG as they look to run this back. Now on the back foot, listen into foot.
Bekle biz fightlayalım sen diyeceksin. Diyorum. Sal. Buraya fire atacağım ben her yere. Fade
Bu bey dönmüş. Rez bir can.
Bekle bekle.
Bakıyorum soluna. Hobbit'ten ince cross olabilir belki.
ये क्या बात है
Ona
इनका करो
bekleyebilirsin abi, bekliyorum ben.
Sağıma bakın.
Bakıyorum full her yere ben.
Trying to keep things cool, calm, and collected, and see if they can try to find the clutch here. Sociable. Scaling, spotting Ethan, but unable to find that elimination. Meanwhile, it's going to be Kiko ready for the counter swing.
ओह किको
Shutting
भाई
down two. Look at
ओह
that
भाई
third. He will
किको
get it.
किको
Flawless
क्या है
round
भाई
for NRG, who need to springboard their economy. As they look to close out these final two
क्या
rounds
headshot
of the half,
चलाता है
and
भाई
immediately we're going to see a timeout called from Foot.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same. You know, Foot has a real
Huh?
opportunity here to make this potentially an 8-4 half. You're going to have some cash left here for a buy, and this is a good opportunity to recover the round.
let's go
Definitely
Kiko
got some Kiko fans out here in London today, but yeah, they're just winning the rubble fight. And I mean, it's just completely setting Foot back because they're having to fight these odd numbers advantages, which they did win one round like that, but they had already taken a lot of space by that point. So in the Coinbase win condition, I think just maybe talking about how you want to take that early aggression fight, how you want to control some of that early map space, you know, where you want the utility land, where you want your players to be placed, because Sop has been just getting destroyed with the operator in hand, just trying to swing out, and Ethan has been ready to receive every time.
And I thought that maybe we would just see Zeus, you know, tabling that showstopper for the longest time until that pit came into play, but committed it just a couple rounds ago, and Scuba still has not had to utilize this ultimate as they continue to try to run this one back. After giving up 6 rounds consecutively to Foot, to even make it to 5 or to tie it up would feel very good for NRG.
This is a good round to have some kind of idea for that ultimate for Sop to try to take this one over. See what they're going to do. They're fighting again, aggressive early, this time going
The
deep.
overdrive's going to be popping. Ethan is pushing forward, is still able to find one. Zeus will trade that back now to push in, and he's looking for a second kill, but cannot find the transfer. Meanwhile, Kiko and Brock going to be able to reply. 2 kills found off the Odin. Is J now having to try to clutch it out, and he cannot. Caught off guard by Kiko, and the aggressive play is immediately shut down. NRG, 1 away from tying it up at the
इतना जल्दी
half.
खत्म हो गया
Yeah,
क्या
that's
हुआ है
just
मैच
that individual effort.
हम थोड़ा सा फोन किया देखे तो खत्म ही हो गया
The player who was arguably the
Okay,
best in
Ethan
Americas
Egg.
during stage 1, Brock.
अबे
Even with 3 players getting hit by the haunt, Foot can't capitalize. They can't get the round. They get shut down again at that A rubble fight.
क्या इको राउंड था ये
So what got drawn up was countered well by NRG and by Brock in particular. I mean, he's 1 away from a Steel Garden coming into this. Ethan's going to have another Nightfall. J does have a Steel Garden. Cristalli 1 away from a Nightfall himself. So if you can get to this plant or just do this, grab the orb, pretty good chance to at least get into a post plant you would think is Foot, but Mata's pushed up so far. And Ethan hasn't seen anything over at B, but they're still thinking C right now, just off of that orb tap in the smoke. Mata's giving up a little bit of space. Cristalli's got an Odin here.
Trying to fight fire with fire. It's been a thorn in their side. As Prowler not going to get the spot. Mata, how much value can he get off this position?
अबे
Ethan is there as well, just trying to play him in. There's the peak. He's able to find one, but a little bit
वो
of a
अगर
wider
right
swing out
देखता
inside.
ना माँ का
Zeus
तो
able
मिल
to collect
जाता
that kill, but Zeus himself going to be taken low as the Nightfall now going to be invested over towards the B site. Gonna try to pivot off the back of this one, immediately swarming their way forward, but that's exactly where the Odin is positioned. And there's gonna be a Steel Garden in response. Sliding Odin top. Eventually is able to find that kill as Ethan will get taken down. C sent over. Scuba
30 seconds
pushing his
left.
way forward, but behind the box is Sociable. Cleans up the kill. Rock and Kiko now. Try to dual clutch this one. Zeus gonna be pushed out into the open, finished off Sop, dead. The spray and pray rewarded, just picking apart these low HP members. And blocks
कुछ
Odin.
भी भाई.
It hits a bit harder. Another multi-kill round as NRG tie it up 6-6.
That's exactly what we've been looking for. The trademark Odin of Brock lighting up the scoreboard. Couple big multi-kill rounds in a row to tie it up. Insane.
From dropping 6 straight over to Foot to then closing things out with 4 of their own. 6-6 is going to feel damn good for NRG considering how this had started. Bonus now going to be on Foot to try to find that opening pistol. As we get ready to go ahead and throw it down though, because we have another very special interview. So let's send things down to Frankie on the floor.
I'm delighted to be joined by Bashak, who is yesterday's girlfriend. What's it like watching him here? Because you rushed from the airport to see this game.
Well, I am so proud to see him. I just came straight from the airport, so I am exhausted, but seeing him over there makes me so proud, so I am so happy for him.
Was it hard having to watch his earlier games from home?
Well, of course, because sometimes it gets more stressful. Watching from above is pretty bad, yeah.
And what kind of conversations do you have with him after a win or a loss?
Well, we talk, of course, but he's not a toxic person, so we try to calm ourselves and then keep our motivation pretty high.
And you've been together for 7 months. You actually met at a Valorant event?
Yeah, and a Valorant event, yeah.
Okay, and what did you bond over exactly?
He's very kind, and then he's very thoughtful, so everything is about him is perfect.
So you think that's something that helps his team as well? It's not just his skills in the game, it's actually that positive spirit he brings.
मतलब
Yeah, he's a
सही है
very
कुछ भी.
positive person, so he doesn't let me to be a negative one. It's expects to the team, of course.
And what do you think it would mean to him and yourself to see him make it to the playoffs today?
Well, whatever he, wins or loses, it also makes me proud, whatever. But if they make it to playoffs, he will be so happy, so I will be so happy, so yeah.
You might have to book some more days off work. Bashak, thank you so much for talking to me. Let's get back into the game.
I love seeing the support here at Masters London. Family members, loved ones showing up to root for their players up on that stage. They know how stressful this can be. They've seen them at their worst. They want to see them now at their best as we go into the second half. A big run back for NRG to make this 6-6, but Foot, they can find their form on this defender side, still are in with a chance to take this map. Otherwise, gonna have to try to make it work on Haven.
And one key point here for Foot is that, like the desk was talking about, you're running a double duelist, so you're sacrificing either a Vice or a Viper. This time they sacrificed the Viper. And that means you got to be a little bit more proactive on the map. You got to look for those contact fights. Spot on to Sop. He's
nice reveal, right?
just hop his way out. But
Some space.
yeah,
Well, I mean, this trap setup from Foot not going to be rewarded with anything outside of B.
yeah, they were looking to try to see if they
अच्छा
could
push
do
kill
to
flash
NRG
लिया
what NRG did to them on the first pistol. Paranoia at the ready.
That's going to be a big one as well. Sends it through. The player's going to be caught, but Mana is not. Swings in, eats a bit of damage, but trying to go for
mother.
the reposition is Zeus, and he just cannot break the angle fast enough. Going to be chucked in, but Mana able to avoid that one as well as the spike now slowly creeping in towards B main.
Yeah, this was kind of the plan all along. If you couldn't
तो
make
पहले
headway
करना
through
चाहिए था
C,
ना.
have a backup plan, and they're actually just gonna fake the rotate. It's gonna be the spike pickup from Scuba.
हमसे डोर तो खोलता है पिक कर रहा है तो
Plenty of time. It's just will Foot give them the space?
Cristali spawning out Mana there. Ball's going to be sent, but
30
caught
seconds
by that,
left.
has a counter haunt of his own, clears the Prowler, now sends it in. Out behind them, the swing forward onto the side, Ethan's going to be dealt with. Sociable comes away with that elimination. Mana taken so very low. Puts a lot of this on the shoulders of Scuba, who's only going to be able to find the one. Foot will take the opening pistol the second half as they move up 7-6.
Yeah, really nice coordination here. Sociable, really nice paranoia timing. Hits a lot of players onto NRG. Even though it doesn't catch Mata, it completely stalls this hit out. Gives a little bit of hope here. Crystalli, big win there, coming out of the water.
डबल स्मोक खेल रहे फिर भी
Perfectly
स्मोक
timed.
नहीं
They keep Mata pinned. They've got 2 to try to disrupt the player on site. They do just that. Very well thought out. Not any buy-up to speak of here at all for NRG, just classics. Scuba backed up by the paint shell. Ethan greets a Prowler. Sop gonna have the Marshall. Couple Bulldogs in there. Yeta J with just a Sheriff. Stolly rocking the Spectre.
Knowing exactly where Ethan's going to be playing from, still wanted to reposition. Sociable doesn't want to take a chance. Get caught. Give over that gun. Zeus, though, well, he's just going to swing it from behind. He's able to find 2 kills. Now a third as well.
Huh?
That is a flawless round.
वाइपर को कौन मारा स्कूबा
Slow
को
at the start, but swift to finish.
ठीक से मारा
Critical victory in that anti-eco. Not suffering any losses.
Yeah, that's really nice. You know you've got an effective crossfire setup with that door being open
अच्छा
because, you know, Zeus feels comfortable to push
क्या
out because he
cover
knows
दिया
the
भाई?
players on C-site could see his back. He can
Sociable क्या
watch
cover
it,
दिया?
so he can go to disrupt. Again, good comms, good coordination. Foot really nicely. They're going to have a great bonus coming in here. Couple Bulldogs, a Judge upgrade for Yeta J. It's going to be Crystalli with the Marshall this time. Sop goes for the Spectre. They're going to get aggressive here. Ethan pinned down.
Tuck away, not getting revealed, but there's the Prowler out, and Zeus will be able to hound him down. Elimination found, a potential weapon upgrade available.
तीन
Should
का
rotate
आवाज
through
तीन
that
को
spot.
खोलने दिया क्या
But now, he's going to be cutting back across through Waterfall, trying to join in alongside Sop on this side of the map, but he cannot keep himself alive. Ends up falling to the wayside as Yeta J now stuck in tree. The Thorns are trying to hold them at bay, and hearing some of this drift back towards A main.
He gets a glimpse, but they're going to try to use
फिर
that
फेक
against
कर रहा
him.
है
Flashes out though. Top of the door again, jumps the corner, will find some damage, but cannot get that kill. Kiko surviving with 14 HP. Showstopper gonna be lobbed. Nothing found there. Crystalli gonna be taken down. Scuba's able to find Zeus at to boot. And now it's just Sociable, who will get spammed to death. 3 players surviving, and NRG deny the bonus conversion.
क्या ये बच्चा है रे
Still some
ये
damage
तुझे था
suffered,
क्या वो
yes, but
ये तुझे
hold
ऊपर
on.
जाने वाला दिखा के
Some
नीचे जम
critical
कर दिया
weapons like that Odin.
Kind of seeing some of the changes here. The Judge not able to find that kill, whereas maybe in a previous patch it could have. That's a big difference maker there. Opens up a lot of extra space, but it's that little pause where NRG gets a glimpse. They see Yeta J in that door, and they try to use that against him. Even though Foot kind of outmaneuvering him a little bit, get the Showstopper out of the round, so that's not too bad in that regard.
I'm out of here.
Overall, I think they're have a decent read so far on how NRG wants to play the map. They've been in pretty good positions to at least do damage. Sop is the Sop op, and he is going to be sliding back into the C site, but
They'll widely be avoided. So taking the orb for Ethan, halfway to that nightfall. Meanwhile, the approach coming through, and Zeus, it's been
ऐसा
spotted.
दिख लिया पूरा खाली है
Big kill found for Kiko. Doesn't even give him the opportunity to try to respond. This is going to make for a very difficult retake now that they have that operator in hand. Out of the try to zone. Sop scaling forward. Smoke situated there for that one-way, and Mata just waiting patiently. Paranoia will fly through, but he's still able to shut down the Neon. Sop now dead. And Foot are going to have to start assessing the save.
Huh?
Especially now Sociable ends up falling as well.
Not ready yet.
But can they actually escape is going to be the question. NRG could go on the hunt. They do have the money behind this. And they are going to tie this up at 8-8, not allowing for Foot to run away with their map pick.
yeah, just kind of a eyebrow-raising position to be in as a Raze when you're sitting on top of that box. You can be seen over the toxic screen if the timing's right, and it was. That just makes the map easy for NRG. And even though they pass over the operator to try to give some entry, Mata, who's looked pretty decent here so far today, 12 and 12 on the scoreboard, that's good enough. That's what you need out of your duelist, to be going even or slightly positive with the way that NRG likes to play with this very methodical style that they have. You'll take that.
बी पूरा
Brock and
खाली
Kiko
छोड़ रहा है.
have been great once again, as they have been all throughout
अगर
stage 1.
टाइम आउट
in
आएगा तो
VCT.
नेक्स्ट टाइम बी पुश करने का कॉल आएगा.
Three
बी
split
पूरा
this
खाली छोड़
time.
के खेल रहा है लोग.
Vi now is just severely fractured.
बाप रे.
Sociable pushing up quite aggressively. Pain shells to fly. As Brock just spamming away.
Yeah, that Odin really denies any sort of aggressive push that you might have wanted to try to accomplish. Meanwhile, Ethan moving over in towards the front of B can open the door here and make this pretty challenging for Fluid.
पगला इतना जल्दी खोल दिया.
This crunch play, Paranoia is going to be sent out. Ethan going to be locked in position for now with the push forward. And
इतना
Susie
जल्दी क्यों खोला है?
Sheriff now the showstopper immediately going to be invested.
कौन किसको मारा है?
She come away with anything. Not sure where that one ended up landing.
Blind is dead.
खुद को
See
ही
it
मारा है
back
क्या?
either way. It's a two-player advantage and some weapons upgraded into the hands of Foot.
Now you can just hold his
जल्दी खोल
foot.
दिया बिना उधर का सपोर्ट
You're
से.
happy to seed B here because you've got A and C, so you're going to be able to create these flanks. As long as you can deal with Brock's Odin.
Has been a problem. Zeus just going to be chucking that Phantom over to Sociable, getting it into healthier hands, swinging the corner, and Scuba able to find the one. And she just fight for it now.
30
They
seconds
breach their way back into the C site. Some still with an operator. Can collect a different weapon. Hits the door.
Spike
Looking to
planted.
try to see if he can spot anything out, but it is just going to be a complete push to back site for NRG. How far do you go before you try to call this one off?
तो मिरेकल राउंड
They're ready for the spam. No way to get a safe defuse. Relay bolt going to be going through, and that's one hell of a way to get rid of that Odin. But now the op has to do it all. Fast lane going to be set up. Swap over onto the Phantom. The time starting to bleed away as he just will not be able to break this setup. Scuba gets himself a 3K, and NRG get back into the lead.
Yeah, this is all about the mid-rounding here for NRG. The decision to keep pushing past the B site, absolutely beautiful, because you catch Foot right as they're setting up to start clearing angles with the fade. And instead you get 3 kills for nothing and you open up the C site for the plant. You keep pushing backspace, force Foot into a horrible retake. Even with a man advantage to boot. Beautiful call there. That is why Ethan is a 2-time world champion.
That was with some of the weaker weaponry. Let's see if Foot can tie things up. Now they get this buy back in, but of course the operator is lost. Fake of that Omen ult. Trying to keep Foot guessing, but Zeus up and over the top is still able to find one. Drops back over to safety. Will just found his way over into the A site, but does end up eating quite a bit of damage. Pain Cell's now going to be sent trying to slow down an approach from tree that is not to be. While Kiko is forward and stairs. Prowler, however, will immediately suss this out and have him rerouted. Meanwhile, the spike has still not been picked up. It's just now getting collected by Ethan. Says, okay, we've sacrificed 2 players on the A side of the map. C should be open.
Dropping spike.
Now Foot,
सोशल
into
किसको
this,
ढूंढ
though.
रहा है?
I mean, with Kiko being so deep, there's so much to re-clear here on A that you
That
don't
gives
really,
him Steel Garden.
yeah, and you don't really have the info. So it's going to be a post plant. It's going to be another odd man situation. This time NRG is going to get the steel, the Steel Guarded, and Sop does have his ult though here.
Exactly. And Yedajay watching for that flank, at least for the moment. But the timing is going to be found. Ethan, miraculous that he comes away with that one, and Mana manages to escape. Overdrive is in though, and Sop just runs down Mana. Brock frantically having to backpedal away. The spray and pray already rewarded. Sociable going to be taken down. They have to fight this one forward. The wide swing coming in. Ethan able to find the one that Abuse now being stuck. He's trying to take down Cristalli, but Cristalli can just hold it. Foot tied up at 9-9.
Well, this round here for Foot, they decide to go on top of that box again with the raise, and it does catch NRG just enough off guard that you're able to get that opening kill onto the Viper. So now they don't have that wall to scale further forward. They try anyway with Kiko. He gets isolated in a position where he doesn't have any more util. No more smokes, no more TPs to get out of that stairs position. That was an all-in spot, and he couldn't connect. That gave Foot a massive advantage, and having that overdrive against Brock's ult. A nice cherry on top. A little bit of presence being shown here. A lot of bit of presence, actually. Howler, Boombot, Odin, Yedijay's in trouble.
That falls out, but the K damage going to be found. He's backpedaling away with that Spectre in hand. Mana. They're diving forward. The rest of the team locked away for the moment. He's over towards water, but double face into main, just looking
Solo
to
ping
separate
there.
these players. Meanwhile, that's not a very deep TP. Sociable not landing where he meant to. Gives himself up on a silver platter. And now suddenly, it's a player advantage found for NRG. Mata trying to go on the exit. Back around the corner. Refights forward. Finds Yedijay, but cannot find Crystalli, but still keeps them in with key advantages.
Spike down B.
Spike now dropped, and it's all on Crystalli, but look at Kiko's position, hearing this movement, and he's not going to be prepared for that angle. Kiko gets the final, and NRG, the first to make it to double digits.
Yeah, the situational awareness here from NRG so good. When they get that player advantage and Kiko finds that kill over at B, he immediately just starts scaling into spawn, knowing that one way or another, it's probably going to catch Foot off guard. Either he can come in for the post plan if they're able to get established onto C, or if they need to get over to B, he's going to have a flank. Or if they're going to have a situation like that where Crystalli has to wrap all the way a different direction, it's actually NRG's timeout?
Yeah, curious about this one.
वो B push
NRG
करने
going
के
to
लिए
be
बोलना
sending their second and final timeout of this map. Gonna try to shore some things up and make the rest of this run out. Okay, never mind. Just an issue with our overlay.
It is the
this
foot.
is
Okay.
the Foot timeout after all.
Good. It is the Foot timeout.
That makes a lot more sense. Though Bunkar has sometimes just thrown some,
Sure.
questionable's not the right word. They usually work out.
Well, I mean, I get it if, like, it's a hero play that wins you the round, and therefore you're like, we shouldn't have won this, we need to talk. Like, the
Sure.
macro game isn't there. But in this case, I'm very happy with the macro game from NRG. They're really working the map nicely, and again, they're doing a good job of making it so any early fight, any early contact that Foot has been wanting to take, especially at C Mound, has widely been nullified, other than Ethan dying one time by himself. But outside of that, they've been working the map really nicely. Taking some of these aggressive pushes, maybe finding a kill, then taking a pause, things like that, that are making it really difficult for Foot to find their confidence, find some of those flank angles of their own, because they're often at man disadvantages. And that just means the map's so much harder for you to spread, so much harder for you to control. And so Foot probably just, I think, maybe talking a little bit about those extremities or some kind of different way to get a player in the back lines of NRG is what I would like to see. See if you can be a little bit disruptive, kind of throw them off their game. And they're going to be on an eco, though. It's just a bandit for Sop. Oh, no, going back over to the Classic, maybe. Sociable. The only one with any kind of buy to speak of.
And Scuba's just going for a Marshall. I mean, he knows that have all of them dead pretty much to any shot. Curious to see him not investing for at least the Outlaw here.
When you think about that buy in the previous round, right? They had a Judge and a Spectre. It was desperation to try to turn the tide. Instead, they're just digging the hole deeper.
And they're immediately re-clearing and scaling forward outside of A. Looks like Sop starting to become aware of this. Will lead the charge as they re-wrap around towards stairs and the site. Steel Garden from Yedijay still a world away, just now working his way through that B connector. Shot to the legs, who's going to be taken low. Sees is there, the slide in though, and Safi is all on his own. The nade perfectly placed, and Zeus will fall. Solid shot though from Sociable. Will be able to find Mata, but can they get one of these guns is the question. Ooh, gets himself another. Yedijay just with the Classic needs to try to collect something, and he will be able to get that Vandal into hand. He's going to try to play this one out. Knows that if he can get the clutch, it's going to be monstrous. 10 bullets at the moment in this one. Swings out. Now down to 6. There's shorties in both players' hands, and Yetajay will not be able to be the hero that Foot so desperately need.
Well, it's not a bad idea, to be honest, from Foot. They're matching the rotations pretty nicely. They kind of get a situation where they have a shout at this. But again, just too much damage done early, and you got nothing but classics, no armor. Means that some of those frontline players that you're going to throw into that fight are very squishy. And NRG able to capitalize, and they're going to have a showstopper here coming into this. Zeus went away from his. Cristali does have the Nightfall, so some tools to work with. Mata back up.
Oh my God.
What?
They had him seized.
Oh my God, in that corner. Look where that is.
Hell of a kill to be found. That's a gut punch from Foot. We're trying to put that energy from moving up.
Alexei.
The map point, entry attempt there from Mono. He will get shut down, just fully blinded. Yetajay, at least able to trade back these raises. He's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. The blind however for the Barrel is connected. And Sociable sets himself and Yetajay up for wild success.
Pure match चल रहा है.
What was looking like a
एक point का
tragic
difference
start
में
ends
चल
up
रहा
being a brilliant finish. His Foot did not allow for NRG to make it to 12 yet.
So let's. I think Mata got body blocked a bit by Ethan there as he was trying to set up for the blast pack entry with the showstopper. That seemed to throw everything off. Foot perfect though with their response, using that paranoia, using that Vice utility to slow that hit down. That's a huge turn here. Looked like it might be curtains for Foot. Now they've got some ults. Now they've got some big guns.
Now with Zeus dead, means they'll have to try to commit the showstopper in, so he always has that in the back pocket.
No.
That's a massive tide turn. But going to be aggressive a little bit deeper towards A, but not going to see much. Stupa's going to tuck in. Meanwhile, Sociable, tough situation here. Obviously, you hope you can just TP out of this. Smoke's up, and he's not going to stick around. It was too long, it looks like.
Watch it get re-tagged by the Prowler. So a very good idea of where he ended up going.
इधर बैठता हूँ. इधर बैठेगा तो सबको दिखेगा.
They get this orb, Steel Garden available for Brock. No overdrive this time for Sop.
अरे यार
Paranoia
इसका
will try to buy a
paranoia
bit
पूरा
of
का
time.
पूरा proper गिर रहा है bro. इसका मुझे से वो entry नहीं हो
Bit of
पा
this
रहा
noise,
है.
but is it going to be a pump fake? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
They have a pretty good,
ये
potentially
लोग बहुत
anti
fake कर दिया इसलिए ऐसा read हो रहा है.
Steel
ज़्यादा ही
Garden
कुछ
setup
fake आ
because you
गया.
can open that door.
30
over at
seconds
B.
left.
ये लोग अभी तक B try नहीं किया ना direct.
Out of charges.
Last round में try करने बैठ रहा है.
Taking long enough.
Nightfall going to be sent down. Scuba not quite going to get caught by that Sociable. Ends up getting taken out backside as Kiko finds a very solid headshot. Top now the closest one, and he's able to find two. Just trying to play for time, goes sliding in. That's a bit of an overheat. Time to plant now. No, not going to be afforded to them. And Zeus swings in from downtown, and he wins them the round. 11-11. Foot, they tie it up.
Absolutely
ये क्या
beautiful.
था? ये क्या
Stop the
round था?
hero again for Foot.
Scope क्या मारा है?
This double kill, absolutely disgusting, and it looked like the pause was going to work
Ah,
out for
Zeus.
NRG. They caught Foot off guard. They weren't quite ready. Yeah, the time just not there. Beautiful reaction from Foot on the fly in the chaos. Making
See the panic on the coaching staff's face. I think they were saying, "Stop! No, don't push. Slow down."
But he's feeling it. I mean, if he doesn't get caught up on the wall with that slide, I think maybe he gets a third there, but...
Could have done. For now, final timeout call for NRG for reals this time. As they are neck and neck alongside Foot. And the money, the economy, it has been whittled away at. You just invested that Steel Garden, your showstopper used just a couple rounds ago as well. So it's a pit and a from the shadows to try to get yourself up to map point to stop that from falling into Foot's hands.
Yeah, there's tools here available. We've already seen that Kiko willing to be aggressive with that from the shadows to maybe create some extra angles and things like that. So is there going to be like a set play in this round? It's kind of my curiosity. A lot of times you'll have players that'll go like in that space between B and C in the back, or even into the back of site or into stairs sometimes. There's a cute little TP you can maneuver where you find that stairs angle open on a timing and catch teams off guard. So, or they might just feel like, you know what? We've got Amada, he's got a judge. We might just be able to brute force our way through, but changing up some of that Vice util, moving it over towards B this round. Wanting to try to see if they can catch NRG with a different idea, but so far it's C all the way.
A pivotal exact. Let's go ahead and listen into NRG.
Look. No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear. Walk away. We're gonna go back front B and pop B.
Okay.
Brock, I think you stay C.
Alright, I hear you.
They have A-line, yeah?
They could have it.
Yeah,
They could have it.
No problem. I think it's fun. Ah, they don't. There's a guy fucking stairs.
Retrieving flash.
We're gonna start from here. I'm prowling and we're going.
Okay,
Was there a wall on C? Was there a wall on C?
Probably
No,
not. It's probably
there's probably a wall.
Listen to me,
probably
listen to me. Oh, Gio, TP across as soon as we prowler and Omen flash vent. I'm going back.
There's two still C, guys. Two C.
Go now. Three behind the box.
Left
Behind
mid.
the-
Here comes the exact entry from Mana. Getting right on top of Cristalli. He's able to fight him with that judge, but the wall pop delays him even further. Meanwhile, TP from Kiko. He's arrived over towards the spawn.
Running low.
Gonna be looking for a backstab attempt here. And it could
30
be
seconds
absolutely
left.
monstrous. The meanwhile, this fight is brought around the plant to come through. The pit as well invested into this. It's a pivotal one, and there it is. Kiko able to find Sop in transit, and he cleans up yet a Jada boot. The 2v3, Zeus's presence noted, as Sociable will fall. And this is a gargantuan, nigh impossible task, and Zeus
भाई,
will
Kiko
have to
क्या
just
कर रहा है
back
bro?
away.
Kiko,
NRG
हेलो Kiko मेरे
taking the
भाई
time, assessing the
क्या हो गया?
situation. They make a quick pivot, and that will earn
हारने वाला
them
मैच
map
कैसे जीत
point.
दिया
Love the idea here.
पहले
And
ये
they kind
बताओ
of suss it
Kiko उधर
together
पहुंचा
right as
कैसे
they're thinking about making the execute that, wait a minute,
अच्छा अल्टीमेट
we
नहीं
didn't
पहुंचा
pop the Vice wall yet. Okay, let's still see if we can at least get Mata 1, see if we can clear some space.
भाई
You
अगर
heard them
स्विच को
talking
गिरा दिया
about,
तो इको राउंड
hey,
है
let's send the Paranoia in towards Vents. It hits, it gets Mata the kill, it gets the Odin out of the
Bro,
equation.
इको
Even
राउंड
though
है
he's
क्या
traded quickly, that's thrown Foot off guard. They're trying to rotate, and it's a quick decision to pivot by Ethan to go over to the C site instead, use that TP that I was talking about in that space between the back of C and B, where Foot just completely disregards it. Nobody's looking for it.
And it's a great individual call from Mana, just asking for exactly what he needs to get that entry through. Yes, he ends up getting traded, but that's that tipping point. That's what just sets the rest of the round off kilter,
Kiko तो हर
allows for
मैच में
energy to
धूम मचा के
capitalize.
चल रहा है भाई
So Foot now needing to push
B
this
होने
into
वाला है
overtime.
देखते रहो B होने वाला है इस बार B करेगा
Otherwise, they're going to be that 0-1 deficit, and look at the very fast scale up.
हाँ भाई है
It's not a judge. It's a Bulldog around the corner with Zeus holding on to a Vandal as well.
पुश करने वाला है क्या
Hearing that TP on the reposition, and RG will just slowly work their way out, but Scuba still looking to hold his own, finds himself his second kill, and Zeus is tagged to 10.
Oh, they got baited into that.
Zeus 1 HP है
What a read there from NRG.
He
Only
needs to go
आ गया।
absolutely
मर
crazy,
गया।
and he can find nothing.
Yeah भाई तू भी
Just a
भाई
lick of damage suffered by Scuba. Everybody else pristine.
Ulti
Nightfall
भी आ
now
गया,
gonna be sent
lol।
down Sociable to get caught by that. Has the paranoia through, but now Pain Shell at his back. He is dead. Scuba finds a kill, and yet a J.
वाह well played bro well played क्या मैच निकाला
Flawless finish to a very close mount. NRG, they take the opener 13-11.
A bit labored, but once NRG got their foot underneath of them, they looked like the team we know they are.
And now Foot, their backs up against the wall, needing to fight their way out of the corner. Haven will have to be that staging ground, otherwise NRG might just take this 2-0.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA Ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November. go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me. He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Jen here with Bunker of Energy. Incredible macro from you guys, but just wanted to ask you, what is your read on Foot and their tendencies after Lotus?
We're just trying to keep it simple, honestly. They're a pretty straightforward team, and with that, they're just confident in their own game plan. They're confident taking gunfights and these things, so we're trying to not overthink about that and just sticking to our thing, our protocols.
Right, keep it simple.
Keeping it simple, easier said than done. We did get to hear Bankar screaming, doing his iconic howl before the game starts.
It's Yahoos. I
Yes,
can't do it. My
Yahoos.
voice will go off at Yahoo.
Yeah, that's exclusively for Bonker there. But this was a highly competitive first map here. I think NRG ended up dropping more rounds than they probably should have, but they ended up clearing through in the end of Lotus.
Yeah, I think that compositionally, I think NRG have the much stronger composition. I think they have the better theory there. And I think that only scraping through at 13-11 there is a worrying sign, despite getting that map win. Like, this is a team that we expect to be going deep at this tournament, not scraping through the Swiss stage, not scraping through a map win on a Lotus where I think they were the heavy favorites.
Yeah, you also said that they were probably one of the better teams on Lotus, one of the best teams in this Swiss stage. And I think that Foot were able to kind of poke some holes through that throughout this match.
Well, one player that we were highlighting who's been performing fairly well, win or lose, is Scuba. So let's take a look at our HyperX Reflex moment of today.
Looks like he's going to be happy about this one. Nice little judge cleanup there from Scuba. Not necessarily the most beautiful round of all time, but got them quickly.
Got the job done.
I mean, anything to guarantee that second round. We've seen Foot be very, what's the word? Dangerous in those kind of rounds previously, where they can win out force buys and whatnot.
It was the strange guns today, the Odin and the Judge, that was catching Foot off guard quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, definitely. And for NRG, we were talking about, you don't want to see them scraping by, but that's kind of what was happening, especially with their retakes, and also why it ended up being so close, Minnie.
Yeah, they were heavily advantaged in some of these retakes, and they just couldn't close them out. And I think that a team with the caliber of these players, the caliber of this team, losing 2v5s like this, not peaking together, not being able to out-aim Foot, to me, is slightly embarrassing coming out from NRG.
Yeah, and you see some hero round plays coming out from Foot as well, right? Being able to win out those rounds, and maybe we were needing to see a little bit more of that. But even this round in particular, NRG throwing a Visal into the mix where Crystalli is actually able to pick up a couple of kills.
Scuba's not
with
even
the
checking the back
Bandit
of the site. I don't really understand what is happening in some of these rounds, honestly.
Fundamentals slipping away from NRG there as well, and yeah, they've been able to close out the map, but I think, like you said, Minnie, there was moments of desperation coming out from them where Foot had made them so scared to a point that they were having to invest ultimates into rounds such as that.
And I could see a few Kiko fans here in the audience, and it looks like the fan buff is coming into a bit of an effect here.
Yeah, he's playing well once again, but I hope that it's like about everyone stepping up together. I think there is a little bit of better individual form here for NRG, but clearly some of the fundamentals are still missing. Like, this isn't the energy that we've been seeing in those deep runs. This isn't the energy we saw in that lower bracket run. There's still some problems, and I think there is a sigh of relief from the NRG fans coming out of that map.
Oh, definitely. And Foot must be kicking themselves a little bit here. Let's see what Coach Vlad has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Vlad of Foot. Vlad, I feel like Lotus could have gone either way. Why do you think it slipped away from you guys? And what are some aspects of your game from Lotus are you planning to continue on for Haven?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it could have gone either way. Just 1 or 2 rounds, being more careful. We could have won the game, actually. On Haven, I don't think they stand a chance.
Oh, okay, I love the confidence from you. And for us, Haven awaits.
Oh, I love that confidence there. Foot is not dismayed after that first map loss. Sometimes some teams, when it's so close, they can not really mental reset as well. But it looks like Vlad is very happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Foot picked this map, but NRG are undefeated on this map so far. I believe it's 3-0, so there are no slouches there. But I do think that there are definitely weaknesses in NRG's game. I think that they are far too passive, especially on that defense side. They don't push out early on. They don't go for pushes out in the mid-round, and that is what Foot excels at on this map. I think they are a very good Haven team because it suits that Turkish aggressive style.
I don't know about you, Minnie, but I'm getting a little bit worried about this. Oh, we could have been able to close out that map. That seems to be happening to Foot so far throughout this event. But as you mentioned, NRG, flawless win rate on this map in Americas. 3-0, I believe it was. But looking at this agent select that we have up here, we're keeping an eye on Zeus and Sop. These have been the kind of stars of the show throughout this series. And then NRG, we're going to get to see Kiko on the Phoenix, which we've been ranting and raving about.
Yeah, but it's NRG starting on this defense, and as I said, I think they are way too passive when they play this map. They are flooding their rotations sideways. If Foot have a game plan here to fake out a little bit, that will catch NRG off guard. The other thing is that Foot could just go for their normal exec style and just overwhelm those sites, but NRG might be quick enough with the rotation. So that is the kind of chess match that I'm looking to see here. I want to see NRG pushing out a lot more though.
That is so interesting. Like you said, NRG is a really strong Haven, but even you see the gaps in the strategy there. Let's see what happens as we send to the second map. The destination is Haven.
Haven indeed, Foot have looked very strong on this map thus far, but as the desk was pointing out, NRG, no slouches either, have not suffered a loss on it yet. Will that continue, or can Foot push this the distance, send it all the way to a map 3, to settle on a fracture, determine who goes forward and who goes home? This needs to be a big one for the Turkish squad.
Yeah, I was really keyed in on this map if it was going to be picked by Foot in the draft, because they've been so good on it here, especially in London. But in general, the NRG are really, really solid fundamentally, even though they might not be as aggressive as you'd like. You are going to get some damage in. Scuba, though, not going to stick around. The whole plan here, play for retake if you can't guess correctly on which side of the map they were going to try to rotate to. Are going to have that trip back there for Yetajay if they try to push into long, but maybe just a clear of it. Nope, they're just going to try to go through garage. Big push coming, and this paranoia could be brutal.
See how many it can connect on. Blaze Wall going to be set up to try to escort them off some of those forward sight lines. Paranoia now sent out. Sop, however, taking that point contact, will be able to find the first. Ethan's going to be taken down. Mata able to find one, but Yetajay quickly trades it out, and Zeus trades it up. Foot very swiftly dispatch NRG. And they find another pistol win for themselves, starting off the map 1-0.
Yeah, just a rough situation to break through there for NRG. Great post-plant setups. You have all your util left still as a Foot, so can really slow them down. Keep those angles completely smothered. And absolutely really nice. Yep, just how you draw it up. Coach is trying to get him. Yep, that, keep it going, keep it going. We'll see. Looks like NRG just gonna try another aggressive long A push early, at least try and funnel some of these orbs into Kiko. Get that run it back available, maybe.
And just the second charge. Sop shifting over, makes a bit of noise here. Dropping down. Curveball could absolutely wreck him, and Kiko does have that one in hand. I have to suspect that this is going to be a deep drone forward to try to spot this out, but a 3-player high-low. Just pyramiding this one, and that's going to be Sop eliminated. Now the curveball in, the headshot found. Zoo's going to be taken down. Paranoia connecting, Sociable just trying to spray and pray, holding down M1 on the Blaze Wall, however, ends up cutting them off. And that's going to be a stray shot being found as Kiko and Mata will both be eliminated. It's not recovered as Ethan just pushed up against the smoke, trying to utilize the right clicks, but eventually is going to be found. Key weaponry still going to be carried over as Foot now shift into position to try to get this plant going, and Scuba, see if he is going to be able to make this a little bit rougher around the edges for the Steam. Peek out, nothing found.
30 seconds.
Trying to play it quietly. Does get Yetajay. Stolly will be there for the counter swing, so damage found. A good round overall for NRG, but Foot still do manage to get the 2-0 start.
This could have gone a lot worse for Foot. The Blaze Wall there, man, I don't know.
A bit of miscoordination, perhaps.
Yeah, that paranoia hits so much. Maybe they just don't expect it to, and they're just trying to reset or something like that. But, oh, man, that could have gone so much worse for Foot. They're lucky to come out of that as unscathed as they did. And this is a glass cannon op for Mata early on. Very quick into this. Wants to try to establish that presence on this defender's side. turn this ship around is this time around, though, NRG has been showing tons of presence early, Long A. This time just going to leave Brock to his own devices.
So was being done a lot yesterday by Full Sense, just trying to get that operator into Primi's hands as early as they possibly can. Whether or not Mata's going to be able to get that same amount of value for debate. Up to be witnessed as a swing in, and Brock will be the first to fall, stop able to find him. He does get a little bit of damage in, but Mata now able to strike, finding him there from that connector side. Face forward, though, in the back sight. Zeus will clean one up. Mata just looking for timing as he does get ping revealed by the drone and has to give that space over. As Kiko now clearing the tripwire.
Going up.
Letting Foot know, yes, you are potentially being boxed in, but he's going to be rerouted back through B.
I think you already got to consider a save here as NRG. I don't think it's worth doing anything but looking for an exit, but maybe they're going to go.
The high-low and hell. Molly out. Curveball will try to find something. Zeus is going to be taken down. Scuba from out in heaven. Able to find 2 kills. Mata, maybe if you can continue to have them lined up. It's going to be Scuba! Who just goes nuclear! 4 kills found on the Cypher. NRG deny what was looking like an assured bonus conversion.
Man, oh man. Gotta eat my words here. This is crazy good stuff from Scuba. I thought this had no chance. But he's so clean with it. Oh my. Yeah.
And you gotta be just rolling over at the moment. If your Foot, you gotta start getting concerned because, oh boy, NRG, they have their confidence.
And now they've got the big guns. Got the Odin, they kept the op. It's a little bit of damage off that initial spray. B being thought about here for Foot.
They've got that run it back. Another critical tool to try to tie this up. Shock forward in case there's that trip here at B main, but none to be found. One garage, one situated on the site.
Yeah, you're in a good position here as NRG. You've got an ult cycle in your favor. It's just can you get it to go before Foot gets into theirs. Scuba way on the other side of the map, and Foot just being very cautious.
He's going to go unregistered. Mata again just pulling back to a deeper angle, but NRG are getting the read. Stacking this side as that smoke is bloom. Paranoia connecting on to nothing. They run it back now, going to be sent the curveball. However, gets turned away from Zeus. Will end up finding that snapback, and Mata just trying to go into timing again. Ends up getting caught. Great shot to be found. Looking on that shock dart. Not going to be finding too much of anything as Zeus continuing to deliver. Finds a kill onto Ethan. The operator again is coming up shy of the mark here for Kiko, who's going to be forced away back around that corner. And this time, NRG will make the call. A 3v5, not going to be good enough. They backpedal away and go for the save as Foot will move up 3-1.
This is exactly some of the problems that the desk was talking about here, where because you're not taking aggressive early space, because you're playing so passive, playing for that quick retake off the back of the Phoenix ult, and you can't get anything out of it. Foot just really disciplined in these post plants, as we've seen on this map time and time again. Other than that bonus, they have looked really sharp. And they're gonna come away with all their guns. Only 3 left over for NRG, so starting things off on the right foot, and yeah, immediately Bonkar wants to talk this one over. And I think it's probably going to be a little bit of what we're already seeing. You got to establish a little bit more presence at Long A. You've got to at least make them consider it so they just don't get sites for free like that. I get the idea, I do, where you're playing off of the Phoenix ult. You're like, okay, we've got that. We could try to hit them while they're trying to plant, see if we can catch them off guard with the timing, but probably got to be a little bit more proactive in the early part of the game, especially with that op there that can give you that early advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if Zeus is going to be snappy with these shots like he was in that previous round, then running back is not going to be good enough for that entry. So just having to fight forward, take that aggressive space early, as the retakes are not going to be nearly as reliable, especially now that that ult has been expended.
And I really want to give Zeus his flowers on Waylay. He has been really good at it, especially on this map. The way he pilots it, it's not just the shooting, it's the decision-making with the refracts and the timings on when he wants to go in, when he's going to get information, when he's pulling back, like all these things that he does really, really nicely that set foot up for success in the big picture scheme of things.
He's been the most convincing one off the top of my head at this tournament so far.
Hands
down. As far as Waylay is concerned, and I mean, his Ray's also nothing to shake a stick at. With Neural Theft, the Blades nearly there for NRG. But the overall ult cycle very much favors Foot at this point.
And you're one away here from a Convergent Paths. That could be what they're teeing up for here. Deep shock dart. Doesn't clear because the trip is in the corner. Does give you that Convergent Path though. Doesn't hit Scuba.
He's not going to be hitting anything. Saturate neither, as he will be able to strike completely unawares. Our Foot finds an opening kill. The ping reveals the Neural Theft immediately gets invested. Oh! In the backside though, and Saab is able to find that kill, and Crystalli comes away with 2 eliminations. They should have been dead to rights. That's exactly Brock's thinking though. The spike is going to be planted, and that's Crystalli getting the spike in play. Mata now scaling forward, able to find one. Tailwinds over the side, avoids that damage from the garage side. 2-blade set. Crystalli able to find the quick scope in, but now a 1v1. Sociable in the reposition, and I'm not sure that Brock had heard that one. He still thinks that he's in garage. Now needs to play it quietly himself. Smoke will fall, and Brock gets them over the line. A 3K on the Odin, and NRG will take another step towards tying this up.
It's a little bit messy, but they get there in the long run. The early round idea here, I think they knew exactly what Foot was going to be calling off that Convergent Pass because of that setup that Scuba has. Tucked into the corner, knows that that Convergent Pass is going to hit back sight, not on the plat. So he's able to just tuck in there, do some early damage. And it's Brock again, the hero with the Odin.
It's the same setup that Scuba had run in the previous round, but they never went to that side of the map. They didn't scout it. They weren't conditioned for it at all. It ends up being brilliant. Now his own Hunter's Fury online. There was a consideration for a brief moment for that Outlaw, knowing that NRG are not going to be able to afford those full armors on the majority of the players, but Sop is just going to be dead off the rip.
Beautiful.
That's what we're talking about, trying to get that early space.
Get that early pick, too. Little bit of a change in the setup this time. Scuba further back. Other trip can be connected to between the boxes.
We'll get the spot out, Zeus. Needing to remove that. Util gets cleared. Spike can be brought forward. But Hunter's Fury going to be sent in response, just delaying, allowing for NRG to get completely corralled over on this side of the map. Final pulse not to be found. Swinging the window though, Yeta J finding one. The curveball going to be turned away from, but Kiko still able to plant his feet and find that elimination. Spike now in play. Crystalli backpedaling out into that C-long cubby. Hunter's Fury can find value from here. Molly at his feet. Zeus having to reposition. Hunter's Fury going to be used early, but Zeus has the transfer. Push the ball up over the top though. Ends up getting picked, and now Kiko brings this back into a 2v1. A single shock dart, all that he's got. The defuse being started. Scuba to play protect. Peeks in though and isolates it down. The retap. It's already held to half. He's waiting it out, swings it, wins it. And Crystalli will pull up the Red Bull clutch to stave off NRG.
Oh boy. Thought for a moment there maybe NRG had got it done, but Foot able to gum up the works here at Garage. That really slows things down, and Zeus, what a position, but then a big answer back from Kiko. Some really nice individual moments on both sides of the coin. Crystalli plays that very, very nicely. And a little bit of a, I'm not sure if they just guessed incorrectly there for NRG on which side of the alley he was on.
Yeah, ends up playing on the wrong side, gives that angle over. Kiko falls, and then from there, easy pickings. And now that Outlaw absolutely going to be online, but it's going to be Zeus just spraying into the smoke, finding one. Ethan now going to be taken down. One bullet still remaining in this one, will fire that off. Tailwinds over to the corner, but now the Neural Theft's going to be invested. They try to make their exit, but Mata cannot escape. Brock line it up, bounds around the back of sight, but Zeus is already there. A flawless round for Foot to now start to snowball this even further. He's almost got another convergent pass.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of making it a little too easy here for Foot, because you've shown this exact same play a couple times where you're going to try to scale up long A with a lot of players, and this time Foot has an answer dialed in. They've got the util usage to get the reveals. They've got the spam early because they suspect that that could be the play, just like they saw in a previous eco. They are absolutely correct, so they are not fooled in the slightest. What is effectively a triple down from NRG on that strat.
Not sure if we lowered the lights, but Ethan going to be asking for those to be made a little bit brighter at the moment. Has not been able to find any impact here. 0 and 7 on this Omen. A rough look of it.
After being so solid on Lotus there. This time tucked into the back of sight. Sop has the blades available. Op and Odin again.
Run it back, though, is going to be committed very early, and Foot say, okay, that's fine. We'll just let you come sprinting out. Ethan, though, okay, will be able to find his first. Kill on a Crystallian so far. Scuba completely unnoted as well, tucked into this cubby. Seems like there is some suspicion from Sop. As he's going to go pushing forward to try to clear out this angle, and the blades will connect.
Spike planted.
Finds that kill, gets him into a 4v4 as the spike is going to be planted just from the shadows available for NRG.
Wait a moment.
As J laid on this lurk. Molly going to be sent. He plants his feet though, has the immediate dink into the spray down. Kiko now eliminated. Getting some of this weaponry. Again for NRG, they need to find some value sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're going to have to go for a save. J just jumping around the corner quickly. Works his way out to safety. Ethan will be able to find a second, finds a third, finds a fourth. Now he's in for this one. Is J trying to hold the garage, and he doesn't man to find Mata. What a way to come alive. 0 kills going into the round. He finds a 4K and gets NRG up to 3.
Oh, there you go. Somebody must have turned up the lights for Ethan on that one, because he is lights out there. Oh man, that fourth.
Oh God.
Whoa! He has had some nasty ones today. That's got to be frustrating. I mean, Foot reads this round really nicely. They've got a lot of the flanks covered. They're trying to really just hold the line in so many different of these spread angles that NRG's trying to take. And they win some of them. I mean, J there outdoing Kiko after he gets mollied off the position. Beautiful, but just got outdone by Ethan.
Virgin Path's going to be dodged by one, but not by Brock. He tries to just hold his own. Meanwhile, the operator's still going to be here, and what a shot to be found. Sop going to be taken down as he tries to updrive over top of the box. A little bit of spam in. Ethan getting whittled away as Zeus says a nice little hello, and he manages to find two. Mata dead. Kiko eliminated. Zeus looking for that fourth. He cannot find him, but the cleanup is there. And Foot, they answer right back. They shut down the heroics. They give themselves a 6-round win.
Now they're turning up the tempo. Now we're playing some Turkish Valorant. Getting in their faces, and that's exactly what Zeus wants. Disgusting.
It's a stray for that final kill.
I don't know what's going on.
Neither do we, Vlad. But we're doing our damnedest to try to follow the chaos.
I will find you.
If they're going to continue to replicate that, then NRG, they're not going to know what's going on either.
Hey, if you don't know what you're doing, then your opponent certainly doesn't either.
And
they knew
back
exactly
though, and this could be a very deadly read. Checking around the top of the site, nothing going to be spotted there, and it's going to be Ethan dead. Is he ready for the follow-up though? Cloudburst into the corner, the shorty going to be drawn out, covering fire is going to be good. Will just dive in, finding some damage as Brock is taken down to a sliver. That is an immense amount of value found here off the rip for Foot. The Outlaw will get carried over, but all players, full HP, full armor. And Scuba, I don't think he's going to be ready for this tuck position from Sociable. He is not. And now it's just Brock. Yeah. Will end up getting taken down as Foot secure a lead at the half with a chance to make this 9-3.
This is so fun to watch. I am such a fan of Sop on the Jet. He has been lighting up the kill feed, but this right here, a great round because he causes so much distraction. It allows Zeus to rotate in, cover his back, and even though he gives his life for the cause, he wins the round basically single-handedly there. A little bit of help on the backside, sure, but he's buying all that time and space for Foot to come in, collect some kills, get the plant through.
Might be having three convergent paths rather in this opening half. Yetajay just going to be forced away, but gets that camera secured where he wants it, down to the sewers. Ethan trying to change things up. Swing in, though, and he will have Zeus dead. Quick reposition with the TP. There's the Paranoia. It's the connection, but there's no way to quickly scale off that, so Ethan gets out scot-free.
Nice little individual play. Foot, though, I think, trying a different idea. Scuba's got the cam in there.
Will be heard.
That's the smoke, too. Trying to bait him out in the patience.
Tapping it on a tempo here. As the dive forward to the smoke and stop will be eliminated immediately. That goes spiraling. The neural theft gets the reveal. The spike not planted, now stranded. And it looks like NRG still yet some fight left in them as Cristalli on that reload will be noted, but Yetajay up from window will keep his back protected. But realistically, what are you meant to do here? You would love to find some damage.
30 seconds
But they just
left.
have this completely locked down. Sends a shot right between his legs.
One enemy
But
remaining.
eventually, will get fished out as Kiko gets that elimination. Now it's just down to Yetajay to try to stop this from being a flawless. That'll just go for the save himself, and it looks like that is going to
10
be the
seconds
choice
left.
at the end of it. No, does face back in the mid, and Brock is able to find it. Some flawless established, and NRG still with a chance to make this a 7-5.
Well, that's massive for giving themselves a really good chance into it, because they were looking poor in the economic sense. They were all down to less than 700 credits, so would have been a scrappy buy for anybody coming into it, but because they carry over all these guns, they get the flawless. They're gonna come in with full armor, still have the op. It's gonna be all rifles, full armor for Foot, who are flush with cash. A couple ults to consider. Kiko's run it back, Cristalli's, Hunter's Fury. Both Omens still have the TPs. Haven't seen anybody go for anything too creative with those, so maybe now's one of those rounds. There you go.
TP to hell. Brock's not watching this. Sociable's been completely on red. But there, the reveal ends up coming through. Brock turns back, finds that kill. Gets himself another stop, is going to be eliminated. He's taken low, but not taken down. But the volley of response here from Foot ends up looking pretty decent, but Zeus is down to 1. 2v3. Quick reposition, but Zeus is still able to find Mata.
A shot.
Now he's got that ult. Try to slow them down on this reapproach. They're very wary about that heaven position, hearing that Omen ult set. Ethan now going to start scaling his way forward.
Spike planted.
Molly ends up getting a bit of damage, but just a smattering found. Yetajay swinging out a little bit wider, taken lower, taken out. As Ethan will be able to find it now, it's going to have to be a 1 HP clutch from Zeus. Shots found, conversion path's going to be set, swing. Gets a shot, but it's eventually the spray from Kiko to deny the clutch. And what a monstrous one that it would have been, but NRG managed to scrape together 5 rounds.
Does Brock bounce a recon behind him there to catch the vision?
Might have done. The fact that he doesn't look back and he's unable to find that kill. It ends up being everything for NRG. So halftime break now. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Jen here with Cristalli Foot. Now, what did you guys learn from the last Vitality series? What was the overriding takeaway?
Birkaç tane önemli clutch roundları kaybettik ve avantajlı roundlarda birazcık daha sakin kalmayı düşündük, yani sakin kalmayı öğrendik. Birazcık daha avantajlı roundlarda beraber oynayıp onları kazanmaya çevirirsek maçları da kapatacağımızı düşünüyoruz.
So we lost a couple important clutch rounds, and we fell behind in some of the rounds where we were advantageous. So the main takeaway is that we're gonna try to calm down in the rounds where we have the upper hand, and we're gonna try to close out the game where we have the advantage.
All right, nice. Tighten up the game. Jen here with Scuba of Energy. Scuba, what have you guys developed in your game plan to kind of deal with the aggression and the fast tempo?
Just all week in practice, we've been working on fighting fire with fire, so it's going to be a slugfest out there today for sure.
Oh, sounds like a game. Thank you.
It's now time to go into the second half. NRG doing damn well to run back 5 rounds. The pistol could be all that is separating them from a tied-up scoreline and close out an anti-eco. Foot now certainly still feeling comfortable on this map, but the pressure is getting ramped up on them.
For sure, and Foot is a tremendous defender side team on this map. They play it really, really cleanly, but still it can be an attacker-sided, favored map overall. So it's just a matter of, is Foot going to be able to maintain that pressure now that they've shown this map a couple times? Is NRG going to have some ideas here to give themselves that slight edge? And especially if they get this pistol, then you start to think that this might just end in a 2-0.
Sop, lucky to be alive. Unable to find any damage in response to that, so just going to be tagged at 14 and has to back away. And that's just going to be a silent creep across towards C Long now. Pretty much all of NRG.
This is kind of where Foot's leaning a bit, though. We're going to have that cam for the early detection. So we can definitely make a meal of this, potentially. But NRG, you just heard Scuba say it, they're ready for a fight. And instead, it's just a collection of the orb. Ooh, they get the paranoia out, too. That's huge.
A big bit of util now out of the hands of Sociable. Just going to be waiting for that next smoke to try to cycle up. He's able to hold his own for one, but Zeus is also going to be taken out, and that is a critical lead now for NRG in the pistol, which is going to double back over to C.
How'd you got 2 out of garage? Do you think at worst there's one more over here on C? Maybe considering B. Trip set up for Scuba. Spot there on the Crystalli, but Scuba can just hold the line on the backside.
The Blaze Wall now situated.
30 seconds left.
Trying to just go pushing forward. I mean, Sop is making all of the noise in the world. He's interrupted this and maybe bought a little bit of time, but they end up not reading how far forward he is. Scuba's able to find Crystalli. Sop, he burnt to a crisp, but now it's down to Yeta J. The 1v2, and he gets it isolated, but Scuba is playing that high-low. Takes the kill, takes the round, and NRG one away from tying this up.
Oh, man. It gets darn close. Thank God for Scuba there. That's why you leave that player on that backside to keep track of things. Nice to have the Cypher available, and he's having a really solid map, 11 and 9 for the Sentinel player. Now you got a Guardian, Kiko, Marshall Mata, Rock just a ghost, and Ethan with that Bulldog, so trying to keep it a little bit extra saved. NRG. Gonna get another orb, so they're doing a good job in the macro.
Edge out.
Oh.
1-2 peek, and Ethan will get eliminated. They're aware of that front left side presence of Zeus, but he just jumps across, utilizing that smoke to make a quick little exit. Still yet a chance here for Foot.
Both the bought-up guns are on this C side. They read this nicely.
Zeus now slotting aggressively forward in garage, and it looks like NRG just going to try to take this and end it at B yet again. Slow, methodical on this approach, and Foot gambling incorrectly on A, but near enough by. Trying to make a go of this as Mata goes up and over. That Marshall now going to be situated on the line. Check in towards that A connector. Zeus around the back, not given any lines yet, and the camera has not been toggled. So far, he's completely unread, and now he's able to strike. Kiko going to be taken down. Jump forward, shock dart going to be lobbed in. 2 players going to be revealed. Rock now eliminated Scuba. Able to find one. He's looking for more. He cannot get it. Mata, however, hip firing like a maniac. It's not enough. Foot just overwhelmed them. Zeus goes unread, unscouted, and Foot deny the anti-eco.
This is just an awkward post plant here for NRG. Stuck completely on site. The Marshall gets the value there. This is so well read.
He gets that kill on Kiko is when the camera spots him out, and it's already far too late.
Yeah. They're too aggressive. I mean, NRG just not ready for it. Brock thinking about the shock dart, thinking he had a little bit more time there too. Instead, he gets revealed and gets taken out for free. All these little timing moments for NRG, really off balance, but just all 4 players on B site like that is playing with fire, especially in an eco round against an eco.
And while there is a decent bit of weaponry here, it can still be very rough as Sop unable to confirm the kill. The full armor keeping Mata alive. Still a chance to find some impact with that Guardian. Jettajay is hearing these footsteps. He's going to try to hold this line. The cage now popped. Backpedals out. Another cage covering the retreat. Zeus at the ready to try to go for the peak. Drops down into this one, but the spray is just not going to be connecting. Ends up losing his life as a player advantage, but damage dealt. NRG still wanting to try to take this C site, push it to the back. Mata able to find one more before getting eliminated. And Jettajay and Crystalli
Spike down, C.
look to keep foot in this, but Kiko, one of the hometown heroes, is going to try to deliver on a clutch, but tag to 14, the heal off the Blaze Wall. Immediately the repositioning is going to be coming through. The jump up into the window. But he doesn't push. He was completely unread for a moment, but now Sop quite well aware, and Crystalli has been given the time to rotate all the way back through C long.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds. Not much more time to try to make a go of this, and he doesn't even want to make a lick of noise, so he's only got 8 bullets remaining in this magazine. With 15 seconds remaining, he'll work his way into the B site to try to get this plant enacted.
10 seconds left.
What a clutch this would be if he could pull it off, but he's going to have to commit to it now. A second to spare. Stop looking for the up and over, the Cloudburst in. The shorty, not to deliver on the kill. It barely finds the damage. And Crystalli, now unfavored. Has the recon, has the shock. If he could plant it perfectly at Kiko's feet. First he has to try to get the read. It's 2 bullets remaining. Tucks forward in front of that recon. The swing towards each other, the tap, trying to hold this defuse to have, and Kiko has the headshot!
क्या round निकाल रहा है Kiko.
The Red Bull clutches, we just go blow for blow, back and forth.
Kiko has been one of the best players
What
overall at this
क्या रखा हुआ
event in
monitor
just
को?
about every sense you can imagine, and he's been phenomenal in the clutches too. And he's done it here again.
And it is a catastrophic misread from Sop. You're playing against the Phoenix. He's got util to heal himself back up.
I think he also might have expected him to be on the other side a little bit closer, a lot. Kiko just does ever so slightly well. That gives him that advantage. Now it's into the Outlaw here for Mata. This is going to be one for Sociable too, so a lot of players too on NRG. Maybe one tap to that gun.
And not only does he get the clutch, but he also gets 3 more charges, so he's halfway to another run it back. Surprisingly, I would have been too shocked to see a timeout call after the back of that one from Foot. Coach is just saying you have to play together. For now, Foot will try to maintain this up, down, up, down. It's going to be good damage found, but NRG just finds 2 kills in reply here on this C site. Still pumping the brakes, though. Not looking to rush into a commitment. And Zeus does manage to take quite a bit of forward space, but with just a classic in hand, it's going to be rough to try to find any sort of value. And Foot seemed to think that this is going to be a double back towards the A site.
Take flight.
Just a long enough pause, and Foot doesn't see anything, but they haven't seen anything at A, and still considering that it could go that direction. Now they realize that certainly not. It's going to be another tough go of it. Sop with that Sheriff needs to find a ton of value, but maybe they're looking for the push out. They're kind of remembering some of the stuff that NRG did against them early on in Lotus. Maybe just end up going down to the spike.
Yeah, seems to be the game plan. No other real firepower here. No chance to try to hunt for some kills. This is going to allow for NRG to really start establishing this economy as they tie it up at 8-8. And Mata will still just be able to find Zeus. No credence lent to that potential angle of approach. The remaining 2 players can just go down to the spike safely. But what a window of opportunity given over to NRG. And if this ends up unfurling foot on this map, if this ends up being a 2-0 for NRG, they are going to be kicking themselves.
Oh, that Kiko clutch will be the pivotal round. It will be the turning point, to say the least. Now maybe.
Timeout.
Might be getting the foot timeout. I just wanted to wait the eco out before they got into it. Wanted to go right into a rifle round. Some ults to toy with. Some ideas here in the Coinbase win condition, but right now it just almost feels like you're giving NRG chances when you shouldn't. You know, you're playing really well. You get that eco win. And even going back to their attacker side, those last couple of rounds, you know, things go a little bit differently, and they can be in so far ahead of a position that, okay, well, you drop those couple of rounds, not as big of a deal, not as much of a concern, and now it's red alert.
And they're aware that this is going to be rough. You see that outlaw for Scuba. Sop is going to be getting the operator online, and he needs to be able to deliver with this.
And we need to see a little bit more from Sop. I mean, he was electric on the Jett on this map and others, so need to see him get that confidence back. You know, we saw the one round with some of the dancing, with some of the moves, but the style hasn't been there outside of that. Been a little bit of a muted presence. But Zeus, on the other end, has been outrageous. He has been incredible on that Waylay. He's going to need a little bit more of that magic, maybe, too. Get those duelists really frying. That's when Foot's at their best. NRG.
Get out of my way.
Considering if anybody had tried to make a push-up out a window there, Kiko checking for it. So just being really cautious in the early part of this round. Our NRG.
The 3-player stack here, though, but the operator is not a part of that equation.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments. If you can get the blades to go as Mata, you could be a difference maker here.
He was starting to scale down in the sewers. Checks that corner. He's going to be very much not
Paranoia.
favored. The Paranoia is going to be denying that vision. Zeus absolutely destroys them all!
वो क्या था?
And what a call off the timeout.
flash
What
आया.
a play from Zeus.
फ्लैश आया
Replay
पैनोरामा है यार उसके
right
साथ
the
बहुत
hell
अच्छा
now.
खेल रहे हैं लोग बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई
That is a fantastic trap.
ट्रैप ने फ्लैश आया भाई
Oh my god, the
Saturate through. Right as Kiko
एक,
pops
दो,
the ult
तीन,
as well.
4
Unbelievable.
Perfect. Perfect, mate. Perfect.
Yeah, they checkmated him in that round. That is for sure. That's stellar. What a timely Paranoia, too. I mean, completely makes it Zomata has no idea what's going on behind him. Beautiful. Beautiful. And an immediate counter timeout from Bunkar.
I mean, I think you just have to try to shrug that one off. It was just such a strong, well-thought-out setup. One that Foot shouldn't be able to get away with again.
No, no. I mean, it's maybe he's hearing something in the comms or who knows what. I mean, he's taking some timeouts that have kind of made us raise our eyebrows a little bit in terms of the timing of them, but they've been effective. He's been able to keep his team in it, so say what you will. He's done a pretty nice job. Probably talking about the ults here is my guess, because Foot is sitting on a lot of them. Talking about how to avoid maybe some kind of convergent paths, you know, Hunter's Fury trap play, or there's a lot that can go wrong with that.
I mean, you were the one who was looking like you were going to have the stack deck as NRG, but now you've committed 2 there. You lose the knives, you lose the run it back. So it does become a little bit more risky. Mata's still going to be sticking with this operator from the attacker side, and it might end up having a bit of a fight over it along. Foot now starting to lean towards that side of the map, maybe thinking that NRG aren't going to try to go C twice.
Yeah, look at the crunch that Foot's setting up for.
Oh my god, I'm amazed that he didn't get shot at all.
I am the same.
Never mind.
Oh, there he goes.
He has absolutely been wrecked, and now he's down to 18. Scale forward allows for Sop to also get on that deep line now, and that's got a good amount of control. Being said, though, flash over the top of that cage. Jett now going to be paranoid. Pops another. He is in a very invested position, fully blinded up, and not able to find a kill. Hunter's Fury, however, from Cristali sends it from downtown. He'll be able to get the finisher on Kiko before he can try to get the heals through. Mata holding that connector side, finds the kill, the tag coming in, the Paranoia connecting, Sociable able to find Mata, but Sop going to be traded out. Zeus going to be good for the one elimination, but now it's going to be Sociable to try to clutch it, and they have the Neural Theft reveal. Going to be revealed again. He needs to push forward, he doesn't just hold back. And that just feels like frantic desperation. Giving NRG a very easy kill. They tie it up 9-9. The timeout's working for both sides.
Still, it's a great call to make a fast pivot to C off of Mata seeing so much over on the other side of the map. And they know that if they can get in there, hold the line, it's going to be tough, even with that Hunter's Fury. You know, the same problem now for Foot. They just invested 2 big ults, and they lost the round. So it's just back and forth here. Neither team able to capitalize off of those advantages.
The round and the operator. TP forward. Ethan able to find Zeus before he can make his exit. Sop's only going to be good for 1. Cannot hit that transfer. The takedown Brock just puts him at 55. Good rotation though from Foot. Trying to get their ducks in a row. As this attack will continue, the drone to lead the way forward. Sociable to tuck inside of the smoke here. But NRG, they're going to backpedal.
Yeah, just that one player is enough. You know, with 2 kills already, if there's anybody else on A, you're playing with fire. That means that there's a possibility that they've already rotated in. So I think this is absolutely a really nice call. Again, Ethan does have his ult.
Looking for a B finish again. Needs to clear the space, but smoke going up. Blaze wall, A connector side. Spike now to be planted. Dolly to play this one quietly. Thought maybe he would go for the double shock dart, but you say Sociable in and around the back with that teleport. But there's a camera. No longer. Sociable's able to find Scuba. And suddenly, it's Foot that have the numbers advantage. Slow on this approach. Recon sent the backside. Kiko unscouted by that. Finds Yeta J. Time now starting to bleed away as Crystalli has to try to clutch it. The push coming in. Finds the first. Trying to go for the defuse stick, but the time is just going to be gone. Ethan has him outdone. And Crystalli will have to backpedal out. NRG establish a 1-round lead.
Nice
now
round,
up to
Kiko.
double
Nice
digits. And it's the foundational pillar of NRG here. Ethan able to get this round. A nice little counterplay to that push-up that we've been seeing from Zeus. Takes down 1. Patient enough with Sociable. A little bit of an error there with the positioning to give Sociable the first after the TP, but able to recover and make the most of it. And then a nice smoke there to make it just untenable for the stick.
They're not too far separated, but final call for Foot. Now disadvantaged. Broke. So they try to figure out what they can do.
कितना time out है?
To get back into this game. They have the knives. Yes, they have that Neural Theft available. They need this. It will be a thrifty to go if they want to tie this up and stop NRG from running away with this. They need Sop to deliver.
Yes. I really want to see some kind of big explosive play here. You know, Foot's been good off the back of their timeouts. They've had a lot of really good shouts into these rounds. So what's the answer going to be here? I wouldn't expect some kind of long A play because they've been trying that a lot. It feels like you'd be dipping into that well a little bit too much, but at the same time with the Blade Storm, it's a great angle, a great opportunity. You know, if NRG commits to that fight themselves to maybe do some serious damage, looks like maybe a B push out or could just sit and wait. Looks like they're gonna really spread the map here. Maybe a crunch towards mid.
Could just be a walkabout from Sop. Double peek from Garage, trying to isolate a pick.
Standing ahead.
Paranoia sent very early as Sociables, trying to take some space. Cage gonna be popped. Won't get a reveal off that one, and they are very suspicious about his location. He's out. It's gonna be smattering damage suffered by that shock dart. Another smoke gonna be cycled in. Mata here at backside instantly. He's able to dispatch Crystalli, and that's the Vandal now on the floor. Swing out though, Sop able to find one. Needs a hell of a lot more! Comes away with 3! Hasn't been able to recover the weapon, and Scuba So close to death. Neural Theft now invested. Right click attempt, no. One to the back of the head. And they know exactly where Scuba's at. What a way to rally back into this round. Weapons recovered and on for an ace. Scuba will look to try to pull off a Red Bull clutch. The crowd starting to cheer for it, wanting to see this ace confirmed. The reposition. And it's going to be able to shut it down. Scuba isolating, finding more damage. Yetajay now tagged up. It's still 20 seconds to play with. They will just set up a high-low. MasterCard Thrifty will be found.
हेलो
Just
हमको ये समझ में नहीं आया है कुछ कर दिया साइड मिल गया सीटी छोड़ मतलब मेन छोड़ के सब शॉट क्यों भाग रहे उसको मारने के लिए सब शॉट भाग गया भाई उसको मारने के लिए
right there is gorgeous. Just simply stunning.
If there's one way to get the blood pumping, that certainly is it.
Now, shop.
This is far from over. The money still there for this buy. No outlaw for the half armor punish. As NRG gonna look to try to make this very aggressive.
Rotates here though.
Stacking this one up, and NRG immediately have to pump the brakes. Call a cancel on this push.
I love this though, leaving Brock behind. Probably leaves an extra player over here for Foot potentially, but they have kind of read into this nicely. This is good macro.
I have the spike.
Putting the 3 back over to CB. A couple SMGs though, gonna be in NRG's hands, so may have them pondering perhaps he is gonna be a little bit more tenable.
Mata out onto the jet, the up and over from Mata. Not able to find a punish quite just yet. Will force a reposition, tailwing over into the corner. Spike gets planted and stopped, ends up getting pound. Zeus now eliminated the duelist down. NRG looking to steal it one way. Yetajay scales forward, is able to find Ethan, opens up the side a little bit more for them, but the counter spam is going to be brutal. The shock dart into the corner, ends up taking them low, but Cristali just doesn't have anything else.
reload kar lena bro.
Ends up losing his life, but Kiko now the run it back. Want to be immediately invested, immediately shut down as Cristali finds a headshot. The push forward, Kiko eliminated. And Cristali tried to do it all, finds the first. But the time again, it's just being bought, it's being drained, and Cristali has to make his exit.
Well played, man. Well played, NRG.
Persevere through the round, and they once again take the lead.
I mean, I'm still thinking back to what Scuba said in the interview before the match today about how they just want to brawl. You know, we know that Foot's going to bring that fast tempo, that aggressive style, and we just have to match it, and they do here, just barely, but they do. Able to hold the line on the backside.
Slugfest was the term that he used.
It's like, it was that.
This is a mud fight.
That hey, you can have a slugfest in the mud.
That's true.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh man.
अगर ये round गया तो इको है.
Now look at the buy this time, not with those knives to try to rely on.
Right.
2 sheriffs alongside these vandals.
Both teams' economy not quite stabilized. Even NRG has to buy down to a Bulldog to get full armor for Ethan.
Now Walkabout not going to be able to find anything. The drone just going to be cleared by Mata. It's typical positioning for the start of the round, so this doesn't give any real information over to Foot yet.
Trying to show a little bit of a different look because they've been giving up some of the sewer space early to NRG. Foot maneuvers. Sop down in there. Try to see if they could catch NRG sleeping. Trying to push and try to, you know, open up the space for those rotates. Instead, NRG just cuts down. They just want to slip on through towards C. Drone will give it away, but oh, are they going to be ready for this fast reposition?
Well, the smoke is pretty delayed, so they're already going to be able to scale forward. That camera again situated. But does Scuba tap it is the question. Zeus is maybe slipped the net. Yes, he's managed to work his way forward into the garage.
Spike planted.
Detection on the one. So attention can be tied to this angle, and Scuba's just going to be looking to hold this line. But Mata now going to be caught. Anticipating that counter swing, but not from Scuba's position. So he ends up falling. The flash connecting the Neural Theft going to be invested. Player positions now revealed as Ethan holds them back with that paranoia. Kiko taking point is going to be good for one, but will get traded out. Scuba now going to spam down. Sociable able to find that kill. Cleaning up Ethan now into the 1v1. the tap, and Brock is going to be waiting for that confirmation. The hold up to half. And now can try to find it time.
क्यों इतना ज़्यादा पीक दे रहा है भाई?
Hits the headshot. The
Bro,
defuse is in.
आराम से करना भाई, इतना ज़्यादा ओवर पीक दे रहा है उसको.
11-11.
Oh, what a hero!
उसको
Couple big
टैप तो
rounds
करने
here.
दे.
Foot still in this. Tie it back up. This is just, again, absolutely scrappy. Just trades back and forth. I mean, you got to give both teams credit in that regard, where everybody's in a position where they could follow up off of each other. And so it's really well coordinated on both sides. NRG saying, hey,
इतना ज़्यादा ओवर पीक की जरूरत ही नहीं था. ज़्यादा ओवर पीक
is
दे
the
दिया.
money. That round right there was a big deal
tap भी
in
नहीं
that
किया.
regard. Mata does have his Blade Storm. It's his turn to give us an incredible performance like we saw from Sop. He's just pushing up towards A.
Nico, though, he's already forwarded in the garage, and yeah, Crystalli's going to be taken down. Mata has just opened up the site. The spike now be scooped up, and the interception from Kiko is completely unanticipated. NRG playing a gorgeous map. It's Zeus. He's made noise around the back. They're just going to look to multi-face to take him down, and they will be able to do just that. Sociable cannot line up the shots. And Sop now needs to be the hero again.
That was a ghost.
He's reading the pivot. But does he know? Kiko setting up this blaze wall, could have made his way into the site. He's got to try to clear it out, and he cannot. It is a MasterCard Thrifty. As NRG,
match point.
They get themselves to match point. They break the bank of foot.
This is madness. They're all over the map. They're just pushing individually. This is an ISO call. Look at this. He outduels him with a ghost. Insane stuff from NRG. And yeah, Vlad knows that one.
The faith is starting to dwindle. The hope being crushed. They need a Thrifty of their own if they want to push this into overtime.
Double Outlaws, 3 players, going to be one tap to those. Absolutely frightening, but Foot going for an early hit and not going to find any contact.
They're immediately going to start rotating off of that. Spike still dropped back towards the spawn. NRG not needing to commit to anything quite just yet.
Well, NRG anticipated a push out. They just didn't guess the right angle. They were thinking maybe a mid push, something like that. Looking for something a little bit different. But just goes for something a little bit more standard.
Kiko is one away.
जा Kiko जाओ, ए जा ले ले. ए जा के ओब ले ले, उसका ulti मार दे पे.
Peek at that.
Feels like this is going to have to be a wombo combo play. That convergent paths alongside the Hunter's Fury to try to shut this down. NRG though still keeping their push disguised. Some noise made out in the mid. Tripwire going to be cleared by the shot dart.
जा और ले ले भाई. उसका आराम से entry ले ले.
Create as much confusion, as many question marks on the map as they can.
Going to be sent. Sop to be spotted.
30 seconds
Hunter's Fury is going to be called in. Crystalli trying to peel back some of this pressure. Scuba lurking forward. Sociable there on the corner. Able to find a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, Yedijay, the push out of garage. He looks for a little bit more, but now sees another player has to backpedal away. The turn of the flash. Sociable able to find one. Kiko going to be shut down. The spray and pray from Yedijay is able to find Scuba. And Foot managed to persevere. This map, this series
जबरदस्ती
is
नहीं
not
कर रहे
over
कि
yet.
एनर्जी जो शांति से ही नहीं जा सकता था क्या? इतना इजी राउंड था वो.
Going to overtime.
And we're getting our first one here, Masters London. Our first overtime of the event. Hard to imagine it took this long, but this is exactly what you wanted to see. Foot just mirroring the rotation so nicely. NRG trying to do everything they could, but to create a confusion on the map. But that clear of that trip kind of gave away the script a little bit, maybe. That's okay, because got a couple opportunities. It's going to be Foot starting on that attacker side. Both teams going to have 7 in that regard, so slightly favored. Mata, glass cannon. Shot dart misses. Brock going to have to re-clear with the drone. Going to see the waylay. That's a lot of info because generally where Zeus is, there's going to be some more members behind it. Drone as well.
They are stacked up. This is going to be an absolute mess of a brawl, and it's one that NRG are coming on top of. Sop and Suits immediately dispatched as they get eliminated, and now Foot going to be scrambling, scratching their heads, wondering where in the hell they can find success on this map.
What a setup there. Having that extra layer with the tripwire completely nullifies that hit. Now you're gonna have to play for retake, it seems. Don't anticipate that Kiko's gonna want to take a fight other than just make sure they don't push, they don't take any extra space.
But how do you try to fan out from here? Still 2 away from 100's Fury. Deep angle not going to be great. The tripwire will alert the initial start of this flank. Still have another one set up over at C Long, so it seems like with that in mind, they're going to just try to play within the site itself, take these fights up close and personal. The 3-player approach from Garage. Paranoia going to be sent out. Yetajay blinded up, but not at risk. You can turn a curveball. You could find success, but Cristali able to find one. Tucks back. Yetajay comes away with 2.
Remaining.
Sociable finds the shot, and now it is all down to Brock. They're trying to find this opening around, and he cannot! The 3v5 to convert it, and Foot now are up to map point.
Patience pays dividends here. That's his own smoke. That's really nicely thought out by Sociable to give him a little bit of an extra angle and an escape valve there so he can continue to do damage. And he does just that. And it's going to be a quick pump. The brakes have been pressed. NRG going to quickly take some time to talk this through. You only get 1 here in overtime, and they immediately want to make sure that this attacker side round is going to be something that'll at least keep this overtime alive.
Oh, and what a map this has turned out to be. NRG with a timeout looking to try to get that reset. Spoiler alert, looks like Sop gonna be going for the same thing here, that glass cannon operator currently in hand. Yetajay with an Odin. They want this to end. They want to take a breather, to go to Fracture. And try to close it from here, but for NRG, they need to rally back into this, get themselves up to 15. They want to close this in 2-0 fashion.
Well, it's been a lot of different looks that NRG has shown on their attacker side, so a little tough to kind of guess initially, but Foot gonna hedge their bets a little bit, putting the Cypher util across A, B, and Garage. So they're trying to see if they can garner a little bit of information. NRG trying to see if there's anything. Nothing at long A, and they're walking maybe into a trap.
Gonna fall back here.
Oh, Zeus, he's gonna have to strike very quickly here, but he's gonna be taken down. Bottom able to find one, but Yetajay with that Odin, able to deliver 2 kills. Backpedals away off that blind. Meanwhile, Sop is checking forward. Still has that operator, gets himself into a rough position, but will be able to jump back. And Kiko, he's gonna jump up into the Garage. And suddenly, it's a 2v4 with Brock down to 30, putting an immense amount of weight and pressure on the shoulders of Scuba. And Cristali could just win it right here.
Spike down B.
The headshot found, and Brock now one of the best players for this team during stage 1. Has to do it all. He finds the first, but eats more damage for health. This should be him dead, and it is. Sociable will find it, but close out Haven, 14-12. And that means we are going the distance. We are going to Fracture.
This was a hell of a map. It came damn close. But it's Foot who's going to show the resilience against one of the most resilient teams we have in Valorant. The young upstarts force a Fracture, keep their chances for playoffs alive.
An incredible map here, an incredible series, and Fracture should deliver as well, so do not go anywhere.
Give me that funky beat, y'all.
I know you. I know you.
And it goes like this. Straight from the underground. And it goes like this. Straight from the underground.
I know you. I know you hear me. I know you hear me, baby. I know you hear me, baby. I know you hear me.
We have our first overtime at Masters of London with Foot bringing it to the full series. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Victoria, joined by Minnie and Billy. And Foot survive another map.
Yeah, and there's off a hero round here. Like we saw on Lotus, those post plants coming in strong from Foot. It seems like when they're in those 3v5s, in those heavy disadvantages, you can't count them out. They're able to set up nice crossfires and get nice kills going on. I do have to question once again, though, NRG fundamentally shouldn't be losing 5v3s as a world champion.
Well, I mean, Billy has an argument for this.
I do.
With Foot.
Oh, yeah.
The
I
Foot
mean,
believer.
Yeah, I am the Foot believer, but I think that you could definitely see the preparation coming into Haven. They're probably actually not super happy the fact that it ended up going to overtime, because we saw how great they looked on that map previously, but I think the fact that they were able to close it out when the pressure got to that much, you know, we'd heard from Vlad previously about how, oh, we should be winning this map, we're not quite being able to close them out, but this time, finally being able to close that out, hoping to go into this third map confident.
Now, Sop was a little bit quiet in the earlier part of this map, and he ended up stepping it back up. And Crystalli is another player that also was super impactful.
Yeah, it seems like every time he's on Haven, he's performing well. Some good clutches there for him. Here we see some nice executes on the A side of the map from Foot in this game. I had criticized NRG's defense that it was often way too passive, and I think that Foot did a great job punishing that by going towards that A site and execing there. Because if you get the advantage there at all, or even go even, that A side of the map is so easy to post plant, and there we saw a nice little Waylay ult, Sop dash combo there to also open it up.
Yeah, definitely. Very explosive team coming into this, and Zeus having such a great performance as we've already highlighted. It's really nice to see that full confidence coming in from him. And what I really liked from Foot's game plan coming into today was no sort of overextensions, right? We've seen so many times where there's maybe moments where they need to be a little bit more disciplined, although I will say there was a round that Sop had where he shouldn't have done the things that he did. I think it was like a 2v1 where he jumped up with a shorty against Kiko, and then they ended up losing it. So I think coming into this last map, if they can kind of find that balance of overextending when they need to and being proactive and gathering that space on their attack, but then also just taking it back a little bit and remembering those protocols and being able to have that kind of discipline.
Now, you mentioned this is Crystalli's map, but Zeus absolutely on form.
Yeah, in EMEA, he was playing a lot of Phoenix. It wasn't going so well, but they managed to find the Waylay, and the Waylay for him has been phenomenal every time he plays it. And it's just beautiful to see. He's been up there with Sop. We said that Sop had a bit of a quieter game. It doesn't matter this time around because at this event, Zeus has been performing. It's not just been the Sop show. Zeus has been up there with him every time.
And let's not forget, Zeus was part of this roster from kickoff last year, so he's been there from this older generation of Foot to this new era of Foot. And I think the way that he's been able to settle in and also have a greater performance, I think, ever since the arrival of Sop, we're really seeing that confidence come through from him. 262 ACS on that Waylay. It's been really impressive for him to come onto this global stage and have the performance that he's been having.
What I really like is you were pointing out the very different styles these two teams have approached to this, but it has been neck and neck every single round for both maps.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, once again, criticizing NRG on that defense side for doing a lot of flood rotations rather than pushing out. Again, on Fracture, that's something I'm also going to be critical of. They like to play some kind of flood style once again, and I don't think that the map theory wants you to do that. I think that it suits Foot's style of play a lot more in the sense that it's all about pushing out and being proactive. Holding these sites is extremely hard, and so going onto this map, that is what I'm also looking at once again for NRG's defense.
I think for Foot's defense specifically, because that's the side that they'll be starting on, I'm looking at how they're going to make improvements in comparison to how their game against Vitality went. They only managed to win 4 rounds on the defense there. However, in saying that, the defensive protocols that they had against FullSense in the very opening series was really good. As we mentioned, taking control of those extremities, Sop and Zeus being the star kind of players in terms of that, but then also Yetajay being such a great site anchor.
I think what it was is that Foot are very aggressive on defensive Fracture, like I love, but Vitality had the read. They just sat back and wait for it. I think that it's about Foot not being so one-dimensional about those push-outs. I think it is the way to play the map. It's just that you can't just do it so obviously.
Yeah, don't just be taking A main space. Give us some bridge crunches and things like this. Not just pushing out of one avenue, but actually gathering that and just denying information from NRG as much as possible. You don't want them to be getting into these post-plant situations.
It is also a map where that Jet, I do think, has its weaknesses. When you want to push out on this map, you want to have those ray satchels, you want to have that neon stun, you want to have ways to trap people in. And the Jet doesn't provide that. And so to me, it ends up being about Sop's individual form. If he's just pushing out, he's going to need to win aim duels. And then the last map is a little bit quieter. He cannot be quiet on this map.
Well, because of how competitive it is right now, every single player is going to be needing to step up for Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. Zeus swapping, well, he's not swapped, but he's on the Raze right now. I'd love to see him honestly play the Waylay on this map, but he has been decent on the Raze.
Yeah, I have to agree. And then when we look over towards NRG's side, we're going to see Mada picking up that Waylay. I'm intrigued to see how that looks. We also see Brock being on this Brimstone. Now, this is an agent that he's been having to pick up across a couple of maps. Of course, we're very much used to this man on your screen right now being on that Sova, being on that Odin, but has started picking up the Brimstone, the Vise, and whatnot more recently.
The attack side for the Waylay, it's strange that he's not got too much support here, but look out for him dashing into tower, and then if there's nobody there, he can continue to go onto the site and they don't have to use much utility. If there's any danger in tower, he can just saturate right back, refract right back out.
And on the opposing side, it is usually Yetajay that is being a little rat in tower. We saw it so many times in their series and on Fracture so far throughout this.
I think Kiko on the Phoenix, this is the map that Phoenixes love. You've got 4 orbs on the map to farm. Kiko has been farming as well as a player. I hope that he's able to get a lot of ults on this half. He could be the defining factor about going into this playoff.
Yes, that's right. This is for playoffs. This is a do or die situation here. This is the last life for these teams to move on. So Foot or NRG, they really want this NRG. Reigning champs, so much experience. You have so many expectations of them. Minnie, you've been a little bit more critical of them, but as you should be for a team that's already won a huge trophy versus a Turkish team who's really trying to win it all for the very first time. Now, fast, aggressive teams, they work well with momentum. So is Foot going to carry forward in this map, or is it going to be NRG continuing into playoffs as we send it back to our casters?
A third and final map to determine it all. It's best to simplify it, to boil it down, a best of one to determine who moves forward and who makes their early exit from Masters London. Foot pushed to the brink to manage to make it the Fracture. But will that momentum build-up be enough to carry them forward? They've been good in the pistols. Let's see if that continues or if NRG can still come out on top.
Looks like, again, Foot looking for the north side crunch. Throw out the haunt, but there's nobody there, so they immediately turn their attention back over.
Zeus looking for that clearance here, but
Let's go. भाई ये तो एनर्जी निकालेगा भाई. ये कंफर्म एनर्जी निकालेगा. भाई एनर्जी निकालेगा साथ के साथ वो मर जाते हैं भाई ये लोग. Kupa 1 HP, Kiko 1 HP. Kiko तो हो गया 70 तक जाएगा होगा. 71, 77, 83, 88. अच्छा 88 लग गया.
He will look to make this A-site plant, but he'll be able to get the spot out. Kiko now picked apart. It's just Scuba with 16 health, doubling back through Arcade. And this just looks nigh impossible. I mean, Yetajay completely untouched. Two players would go down to a single shot from the Sheriff, but how are you meant to isolate when you're just so outnumbered? Finds the first.
अगर वो लाइनअप में लग जाता ब्रो, अगर वो लाइनअप में लगता,
gonna be one that maybe NRG ends up kicking themselves about a little bit. They just keep pushing through, and Sociable, Sop holding both sides here. Canteen and Gen, they say no. We know you guys like to get aggressive. We are perfectly poised to push back. They do more than that. Huge win here for Foot.
मुझे तो लग रहा है स्वैप लेगा भाई इस बार.
A little bit wanting against Vitality to compare to what we saw against Full Sense, but I think you got to kind of take some of those lessons you learned from Full Sense and just take some fights.
Look for that up and over. Yetajay ringing out a shot. Position going to be known. Cage popped to push forward though, and Kiko not clearing out that back corner of the site. The spike now going to be on the floor. Sociable looking for a little bit more. Will end up falling, but it's just Ethan dead as Yetajay will find himself 3, and Foot get a very clean anti-eco.
Exactly what you needed. Some pretty quick rotations over. Hold of the line on the site. So Foot well poised to do some more damage potentially on this bonus. They're going to be carrying a lot over. Tremendous work there by Sociable with the Bulldog. And Yetajay, so good. He just always seems to come up with these big multi-kill rounds when Foot needs them. That one right there just really clean.
It's another really strong start for Sociable as well on Fracture. Trying to get an orbital strike online very quickly.
Good point.
Seems like NRG wary of a potential Southside crunch. Yetajay is going to go on a walkabout. He's going to continue to scale forward. Slotted here against the wall. Toggles the camera. He's able to spot it out. Yetajay finds 3. The Neural Theft spotting out the 2 remaining players. But Foot now so well favored to convert this bonus.
नहीं निकलेगा. सेव कर ले.
Forward, the tripwire in position.
सेव कर ले.
Is Kiko going to be one away from a run it back? Find one more kill. Might feel like he has to commit it, that he can commit it into this round to try to get the conversion, but he will not be able to find that elimination. Scuba trying to isolate them and pick them apart, but he cannot. 3-0 start from Foot. It looks like that momentum has indeed carried forward.
Well, he does it again. Another massive ulti kill for Yetajay. And they just don't quite read off of that cam. He's got so many tricky setups. You know, the desk was talking about, Billy was talking about how annoying he is in tower, but this one catches him off guard as he slots forward. And he's so annoying on that Cypher. Every piece of util, you never know. There's going to be him or somebody else playing off of it. Now you can go into the Outlaw for Sop. They're going to buy a little bit of time there. Quick haunts exchange, so Cook going to be pretty well aware, and they're going to be quickly rotating up on the north side.
A quick spawn out, double dash up in a tower. It's a very fast wraparound for Mata. As Cage will drop, Ethan going to be spotted in the corner. Tagged up, Cristalli just holding down M1, trying to find that elimination, but it's going to be Yetajay just running and gunning to find the enemy IGL. Spike brought forward onto the site, but no closer to really getting this plant enacted. They're going to try to commit for it now, but the players are just getting picked apart. Planted in the corner, as Brock will just be able to find 2 kills with a right click. A little bit of damage to try to slow down this balloon of the economy, but it's still going to be that 4-0 start in NRG. We might be looking at another early timeout call from Bunkar on the other side.
Yeah, I would think so. This is just really good stuff from Foot. They're so fast to rotate. They're so fluid on this map, and that's exactly what Fracture needs. That's what defenders need to do. One of the things I kind of was worried about with
Bambino.
Yeah.
Feeling confident that they have the read.
Absolutely. But one of the things that some
चलो ये
teams
round हैं
kind
टाइम आउट
of
नहीं आया
rely on in this map is like holding the line with the Cypher and the Brim and doing things like that. And I think Foot got a
टाइम
little
आउट
too
आना चाहिए था
passive,
तो
gave maybe Vitality a little
अच्छा
bit
ये
too much
राउंड
respect.
लिखेगा होगा ये राउंड चेक
Like what
करने
we're
के बाद
seeing
टाइम आउट
here.
लिखा होगा
Making those early reads, making those aggressive push
ये
outs
थोड़ा
to
ज़्यादा
try to get
डिफेंसिव नहीं
info
हो
quick.
गया
They're doing it again here. Deep haunt at tree. This time, NRG wants to try to confuse them by going to the
शायद
other
पता
side
चल
off
गया
of
कि
that.
स्वैप ऑफ कर रहा है लेके स्वैप ऑफ
See if they can find any purchase, but Trip here. Set up for Yeta J to give them a little bit of extra info. Mata calling it out. Kiko already has his ult, so doesn't need the orb.
Stop at the moment, staring in towards Halls. As there's the tripwire cleared. Yet a Giant trying to keep him protected. Sop's just going to be tucked into the corner now, scouted out, spotted. Slips the net though. He drops up over the top towards Dish side. Meanwhile, this is going to be on for one as Yet a J does get taken down, but Sop is rewarded. The snap back on the ultimate. He found
क्या
Kiko.
चल रहा है भाई मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा सोप कैसे इतना लकी बन रहा है ब्रो और ट्यूनिस को होल्ड करने के लिए कोई नहीं है
That wasn't even a snapback. Either way. Stolly picked apart. It's just going to be 3 players strong over in Halls. As this is pretty much impossible to break. I mean, if you had the orbital strike now, feel pretty decent about the odds, but needs to be able to find that first kill, and he cannot. Mata will be able to find that 3K. The operator able to be carried forward, and this was a big all-in gamble from NRG that ends up paying off.
But it almost doesn't. What a play here from Sop. I mean, yes, NRG gets the round. Nice work by Mata to lock down the post plant, but that maneuver there to deal with the Phoenix ult, dude, oh my God. That was incredible movement from Sop.
It felt like that was going to be the round-winning play, but
yeah,
NRG still able to persevere.
Kiko के लिए
Their
कोई hold
orbital
क्यों नहीं
strike
किया?
now going to be online as well as the Nightfall.
And Mata's one away from a convergent path. But with all this pressure Foot's been creating, making it a little bit difficult to find that early orb quickly. A rethink of ideas. Of course, with that op there as well. You can always look to that to just give you
कैमरा
that ult
लगा के
and have
बैठा हुआ
it
है
post plant potentially.
क्या ओप का सर अंदर होने वाला है
Nightfall just going to be connecting onto the one. Yet J backpedaling deeper into Canteen. Spawn clears out the rest of the site. Kiko eating a bit of spam early. He'll be able to get himself healed back up. Meanwhile, Scuba dancing around over towards that bench side.
Kiko दो ले लिया
away with 2 kills. Searchable. Yet J both going to be taken down. Cristalli able to find the one, but nothing more. The 2v4 now. Spike still in tower. Kiko already halfway to another run it back.
Love that.
तो क्रॉस कैसे होगा अभी ओप आ गया भाई
Just trying to get deeper
अभी
out
क्रॉस
onto
कैसे
the
होने वाला
sand.
बता दे
Find anything that he can. Does he have a corner to tuck in? No, he does not. He's going to be burned to a crisp.
बाप रे बाप उसके लिए
What a read, whether it's Brock, whether it's Ethan
एक
making the
off
call.
को
Either
मारने के लिए वो
way,
ulti मार
that secures the round win. NRG able to find 2 in a row.
It's just incredible. They're able to just barely find that open space. It's hard as the defenders. You got to talk about how proactive you have to be, but it is Fracture, so you end up not always being able to cover all your bases. And NRG sniffs out the open space, starts dissecting players, removing them from the round one by one.
Should be राउंड निकाला है पर वो आरती का जरूरत था क्या ब्रो का कोई समझ में नहीं आ रहा ब्रो का आरती का जरूरत था
if you so choose. There's a little bit of money here, but a couple players pretty low on the side of Foot. Sop only at 150 credits, but does have the Blade Storm, so he's A-okay.
They've got Zeus 2 charges from a showstopper. Feels like NRG just taking the measured play to not try to eventually funnel some more over to him. One around to be found. And Sociable just dead from behind.
Nice positioning there from Kiko. That's a great job. We've seen some really good reads on
जंपर
where
जंपिंग
some of
करके
these
देख
teams
लेता
want to
कहां
position
खेल रहा है
themselves
सब
for
उसका
their
स्मोक
ults,
कर
and the
देता
other team has to
चला जाता
counter
आगे
quickly to try to deal with it. So some really good preparation being shown. Blade Storm is going to go. Once again, looking for some kind of pressure. I mean, this has been their kind of go-to plan here early.
Scuba far enough around that corner to not get spotted if this north side swing does continue. Pulls off the camera for now, but now we'll have the spot out as the cam gets cleared. We have to know that he's going to be on that arcade side, but seems like Foot off the back of that haunt, sussing out that this is going to be another A hit coming in. So he's going to be chucked out. Crystalli unable to clear that Prowler fast enough, but Sup arriving, has the tailwind away. Convergent paths ends up getting sent. Mana goes diving forward. From up and over the top, Sup cannot deliver a single kill. Only a tiny lick of damage. On to Kiko. Zeus has arrived on the scene. Spike stuck on site. Paint Shell gonna be good to get a good amount of damage and pushes Brock out into the open, but he narrowly is able to find that elimination. That means that Zeus now down to 30. Tries to create some pressure around the back, but it's gonna be Scuba on this flank now arriving. Finding the first, Sociable with a tap, and he will quickly fall thereafter. Scuba finds the final two, and NRG 1 round away from tying things up.
And I wouldn't be too surprised now to see a timeout from Foot. We never did see one from NRG. They held it close to the vest. You've got to be kidding me, Mata. That is ridiculous. The no-scope blinded up. Gets the kill anyway. And then Scuba pressured early in the round and just uses that against his opponents to slowly work his way through to have the dagger to seal the round. And indeed, it will be Foot's timeout now in our Coinbase win condition. I think you just got to stop going dish so much. I mean, it's just been too much of that where they're trying to get those early crunches. You know, Foot had a lot of success with this, especially against Full Sense, but also a little bit against Vitality where you're able to catch that, you know, first player out a little bit, maybe get that quick pick or at least force them back to make the quick rotations. And they try to do that here, but the fact that Sop doesn't get any value out of that Blade Storm, really brutal in terms of finding a win condition for that round.
Yeah, and I think a big part of this is just trying to pick the players up a little bit more here. Clearly have cooled off a bit. Zeus, I mean, not expecting him to have the same level of impact with his raise as he was having on the Waylay. He's looked very, very strong on that. But him at 4 kills, right there with him. And then Crystalli again with a bit of a soft start into this map in particular. There's a lot of things that you want to just tune up and fix going into this next round. Otherwise, NRG, they're going to be breaking your economy again and tying up the scoreline. Granted, you are starting from this defender side. There's still a lot to try to tally as Mata's going to be able to continue with these operators for quite some time. There's plenty of cash available to NRG, and Kiko nearly has that next run it back.
Yeah, it's a pivotal round for Foot. Showstopper in there. You get a buy-in. You get this to go. You're going to give yourself a really good shout at it. Even or
ये लोग का यूटिल यूज ना हमको समझ में नहीं आता है, पता है हम लोग का यूटिल यूज और ये लोग का यूटिल यूज अलग ही लेवल का होता है। ये लोग पूरा टाइमिंग मिला लेते हैं, बंदा नहीं दिखते होने से भी ये लोग का टाइमिंग मिल जाता है। ये देखो
look at his deep trip on B too from Yetajay over at Chen.
Oh, face forward and Sop will just immediately find that kill. Trip is now going to be cleared. Mata checking back that operator at the ready. Still no prowlers. Try to face in this. They nearly line up. Crystalli lucky to not be taken down at the same time. The Haunt now going to be invested, but they are already well aware of what is waiting them on the other side. Kiko, however, going to be found. Neural Theft immediately chucked out. Seeing these players retreating back through the spawn, and Social's going to try to find the catch, and he does. Brock.
Bro, कुछ भी भाग रहा है भाई. वो सोच नहीं सकते हैं क्या कि आ गया होगा अलगे.
On this recovery, will be able to find the spike, but you still have Crystalli tucked back on the A site. Takes his way up and over the top, and seems like they're trying to assess which way they should go, but it's just going to be down 6 feet under. There's Mata now spotted, trying to clear this corner. The shot will whiff. Refracts back around the corner, but Yetajay has him outdone. The headshot found the operator, going to be lost, and Foot able to maintain a lead.
That's huge. Really nice timeout call here. Going to get that early pick onto Ethan, who's just not quite ready for that full push out. And Yetajay having a laugh over that one. And here's the crazy thing, didn't need to use the showstopper there as Foot. So you still got that in your back pocket.
Crystalli gets one away from that Nightfall.
Yeah, really nice round from Crystalli. Great hedging of your bets there as Foot, saying, okay, we've got control over B. Let's send one to A because we're giving up a little bit of space into mid towards our spawn. And that works a treat. Over up onto the north side. So now NRG saying, okay, we know you're not doing those dish pushes anymore.
We heard the tap of the door, but does give it the space. Orbit collected. Crystalli now with a Nightfall online. Yetajay trying to watch the camera, has a tiny little gap to peek through, but Blaze Wall is going to be set up as well.
I think they're going to try to pop the trip over on Mata's side and then set up for the execute. Try to see if they can pull some players. Or they might just change directions if he just gets enough space.
For now, it's a massive scale forward in the tower. Yetajay. Curveball goes in a little bit behind him, but still can't get the vision out, so will end up getting picked apart. He go out in front of this Molly. The rest of the team going to be held back by it for the moment.
I'll find you.
It will be the Haunt. Start things off first, but the clear comes in. Tap of the plant. Nightfall at the ready. Ethan, however, playing front gen. Very much catch them off guard. It looks like Sop at the same time and taking damage. She's down to 30.
अल्टी आने वाला है
Going to be sent. Kiko.
जुइस का अल्टी आने वाला है जुइस का अल्टी आने वाला है
Of a spacing to be able to
गंदा
avoid
फंसा
that.
है फंसा
Chuck forward though.
है
Ethan dead. Paint Shell now out. Saturate will be able to connect, slowing them down a little bit, and Kiko still trying to find his way out of this corner. The curveball going to be sent through, but backs himself up, but it's going to be the covering fire out from tower. They're trying to keep him in this round. And Scuba will be able to find Sop.
1v1 हो जाना था
NRG rally right back into this one as operators are going to be collected. One round away from tying this up.
Yeah, and it's just a really good counter read here from Ethan, doing a nice job at the beginning of the round, understanding that the methodology has changed for Foot, so we can change ours. Using that Phoenix really nicely to clear some space as Kiko. That's huge there. Talked about what a problem Yetajay can be. To eliminate him early from that B site makes it oh so much easier.
And they're going to be carrying this double operator forward.
Oh my.
No, that there isn't going to be one on the other side. So can give them some very favorable opening duels.
In fact, just a stinger for Yetajay. Couldn't even buy up
काफी
here.
है वो स्टिंगर से मार देते हैं भाई तेरा बहुत गलत
Potentially a little weird.
स्कूबा तेरे साथ बहुत गलत होने वाला है भाई अब पिकअप भी बता देता है
Quickly turn back
बोल ही
around.
दिया
It's a little bit of a delayed reaction, and Sop is actually able to find Mana. Finds the further away player, and now Scuba frantically trying to find something that he can get. Manages to find the one kill, but
बोला ही
Scuba
था
right back
गलत
up.
होने वाला है बोल
Puts Foot now in a key advantage position. C's going to be out. Cristalli isolated, taken down off the decay. Yetajay, however, still here with that stinger. He's able to finish the job, swaps over to the Classic, eventually will be pushed out as Brock finds that elimination. Now the orbital strike available for him as the spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
Sky Smoke down, just trying to slot his way out towards main, and
Baap re
is able to win the
baap,
fight
Zeus
versus
kya
Zeus
hoga
as
hai?
well. Tap now, called in the orbital strike. Pushing Sociable off of that plant, the Molly. Gonna be layered in as well, just no chance, no
वो
way.
अभी का जरूरत क्या था जब वो मोली था
Try to
तो
hold this one a half. Sky Smoke cleared. Ethan getting the spot, the tap. He's anticipating this rewrap. Takes down Brock. And now into the 1v1. The defuse being stuck. Can he just hold the completion? He absolutely can! A Red Bull clutch!
वो अभी रिवील का जरूरत ही नहीं था इतना
Let's put get up to 6.
अभी
And he
जरूरत नहीं था
somehow manages to survive.
That is
इथन का मिस्टेक था उसमें
so unbelievably well played.
इतना अच्छा खेला पर वो वाला एरिया वो हाक दिया क्योंकि अल्टी आया है मोली था
Reminds me of what Forsaken did on Sunset the other year. You put it just a little bit in front of you, and it makes it a lot harder for the opponents to guess where you're at. And he even gives himself an angle to play around the side. That's gotta feel good.
The tension buildup and the relief, but it has still been some back and forth. I'm sure the coaching staff would love to see some consecutive round wins to close out this half. NRG still with an opportunity to try to tie this up. We still are going to have money widely for another bye.
And
Win or lose this round.
He gets one away from the convergent pass there. Sociable will have his ult, though.
They slow things down. Scuba tucked over a bench. Can try to get the up and over with this jet.
So tempting to just try to wait out Scuba there to see if he'll maybe push around the other side. Instead, they do end up clearing the trip. Are they going to try to take the zip here? They're just going to hold Zeus in the back.
स्कूबा को बुद्धू बनने के लिए ट्राई कर रहा है पता है
Intercept that flank. They have a solid enough read on his position, but they still need to be able to try to hold the line here at the A side. Saturate going to be chucked in, Sop able to tuck back, dodges that one out of the orbital strike. Locks off Ethan for the moment. Cloudburst down. They fill this space. 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be Zeus now. Here within the side of Paint Shell at the ready. Could just chuck it into the corner. He would find an immense amount of value. But it's going to be Sop. Able to come away with one. Zeus now back towards Sands. Finds Kiko. Sociable finds Ethan. And Scuba can't find anything. A flawless round to chain together another one. And Foot, they get up to 7, now looking for an 8 and 4 half.
Yeah, just the stall and coordination here from Foot. So nice. Sociable again. Doesn't need to light up the kill feed, but he uses his ult to allow a reposition to just completely thwart this attack. And then NRG's left guessing where they're going to be on site. And the reaction from Foot. So clean. So you still have just enough for most of a buy. Scuba only on a Guardian. Now you're going more of a default here for Foot. A little bit of a push out from Sop. But everybody else just trying to hold it be, just kind of guessing that this is how NRG is going to react behind strikes from behind.
A bit of a bait there. I know it. Zeus trying to push forward. Meanwhile, Sociable not ready to get off the iPad. Mata takes it out of his hands. An amazing start to this round here for NRG, who very much need this round win. Zip across to the south side from Crystalli. Yetajay trying to push forward through that cage. And will be able to find one.
Call क्यों नहीं दिया?
Eliminated. But as that smoke will fall, so too shall Yetajay. Asop is the last one. A 1v3. Looks for Ethan, finds it. Let's work down the 12 health. Now the 1v2, the reposition.
ये मत हक देना भाई.
Wrapping around through
easy round है ये.
the Molotov there to buy some time. A shout out to a squad that could not qualify, and Sop widely feeling like this round is likely going to be done, and it is. Kiko is able to get NRG up to 5.
Maybe a little shout out to Alfier. It's his birthday, so that could be it. But
could be.
Ooh, what a back and forth! But again, really solid defender side stuff from Foot.
I mean, after a 4-0 start,
you
gotta be feeling decent about that one for NRG, but this needs to be an immaculate defense. If Foot can find another pistol, that might just be curtains.
स्मोक का चला गया भाई बेमैन का. स्मोक होता तो शायद वो किल निकाल देना था. अब तक तो अच्छा मैच चल रहा है.
I saw that Hazza was co-streaming today, so I had to come and say hello. How's it going up here?
Yeah, it's good. You know, it's a little bit more relaxed than being on the broadcast, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable. We need you back in VCT EMEA. I'll be asking you about that after we finish this interview, because right now I need to ask you who you think is going to win, because I was saying I feel like mentally it's going to be really tough for NRG right now.
See, this is the problem that I've got, Frankie, because I've got NRG in my pick'ems, and I've got a Foot jersey with my name on it behind you here. So whichever way you flip it, I'm a bit of a fraud. But I think since we're in London, got to go with the EMEA team.
Oh, you don't want to go for the team that's got the British player on it?
I'm sorry, Kiko. I guess I'm going for...
We're all sorry, Kiko, but you know what? There are some big fans of Kiko in the audience, and they're actually booing you right now, Hazza. What do you have to say to your newfound enemies?
You know, not everyone can be loved. I'll stick with Foot.
And you have such a lovely, kind, generous face, but inside this man, heart of steel. Let's head back into the game.
He's going for Foot, and Foot right now are going for broke. They're looking to lock up this win over our reigning champions of NRG. Found themselves in 3rd place at Master Santiago, and now we're staring down the barrel of potential elimination, being denied access to the playoffs.
Still a shout here, still some hope, but it's going to take a really good defender side. Foot have positioned themselves to go into that playoffs, to join Vitality. As an EMEA team, 2 would make it if they can do it. Regional pride, but definitely the pride of this young team, this young squad that came together and has shocked the world here. And this Fracture first half, I am giving it a very high mark. So can this attacker side match? Because if it can, they will be moving on here at Masters London for sure.
ये एनर्जी का पास जाएगा क्या राउंड? जिस हिसाब से
just using that cyber cage, Kiko.
हाँ, हमको तो लग रहा है नार्जी लेके जाएगा इसको.
Beautiful, here, but it's going to be Scuba. He's able to find the opening value, but the paint choke gets left in right at his feet, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Right to the rope down, Yetajay going to be struck down. Ethan with that frenzy going to be favored every day. And now Crystalli gone as well. A 2v4. The Sociable
भाई रीड है भाई रीड है ब्रोकर रीड है भाई रीड होने से मर गया रीड होके भी मर गया
into a 2v3.
सब फ्लैंक जा रहे हैं क्या?
They're just going to slip through and go plant this on A.
ए जाने का प्लान है.
NRG can continue with the pack mentality, play together, stay stacked up, try to get that retake going, but they will not be able to prevent the plant from coming through.
I dropped the spike.
They're going to drop it over.
या कॉमन सेंस था इतना लेट लग रहा है तो फिर यहाँ से भाग ही गया होगा ये कॉमन सेंस वाला बात था जुइस अगर एक भी लेगा ना तो यहाँ लेके नेट मारने का प्लान में है
Still able to find two in that fight, 3 overall in the round. Sociable tapping the plant, running out of time now. Has to drop down, go for the commitment. No, we'll just plant this up over the top.
10 seconds left.
But no Molly, no smoke. So Sheriff on the other side, and Sociable to peek in, tagged. One more tap is all it'll take, and he needs a headshot. Staying planted in this position, and he wins it out. Mata expecting that he climbed the stairs. He just stays tucked away, and Foot are able to find their second pistol on this map, now up 8-5.
Just unbelievable that they win this.
हम बोले ना जुइस अगर मार जुइस उसको भी मार सकता था पता है
and Zeus
जुइस थोड़ा सा हक दिया जुइस मार सकता था
calls for it either way and it is the perfect read.
It's in the name. Zeus is doing God's work in that moment to be able to come away
क्या
with
ना
those
बोलेगा वाला
kills.
हालत है ब्रो
Also gets himself halfway to a showstopper.
It's unbelievable. What a turn for Foot. Now it's going to take even more for NRG to dig back into this. We've seen an eco here today, so maybe NRG.
पर छोटा वाला जो रैंक होते हैं ना जैसे कि असेंडेंट हो गया असेंडेंट 3 तो नहीं बोलेगा पर असेंडेंट 2 असेंडेंट 1 डायमंड प्लैट ये सब रैंक में ना ये अभी जैसे कि स्लो वॉक करके आया था ना ए पे वो सब नहीं होता भाई भाग भाग के आएगा वो उधर बैठा होने से ना वो मार ही नहीं पाएगा एक को भी ये अभी स्लो वॉक करके आया बोल के उसको मार पाया कर दे एम में आके घुसा हेड तो बात यही बन जाता है इसलिए हम भी खेल पाता ही नहीं है
Just classics, so no buy up. Gonna clear the trip, so Foot gonna be pretty well aware.
Smokes down.
There's even a secondary trip here, so
we'll
get confirmation.
Plenty of footsteps gonna be heard again.
Catch them.
Deep angle established for Zeus. And this will be more than enough to delay. They realize that this Hall's angle is gonna be stacked, so they will now just take the rope across and die on that dish side. Not look to give over anything additional. 2 Foot on this round, but Sop, he's like, well, I've got a Marshall. And he's got a hip fire to come away with 1 elimination. So Ethan gonna be taken down. Scuba, maybe with an opportunity to catch Yeta J off guard. Yeta J, yeah, surprise. And will get eliminated here, but the rest of NRG. Head to the spike, 3 players surviving.
कुछ खास नहीं पर भी ठीक है
Gonna be carried over, but they cannot recover that Spectre.
Okay. Now we're into the real meat and potatoes here for NRG if they're going to start turning this around. Absolutely cannot afford to give over another bonus. Foot's been really good at converting those, especially on this map, but if my memory serves me correctly, I think they converted both bonuses against Vitality, still ended up dropping, but here today, I think they seem like they're in a little bit better form, a little more confident, a little bit better read, a little bit better pulse.
Yep, loss of Vitality widely came down to giving over that 4v2.
Cage triggered.
They're not looking to make the same mistakes. Meanwhile, the crunch coming through on this north side. Smoke's going to be exchanged, but the space still widely is given up. Just Brock over on that sand side, but not liking what they aren't seeing. So we'll just go ahead and make a quick pivot across towards Kiko's campus. He's situated, sat here on B.
Oh, Yeta J.
Oh, Ethan. Wise to it. Managed to find the wall bang. Meanwhile, Tripwire, they're going to try to hold them back. This little glimpse. They're on to Sam. As Zeus trying to scale forward. Plays this one quietly, and Kiko cannot hold down the sights. Another spike can get planted.
It's a huge find. Still have Prowler, still have C's, still have a Molly.
Now going to be cycled in again.
क्या नेड़ा है?
Keep enough, but Mana will. Peak Sound is able to find the one stop. Going to be traded out now. Zeus striking from Gen, gets himself a second. Another paint shell built up, tossed into the corner to give Ethan no hope, no recourse.
One enemy
Will fall, however. Suddenly it starts becoming a hell of a lot more possible. Looking for the hold there. Gets it up to half, but Ethan cannot get the drag across. Zeus perseveres, and it's another bonus conversion for Foot.
They are so good at this map. The positioning they're taking, the way that they're going to flank out over towards Gen here for Zeus.
Bro का क्या मोली है?
Onto Kiko to get the space.
Bro कुल्लू के लिए खेल रहा है.
Nobody confirmed on the Prowler on the entry. Not much information given over to NRG. And it's going to be finally a timeout taken here.
Bro का खुद मोली आके स्टेयर में गिर गया, जहाँ से ये लोग को पुश करना पड़ना था. उसका वजह से मादा सिंगल सोलो अंडर एंट्री लिए.
They're going to be calling this ahead of a thrifty attempt. As we take a look at the Coinbase win condition, the cash is.
ऐसे था ना, रुको हमको रिपर देखने दो.
Another bonus.
यहाँ पे होल्ड कर रहा है. ब्रोक है, सोशल है. अभी ब्रोक का देखो, ये देखो, ब्रोक नेड उठाया है. क्या देख रहे हैं ना, ब्रोक नेड उठाया है. वो नेड यहाँ से यहाँ क्रॉस गया है, यहाँ से आके वो स्टेयर में गिर गया, जिसका वजह से मादा डैश इन मारा है. इतना लेट हो गया, पर भी मादा मार दिया अलग बात है. पर सोप जो ट्रेड ले लिया मादा का, इधर भी स्कूबा जो सोशल को मार दिया. ज़्यूस जो यहाँ से ट्रेड ले लिया ब्रोक का. ये वाला जो स्कूबा मारा है ना, ये नहीं मरना था.
Gets himself a second. Another paint shell built up, tossed into the corner to give Ethan no hope, no recourse.
कोई बात नहीं.
A gap. A way to weasel the way into the doorway. They can get that. I know that they are very capable of breaking through. We know that Foot absolutely can crumble under that sort of pressure. For the moment, they are looking damn favored here. There's Mana. That saturate. We're going to catch on the one. Faces in. Ethan immense amount of damage. It's just going to be a fract around the corner where there's a paint shell ready and waiting. Zeus again. Able to find that kill. Will get sniped out of the sky by Brock, but South goes forward, finding revenge. Where's fallen teammate? A scrappy affair, but one that Foot comes out on top of. Scuba and Kiko both at Sands. They try to pull off a 2v3 with just sheriffs. And still that Molotov at the ready for sociable. Peek out, Scuba whittle away, down to 10 health. Kiko again needing to deliver. They want to pull off what would be an absolute miracle, but it's one apiece. It's 11 rounds for Foot, and it's a 6-round deficit for NRG.
We know more than we did. GG दिख रहा है bro.
It's so scary right now. NRG is so massively on the back foot, gonna be coming into a bye. Sop love the aggression there. Deal with that player at the point of the attack. That gun unrecoverable, no problem at all. They can just cover that doorway, and there are those two ults. Showstopper, orbital strike. Do have some answers. Mada's gonna scoop up the operator. But is that going to be enough here for NRG? Start turning the tide. Fast beat crunch set.
Showstopper out. Mana dead. No refract magic there. Is absolutely out into the open. Scuba now will be able to find the timing. It's a Cage's fall. Looks for that second kill.
Yeah,
is able to hold his own. Pops the blades immediately. Kiko with a running back, sprinting forward, trying to find anything that he can, but it's going to be an off shot from the flank. Jump forward, Ethan dead, and Zeus with another 3-piece. And a chance at the fourth. It's Kiko. Will hold his own for one. It'll have to be a 4K as well for him. And he's not going to look to try to play it out. Will just try to retain the weapon, but Foot now advance forward up to match point. NRG are going to need 7 rounds in a row just to push this to overtime.
They're feeling it, man. This time they're just gonna go B the whole way. They're given a little bit of breathing room at Arcade. And that's more than enough, and you've got to pump the brakes again as NRG. You try to go for the operator, but there's no escape valve there, no refract set up by the time the showstopper's coming through. NRG just has...
Come on, one more. Come on.
It's so weird because I hear Big Time's voice.
You have to imagine how cathartic this will be. An organization that hadn't seen the global stage in well over a year. Now, a win away from getting themselves into a playoffs with a very young squad and taking down the current reigning world champions of NRG in the process. What an achievement this looks to be. A bye can be scraped together, but you still have that orbital strike in the back pocket of Sociable. Nearly the Nightfall online for Crystalli. This has to be perfection. This has to be miraculous, frankly, for NRG to get back into this map.
No, it's gonna take everything that they can muster. The best we've ever seen from them if they can. But it is a long, long road to get there. And you're gonna have to go through so much. Alt cycles, great game planning, great execution, the confidence flowing. Zeus has been incredible these last two maps. Absolutely brilliant performances on the Raze and the Waylay. And he has been knocking it out of the park with these big multi-kill rounds.
अरे यार सब कुछ ही GG हो रहे हैं.
A botch job on the util. And now a deep camera placed in halls that cannot be cleared at the moment. And Foot will continue to scale forward. NRG still 3 players saddled over on the opposite side of the map.
Take
it down. Block on the peak is able to find one. Zeus dead.
Smoke's down.
Be called in. The quick pivot back through the defender spawn. Now arriving is Kiko, as well as Scuba. Get over here, try to counteract this, and stop again. He's fearlessly trying to take position, but this time it's a massive overstep as Kiko. From rope will be able to find the kill, and it feels like Foot end up absolutely overcooking this one. The Neural Depth will be committed. Crystalli able to find another kill to get some damage in to weaken the buy, but the defuse is there, and NRG managed to hold on by a thread.
Yeah, just a nice recovery here for NRG when things look like it might get a little bit weird because of the early misstep with the util, but Brock, the quick one and done. Ethan, the reposition there to counter Sop's movement. Able to just sit behind those smokes, looking for that extra player. You know, there's been a lot of crunches, so he's got to be aware that maybe that's where they're going to come from. Still, though, no ults invested for Foot. They're going to have a healthy buy still coming into this. A little bit extra money in the tank even. Op does get forked over, though, to Mata. So he's going to have his ult. Brock with the orbital strike. So a lot to work with now for NRG, who seems to be playing a little bit more of a give and then fight back at the point of attack kind of style.
Whereas that previous round was nothing but give from Foot.
Right.
Getting a bit too overconfident, but too overzealous. Looks like now some restraint being shown. Just going back to defaulting. Triple push to secure the orbit dish. Get Zeus halfway to another showstopper. Mod at the same time, wondering where he should reposition to.
Should be able to lean B now as NRG. Prowler did not connect with anything, and Kiko's taken a ton of space. So I think they've got a pretty decent read. Just going to come down to execution.
Angle check into the Arcade side. Nothing going to be spotted, so Sociable can just join in with them. Smokes at the ready. Now going to be called down. Mata. Convergent paths. If he sends that, might just connect on to damn near everyone, and it will. That slows things up, but now he's going to make his exit. Orbital strike going to be called in. Stop again. Going to be cooked as Brock has his own there. Check in towards main. Yetiche dead. And Mata, he's able to find another. It's going to be a Boombar kill for the tournament for that one, but the round still going over into the hands of NRG, and this time there are ults committed into this. Sociable can pull off one ungodly clutch.
Got the
Swap of
spike.
the gun, the spike going to be recovered. And that first point of contact, and then Scuba as well. Able to force him away. The time is just not going to be there, so Sociable will just try to hold on to this gun. NRG sticking around for a little bit longer. Moving their way up to 7, 5 more to go as Kiko trying to find this kill. He will not. Sociable, the last survivor.
I was curious. Don't want to think about the timeout just yet as Foot. You still have some more room for mistakes before you have to call another timeout to talk about things. You're going to have most of a bye here. Sociable only going to be able to go over to the Guardian, so going to hand that gun over to one of his teammates. Let's see what they want to do this time. Just a nice little wombo combo there.
You're dead.
Right off the rip, they run it back to gain space. Foot, maybe gonna have to push the tempo, but look at this layering of the Cypher util from Scuba.
It's a good amount of information gained. Clear that tripwire. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through. Scuba trying to face forward into Halls. A little bit of botch there on the blast packs. They get slowed up, and Ethan is able to fight too. Just spraying into the smoke, despite now Strand in this round looking very much lost. The cage will fall. Yetajay now spotted, none the wiser about this swing. Kiko will have him dead. Sociable.
Gotcha.
Once again, they try to hold onto the weapon, but this time it is just the Guardian. The economy whittled away at, and this is a massive opening for NRG to try to get back into this map.
It's gonna have to be an eco here on the next round for Foot. So Sociable again looking to save this gun. And they are maybe on their way to doing the unthinkable. So you would expect that we're gonna get at least to 9 here for NRG, potentially, barring a
30 seconds
crazy
left.
thrifty from Foot. I'm just curious when that timeout is gonna come through. That's the real big question now is.
It feels like it has to be after this round.
Yeah, I mean, NRG now really starting to get some wind underneath their sails.
It's just a matter of, do you call it ahead of a thrifty attempt, or do you try to just call it for the bye? Either way.
10 seconds left.
If not this round, then the next.
Love that.
Sociable, yep, at least just getting another ult charge, 3 away from having that orbital strike online. But NRG, given this wiggle room, given this opportunity, now it's just 4 more rounds to go to push this into another overtime.
I mean, I love those extra layers of trips. It just makes it so easy. Throw the smokes up, start spamming through. And yeah, a little bit of a oopsies on the blast packs from Zeus. It's been incredible. Are gonna have that Guardian, another one able to be bought in. Sop going with the Marshall, couple Sheriffs, Cristali, no armor. I wouldn't expect you want to invest the ult here. Maybe you get, ooh.
Cheeky. Most amount of damage, but
still scary.
Valor goes in and okay, yeah, I was gonna say, Guardian, bit higher penetration compared to that Vandal, will be able to find a bit more damage in exchange. Ethan just gonna be backpedaling away as Sop making sure that Pain Shell is not gonna clear him, but also decides to take the orb for himself. He passed this over to Zeus, he would have had that showstopper online.
Could just be thinking a round ahead here, maybe. Let's see what they want to do, but NRG has got the strong side read.
As they check back through this holes, they pop the door, they scale forward and haunt out as well towards the spawn.
Yeah, they know.
This is going to give them a very good idea. So Ethan looking like he's going to go for the pivot and just leave Mata on an angle.
Look at Yetajay though. Let's see.
Oh, the up and over right in front of Brock, and he's going to take that one damn easily. Kill found, right of the rope. Kiko unable to find the catch there. 2 minutes to escape, but now they're going to be pinned in as Kiko quickly sits down 2. That Marshall not going to be able to do a damn thing here. Kiko considers going for the push, but doesn't want to give him the chance, doesn't want to give him that freebie, that weapon.
Last player standing.
Now he has been found, and it's just down to Yetajay to try to stop this from being a flawless, and he will be able to do so, but he can't find the follow-up. Kiko gets the 3K, and NRG get 3 rounds away.
I think this is where that timeout has to come through for Foot. You've got 3 big ults, so whatever the coaches have drawn up for this situation, it's going to be called in here. You'd expect some kind of set idea off the start. So as NRG, this disruption can continue. The way that they've been mirroring, they've been matching Foot, they've been guessing correctly kind of where they want to end up, especially with that Cypher util. Scuba's done a really nice job these last couple of rounds of being in the right place at the right time to completely stymie Foot from getting anything going into these rounds. So more of that. They're really getting a good read now onto this map. I mean, they're pushing for space and they're making quick rotations off of that information.
I mean, like you said, it's 3 ultimates to try to work with. A Nightfall available for Ethan on the other side. They'll run it back, 1 charge away from Kiko after that 3K in the previous round. But if you cannot get this one to go as Foot, if you commit everything into this, you're draining all of your ults, your bank account as well, and you are opening the door for NRG to run this all the way back into overtime. 4 rounds in a row, already given over. 3 more to make Foot's worst nightmares come true.
I mean, they've already faced this pressure, and Foot stood tall on Haven. Now another gut check against a team that has faced many of these before and come through. See what they can do. A little bit of a delayed hit here towards Dish. The Haunt, though, does get cleared, so there's going to be awareness that this is an A crunch. At least that's the initial thought.
Now we're checking. That is a big brain use of that Nightfall. Goes out, and the one in reply finds absolutely no one. Is Mana! Snipe Zeus out of the sky! Stop is dead! Ethan is able to find a second. And the nightmare becomes reality. As Foot cannot find a damn thing!
I mean, do you consider the save here? I think you have to, but there's so much time. Let's get one.
Be able to find the one. Need at least 3 more before he'd be willing to commit an orbital strike into this. So I think in the end, this is going to have to be the save. I'd love to have anything other than that Guardian to cling to, but everything is just a world away, out of reach. Bodyguarded by NRG. We're not looking to give him a single pixel to take a shot at.
No, there's just no hope. No chance. Checking for the
10
flank.
10 seconds left.
And now they're going to go on this hunt. Finds the first. Decides to plant his feet. We'll get a bit of that regen armor back in. Already has the ult. NRG should want to try to take this gun out of his hands. Looks like Sociable will be allowed to survive, to pass a warning message on to the rest of his team. But NRG are continuing to run this back as the economy again gets shattered. There's another ult, another 2 ultimates get committed into this round to no avail.
This is kind of telegraphed here by Foot. There's a deep haunt early, and Ethan clears it and immediately just takes a timing on the Nightfall. That forces out the Nightfall from Foot, doesn't hit anything. Whereas Ethan hits almost the whole team, and then they can just position themselves to shut this down. Kiko going out early, but delayed. The Haunt gonna keep him at bay, clear the trip.
Get out of my
Scuba
way.
again.
Shell tower, but plenty of players nearby enough to run it back. Rush forward, but it's just gonna be a tuck down into the sewers here. Kiko trying to see if he can catch anyone in transit, but he cannot. The ult expires, all players of Foot now joining together. Drifting back towards Halls, where it is just Ethan to try to hold this line.
God, you gotta be careful with the sound cues.
C's at the ready. Looks like Scuba maybe looking to rotate and join him. Ethan will reposition. The door is shut. And Ethan eyes over towards that Dish side, but now the noise is going to be made. Stomping their way forward. The blast pack entry again going to be denied, as well as Scuba snipes up out of the sky.
Cage triggered.
Sociable only able to find the one, and Scuba still watching this angle. Yet Jay does manage to skirt his way across. A tuck in to drop, but mollied into the open, and Sociable again, the last one standing. The Molotov forward to try to cut them off on this approach.
Enemy down.
He's able to find one, but the defuse is going to be stuck in surely. He does not commit the ultimate to this one. Held to half, the op shot going wide. Gets the dink, but cannot secure the elimination. NRG will find the defuse and find themselves one round away from pushing this to overtime.
Just a brilliant hold here from Scuba and Ethan. It's Scuba tracing them through the sky. Man's out there shooting clay pigeons. And that has got the fans here fired up. A lot of Kiko fans in the audience want to see this go to overtime. You wouldn't have thought this was possible. 6 rounds ago, it felt all but assured. And here we are, one more chance. Mata has a convergent pass. Everybody else, 1 or 2 away for NRG for some of the important ones. Just a
poor trap play here on a Brock. Wow, they will be able to pick him apart. That Odin not able to find much damage. Now the neural depth to be committed. The spot out here on the rotations. 3 players on this A side of the map and immediately Foot with the backpedal.
Gonna fall back here.
Work their way over to B. Mana, lone player here, quickly being joined by Scuba. And again, that convergent path's available. Could just absolutely cook them here. It's Howard, but he doesn't manage to find that jump shot.
Oh my God.
Into the convergent paths. He wants to go for the re-peek. He wants to try to find a kill. The Cloudburst expiring. Mana able to find one. Sociable dead. Sop now having the trade. The player advantage, but barely that as Sop survives with 2 HP. The operator now in hand, staring at the canteen. He's got Scuba. Zeus has the spray down! And out of nowhere, But will close it! Overtime denied! They eliminate the reigning world champions of NRG, and Foot advance to the playoffs!
What a moment here for the young Turkish squad to take down NRG, to send themselves into the playoffs, tooth and nail the whole way. And it took the very last round of regulation, but they are moving on. And NRG showed us once again, they are resilient as hell, but it just wasn't enough this time.
These players continue to be class on NRG, but commiserations. Losing out on playoffs is going to feel like a massive blow. But you know that after a brief break, we are going to see these guys back on the grind. And in all likelihood, back on the global stage. They will be hungry for Shanghai, but for now, Foot are starving for a Masters London trophy.
What a feast here today for Zeus. Absolutely incredible, absolutely instrumental on those last 2 maps to get them over the line, and then it's fitting that in that last round it's him to secure it.
Yeah, quieted the whole run back there for NRG, but it is none other than Zeus to absolutely silence their hopes, their dreams of pushing that into overtime. A momentous win for this team, for the coaching staff. And a big sigh of relief, you have to suspect.
Oh yeah.
But a day off and a draw, but let's go ahead and throw it down for the Ryzen post-match interview.
Breathing a sigh of relief for the boys from Foot right now. I'm going to take Crossley once he's taken this photo. We've also got Scarlett translating because Crossley has never done an international winners interview before. Crossley, first of all, closing maps and series out for Foot has been a bit of an issue in EMEA, and today you nearly went to overtime again. How did you manage to win the series in the end?
Yani aslında zordu bizim için. Sonda çünkü adamlar 5 tane round vardı. 5 mi 6 mı ardarda round aldılar. En son IGL'imiz baktık yavaş oyun işlemiyor. Hızlı oyuna çevirdik. Zeus da 2-3 tane vurdu. Kazandık. Güzel oldu yani. Bu kadar.
Well, it was really difficult for us at the end because they won 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and at the end our IGL made the call that the slow play was not working, so we changed it around and made it into a fast play. And then Zeus, he obviously got a couple or even more kills, and then that's how it ended.
I mean, Zeus was on fire through the whole series. I want to ask about Haven, though. That OT win on a force buy, that's how you got to OT, I should say. Do you think without that you wouldn't have won this series in terms of the third map as well? Because it mentally reset NRG.
Ya bir de çevirir misin?
Haven'da da OT'yi kazanmayı başardınız ve force buy yapıp aslında OT'ye sürüklediniz oyunu.
Evet.
Yani o force buy'la beraber gelmese o galibiyet sizce bu şekilde sonuçlanmayacak mıydı? Haven nasıl kapatıldı? Özetle bu.
Büyük ihtimal orada onu kazanamasak kaybederdik. Orada herkes ekstra oyun yaptı. Ben anlamadım ne olduğunu. Sop'un bir tane kılıcı var Eko'da, bıçaklarıyla aldı. O round ateşledi, yani o round sayesinde o haritayı kazandık. Sonrasında da Fracture'da kazandık. Bitti. Sop sayesinde.
The game definitely wouldn't have turned out this way had we not won that round. Especially Sop had a round where he had a clutch with a knife. So he basically fired us up into a victory, and obviously we won Fracture as well. It is basically all on Sop.
All on top, I don't think so. I have to disagree with you there. It was absolutely a stunning team effort from Foot. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to me. Thank you guys for watching. Stick around, more Valorant coming soon.
What a win for Foot. They finally broke the EMEA curse, taking down NRG today. And we have two coaches with us. We love them. We love watching them. It's Vlad and Bambino. We saw you guys holding each other. That must have been really stressful coming into this. Now, Foot coming into this tournament, I think it's fair to say some consider you the underdog or the dark horse, especially compared to your EMEA teams coming in like Vitality and Heretics. How did you feel coming into this tournament? And how do you feel now that you qualified to playoffs, Vlad?
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for the kind words. I believe we were the dark horses, not the underdogs.
Okay, dark horse, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, to begin with, like, everybody expected so much from Full Sense. I mean, we got kind of lucky with the map veto and everything. We already discussed all about it, but...
Lucky or outsmarted?
No, I mean, like, I don't think we tried to outsmart them, but they kind of make us outsmart them, right? Because I didn't feel like it. But NRG is a champion of Valorant for a reason. We suffered, but it's a good feeling, I guess, making it into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And Bambino, I want to ask you, you have a twin brother, big time. Of course, he's a coach as well. And he said you guys used to argue about playstyle. And he always used to argue that faster Valorant is better. Now that you guys are adopting a faster playstyle, the question is, would you like to admit that your brother was right all along?
I will never admit he's right in anything. But what I will say is I do believe that playing the best Valorant for your team is what matters. And I think this is the team that wants to play fast, but no, big time's never right.
I guess, Bambino, from your perspective as well, you've had quite the time in EMEA when you consider the teams that you've been on previously. How does it feel now to be able to make it to a playoffs, especially with this roster too, having so many rookies at their first global event?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, like, truly after, you know, I did 3 years in Koi, and that was 3 unsuccessful years, right? And, you know, I was starting to doubt myself. I was starting to think, am I the problem? Is this ever going to happen, you know? And I was lucky enough to be given a chance on this team, you know, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Grateful for the org, grateful for the owners for taking a chance on me, and it just feels amazing. I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. The guys are all great.
Well, you've been there from the very start of kickoff, so I guess, Vlad, from your perspective, coming in from stage 1, how have you managed to turn this Foot team around?
I mean, of course, it wasn't easy. We had only 1.5 weeks of prep time till stage 1, and of course, Bambino and I, we put a lot of work in that sequence, and then you know, like till 4 or 5 days ago, before the first official, 2 of the players didn't even were in Berlin with us. You know, it was really hard spacing to fill every gap in the season, but we overcome everything. We just overcome everything.
You absolutely did. And I think it's fair to say also, based on your reactions coming out of that, NRG is definitely one of the big guys to take down. And now that you've done it, now that you're in playoffs, looking forward, are you feeling like you're in a good place now, or it's just going to get that much harder?
Of course, like, playoffs is going to be more harder than this. I don't expect any easy way to make it into finals. But I think, like, overall, what we learn from this game will be the defining factor of either we win or lose.
All right, fair enough. And Bambino, you're one of the few representatives here, the regional representatives here in London. Do you have any message for all the London and the English fans watching today, and, you know, maybe the support Foot?
keep coming, keep watching, get on the streams, come here in the crowd. We have a Brit. And not only that, the guys are just super likable. They're the sweetest kids ever. Support EMEA. We're not a weak region. And
yeah, you gotta prove it.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, if you guys get that trophy, it'll be the first in a long, long, long time, and then you can put in big time space. Well, congratulations so much, guys. We're very excited to see you go into playoffs. With that, we are gonna go on a very quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be Global Esports versus XLG, which will be very exciting as well.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the Valorant Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
This edition of This Is How Frankie Ward Likes to Have Fun in London. You are welcome. We're about to play Pop-Off, and this is how we predict who is going to win the next series, because to use prediction chickens would blow the budget. So on my left, I have got Arthur. He's going to be representing XLG. On my right, I've got Tyler representing Global Esports. All the boys need to do is basically hop these bellows, pump the bellows with their feet, and then it's going to pump up the balloon, and whichever balloon pops first is the one that's going to predict the winner. So basically, boys, no pressure. You ready to pop off?
Let's go, bro.
Okay, ready?
Hell yeah, let's go.
All right, do Stoke-on-Trent proud, boys. Let's pop off in 3, 2, 1. Oh. The technique on Global Esports side has something to be decided. I'm stepping back from XLG because Arvi is absolutely pumping those brakes right now. I don't understand why this is not popping. This is... Oh, wow. Well, I think, guys, it's proof that size doesn't matter, because you were distinctly smaller and yet you still exploded. So congratulations to Global Esports, because apparently Tyler thinks you're winning. You'll have to stick around though to find out if that's the case.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie. We just had a fantastic first matchup today, sending FUT into playoffs. But now it's time for the next match. It's going to be XLG and GE taking the stage with a playoff spot on the line. The very last spot, in fact. And you guys, this is very interesting, this matchup. When it happened yesterday, the draw show, Autumn looked displeased, actually. He's like, wait, they know us really, really well. In fact, all of these players have played in the same region for a while.
Yeah, also I heard that there were scrim partners too, so a lot of like shared history here, a lot of familiarity and comfort, it seems. I think the key thing I would highlight here is that Crystal facing a lot of his former teammates there on the third road down, 2024 Ascension winners with XLG there.
Yeah, I really love this story we have, because you have players that have either played with each other or played against each other. You have Udatan and Noman obviously losing to some of their teammates now, but then also some of the people that they're going up against in that China Ascension 2024. And then of course you have that infamous FPX roster that managed to go to every single global event. So lots of familiarity across the stage here.
What's really interesting as well is the 3 players from Global Esports playing at VCT CN are the ones popping up off at this tournament. It's Autumn, Crystal, and Yudotan. All 3 of them absolutely performing here. Now, we wanted to learn a bit more about this history between the players, so we sent Jen Lee to catch up with Happy Way. Let's see what she found out.
Jen here with Happy Way of XLG. Happy Way, you will not believe what Crystal told me. You need to trash talk, so talk to us about what you think of GE.
I think Crystal just a normal player, because I already showed him in skirmish.
Yeah.
His firepower. I think Noman battling him.
Oh, okay. Noman's better than Crystal, right? I love this trash talk. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Oh, I love to hear it from Happy Way. Talking a little bit trash about Crystal. How dare he? But I think he can afford to. He was the savior for XLG, especially on Split, where he was massive.
Yeah, he was he was taking over the server on a different level in this game. It was like 1v9. He was just doing everything for this team. If he wasn't on this server, XLG wouldn't have been here. I said it before, I think that Happy Way has been the best player in the Chinese league for the past 2 years. He is the person that I've been most impressed with time and time again.
Not only that, he has been the consistent member for XLG. When we think about their performance at these global events, he's always putting up crazy numbers. Maybe not quite as crazy as almost 400 ACS in a single map, but I think that just goes to show and highlight to us about how much he was carrying them through that series against DRG yesterday.
And XLG definitely want to prove themselves this tournament. In Master Santiago, they did get grouped without winning a match. And I know this is something we talked about. This is not how XLG want to be remembered. But this time around, they found a bit of form. And of course, the question is, can they make it out of groups this time?
Well, I think the fact that they're playing against opponents that they got some comfort in, they've got some history in, I think that was the narrative we had yesterday. That they looked a lot less nervous playing against a team that they understood. And I hope that that shared history might actually benefit XLG, because of course there's been some nerves there. There's been a little bit of, you know, Wendler said it yesterday, not performing to the same level as domestically. So hopefully today is different. Well, today is the same as their game before.
No, well, they've definitely done better. I mean, they got grouped at Santiago with not a single map win. So at least this time around, they've been able to win a series. And the fact that they had to send DRG home, though, is a little bit sad, because, of course, that was a regional matchup that we must not forget. And I think we need to remember that XLG have made playoffs before back in Champs, but that was because they were China's first seed. At least this time, they'd be doing it on their own accord.
But they need to start believing it themselves. I've heard those Raga answers in those interviews saying that he didn't think they're going to get to playoffs. Like, to me, that is crazy. If I'm a coach there, I'm having a word, because that is criminal to be so self-deprecating coming into this match.
Gotta shake it out of him. Like, stop it! Stop that! You're gonna make it! Now, Happy Way talked a little trash about Crystal. It's a little bit funny because Crystal has been one of the overperformers for Global Esports, especially on the Killjoy and Sova. But let's talk a bit about his agent pool here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that obviously GE like to play a lot of different comps, a lot of different agents, but to me, Crystal is shining every single time he's playing that Killjoy specifically. I think obviously at this tournament, he's probably going to still be playing a lot of different things. Like, look here, his lurks on Killjoy, that pro. It was phenomenal for their match win against Full Sense. That's why they got so many rounds so easily. So in the future, maybe this is something they need to look into. Maybe making it a bit more simple. Pat on that fade, Crystal maybe as a Sentinel lurker. Having to play so many different roles, it's really difficult to coach.
It's
like,
crazy.
If you're an entry player, like we saw Patman playing Waylay Op.
Yep.
Like that to me is crazy. The carry's supposed to learn all these different skill sets as a player.
I think for me, when it comes to Crystal, it's nice to see the unexpected players stepping up, right? When we saw the roster coming into this event, I was looking at Autumn, I was looking at Patman, because those are the players with the global experience. Yet it seems to be Crystal that's coming up live on a stage such as this, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a personality come out of Crystal that we haven't really seen even on the Pacific stages where he is a lot more comfortable. So let's see what he had to say to Jen ahead of this match.
Jen here with Crystal of GE. Crystal, you know your opponents so well. Identify XLG's weaknesses for us.
I mean, their firepower, they have two good guys like Happy and Rarga, and 3 guys who have not good aim, so we will see what will happen.
The 3 players are their weaknesses?
I mean, yeah, for me, yeah.
Okay, okay, I like this trash talk. All right, Crystal, good luck today.
I can't believe he's saying that. I mean, he was teammates with basically most of their team right now, so I guess it's fair to say. And I wonder who will be doing this 1v1 skirmish going into this for the map veto, and see, you know, who's gonna walk the talk that they keep throwing at each other. So let's see what happens in this 1v1 showdown.
Okay, we get Crystal versus Happyway. That's quite exciting, especially considering the amount of smack that Crystal was talking. Although we have mentioned the Operator in the skirmish, not a big fan. It looks as though Crystal is trying out a variation of weapons in this one, Minnie.
Crystal is eating it right now. Happyway might have been right. Oh, there we go. Crystal returning a shot there. This is
no, that's unacceptable. Discount that shot. Don't like that. But yeah, I think one thing for Crystal for me is that with his familiarity with the players on the server, like when I was watching Pat in Pacific, it seemed like every round he was getting reads against Paper Rex. I wonder if there is any of those tendencies that Crystal will notice from the players. Obviously, it's a long time ago, but you kind of, there's things in logic that you can kind of break down and understand, and I'm hoping that he can be one of those players today being very vocal, or at least maybe on his lurks, maybe he's got a little bit more confidence today.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point about matchups between players who are familiar with each other. Now, with these results, XLG gets the map veto advantage here. Let's see what they've landed on.
Alright, welcome guys. Let's do the map veto for GE versus XLG. XLG won the skirmish, so they are picking their side.
Team B.
Alright, XLG picks Team B, which means GE banning the first map.
Fracture.
Fracture is banned. And what is your map ban? XLG.
We want Pearl.
Pearl is also banned. Now GE is picking the first map.
Haven.
Haven. And the site for Haven, please.
Attack.
Alright. And your map pick?
Lotus.
Okay. Lotus. And the site for Lotus, please.
No. Attack.
Okay. We have Ascent, Breeze, and Split left. GE banning first.
Oh, sorry, we'll ban Split.
You ban Split, okay. And last 2 maps are Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Okay, decider is Breeze. GE is picking the side.
Defense.
Okay, quick recap. We start with Haven, XLG attacks. Then we have Lotus, GE attacks, and if we go to the decider map, which is Breeze, GE defense. Everything correct? Alright, good luck guys.
Yeah, I think the big thing from that veto is XLG getting their home map of Lotus. That is the map that they have been phenomenal on. So GE clearly coming in with a plan because they're not banning it today and letting them go to that map.
And quick predictions.
2-1
GE. Oh, so we are on the GE bus right now. I like to hear, but for XLG, this is unfinished business. It's a chance to prove that they can finally deliver on the global stage. And for Global Esports, this is history. This is India's finest at their first ever Masters, and loving every second of it. We got old teammates, old friendships, and everything on the line. Let's see who wants it more.
We are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London.
我觉得首先在赛区内，我们通过自己的实力争取到了这个国际赛来之不易的名额。
我们来这里训练得很刻苦，然后所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态，自己的这个心态的那些就是上场的那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去操作去秀的这个状态。
XLG, they will persevere.
I mean, XLG was my previous team. I win with them Ascensions. When I was in XLG, I played with Rarga, HappyWay, and who I was coach. So right now, I face versus them again.
我觉得是我们的梦想一直在驱动我们向前走，去争胜，去专注每一回合，才是推动我们一局一局持续去争胜，全力相信自己的动力。
For us, it's good matchup because like it's Chinese region. It's like same as Apex. They like to fight.
下一场比赛，我想带着 DRG 的愿景，非常自信，全力以赴去争夺这比赛的胜利。
Good luck, guys, and I will destroy you today.
London, we will keep going.
Fighting for the final spot in the playoffs. It's XLG versus Global Esports.
Some of them come, some of them extra. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
XLG started modestly as a group of friends in a PC cafe deep in northern China, far from the lights of Shanghai. Like a flower in the desert, they survived time and time again through Ascension. They're back at a Masters where they could finally qualify to playoffs. But their opponents today is Global Esports, an Indian org making a historical run through Pacific. And even today in London is a record broken. But while they're new to the international stage, they are far from new to XLG. They know each other so well, Billy.
Yeah, let's not forget, Crystal lifted that Ascension trophy in China back in 2024 with HappyWay, with Rarga, and now they sit on the opposite side. So many familiar names that know and probably love each other from those days back in that region, and now they face off one another, and one of them will have to eliminate the other.
Yeah, getting right back into this map, Vito. As we said before, GE decided to buy that Fracture, letting XLG go to Lotus. But first map of Haven, it's been a little bit iffy for GE here. Not sure what composition they're going to end up with here. Probably something new. That's what they love to do.
And remember, something that I had said on the opening day when GE first played was that this is a team that relies on crazy composition changes. We've seen it within their own region, and I'm curious how that anti-stratting works here. They played on one of the late games yesterday, and I said this intensity of this event might mean that there are moments where this struggles.
Yeah, XLG on that Haven struggled against DRG before. They were in many advantageous positions into the post-plants especially, and could not convert at all. So GE have seen that and thought, we can do this. This is an easy map for us.
This is a huge day for both of these teams. Right now, there's only one playoffs spot left, and you can feel how much each of these teams want it. XLG want to go the distance to prove that VCT China is nothing to smirk at. We got Shanghai around the corner in champions for our next event. And of course, this Indian org of Global Esports has never gone this far before. And if they make it to playoffs, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm telling you guys, they're going to make top 4 if they pass through today.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot to prove here. Both, you know, not familiar with playoffs. The XLG only going there once, and it was because they were the first seed of China.
It would be a new experience, actually, after today for either of these teams. And let's see what agents are going to be pulling out. We know Frost likes to make lots of different comps per map.
Oh, it's the same kind of comp they're running Pacifics, the double Sentinel here. Very strange composition, not seen very much on this map. I think that there are holes here if XLG expected this to come through, especially towards that A site. I want to see XLG taking the map from GE, making the space feel really passive, and then throwing in some fakes. GE don't have a lot of information here. They're going to rely on big bunker setups.
Yeah, for sure. I think having that double sentinel approach is going to be really interesting for them starting out. I believe that this is the first deadlock that we get to see in the event as well. Kind of an underutilized sentinel these days, but can also be used in a kind of initiating way to be able to set up the rest of his players.
Now to take us through the final Swiss match, we are graced by Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, indeed. A one last spot in playoffs up for grabs, and it's going to be history made today on the London stage. For Global Esports, I think it's fair to say they're coming in looking hot, but XLG looking to right the wrongs that have been done to their region. They've sent DRG home, and now, as they said, they look to carry forward their ideas. Do it for the boys they've sent back home. A start here from XLG on the attack side of Haven, and already wasting no time. You heard it from Crystal in the interview. They love to fight, and this time the fights are going XLG's way. Even with Patman fighting that, he's so low to 2v1.
Oh, the man of the moment. So many clutches coming through yesterday. Almost an argument to just put him on Killjoy on every single map with what we've seen Crystal do on that specific agent, but this is going to be a tough one. On the other side, Happyway has been unstoppable, but a little bit shaky for both of them in that fight. It will be a pistol round for XLG to start. And something you mentioned, like having to carry on the sort of your I guess the weight of your brother after eliminating them. That was the case for both teams. Both teams had to go through a regional team to get there. So I'm almost looking at this as don't waste it. You had to send someone else home that, well, we talk about those friendships in GE as well, the relation that they have to Full Sense. And now you come in with a different relation, hearing these guys are scrim partners. They play each other a lot, so I want to see one of them maybe have a few extra ideas of how to beat the other, because that's where they will have practiced everything.
Scrim partners, previous teammates, what half of the players in this game used to play together in some form or the other, going across teams. So
that Ascension game had a lot of the players.
So it's definitely somewhere that they're familiar with the bodies on the opposite side of the stage. XLG have the pistol. Ooh, very strong start from Happyway. This little spam through the door and a very awkward fight afterwards. Okay. But the weapons now on everybody else for XLG. We don't expect to see them lose all too much. Nice bait by Patman. Pretends to jump out of the window to draw in the fight. Good flash though. Udaton has his vision back and they're looking to fight this together. Rarga has to be careful. Doesn't know there's a player quite as close as he is, and this is getting costly already. Still, the numbers there for XLG. They don't want to lose anybody else. And it's a guessing game as to where Crystal is at this stage of the game.
There'll be a rifle retrieved. The SMGs are not really the worry at this point. And yeah, Crystal, if he can get one, it would be huge, honestly.
30 seconds left.
Just remove some of that additional weaponry. Winning here should be impossible. The damage, not so much, especially if he waits for somebody to go for the plant. I like the check. Oh, no, I don't. I don't like the check. It was half check by Noman, but eventually he will go back. 2-0 for XLG, an important conversion.
Let's go.
Now they'll look to build into this map, because I have a feeling the reason that GE might have taken us here was after witnessing their display on this map versus DRG, which I'll be honest was very surprising from my side, because I thought they'd go into that match maybe not heavily favored, but at least like even competing on maps that they feel a little bit less confident on.
Well, yeah, I think we saw it in the rest of the series as well, where it was a much closer affair. But that first map, I started to question everything I knew. XLG, in my mind, they were coming in as favorites. I think they made less mistakes in their opening games, but DRG trashed them. It was 13-4 when it comes to Haven. Already, 2 on the board. It's a strong start. XLG take down Udaton as well. This is not going that poorly till Autumn shows up to the site. A double kill, a triple kill, in fact, before he finally falls. And yet still, we're into a 2v2.
It was the run it back, one of those kills that was traded out, and especially considering some of the weaknesses in play. A plant for long, eventually. I think Leo's letting go a little bit too early, and now he's kind of stuck in a horrible position. They know exactly where he is, and Harvey just patient, now knowing where the last man is standing because of the ping. I'm not sure what went on there from the side of XLG. Maybe trying to bait someone in, but it didn't look like that. You don't normally stick it all the way to the very end and then let go if you're baiting.
No, it's certainly a strange strategy. I don't know what they were expecting to come their way, and around with no Olsen, limited utility on the other side, but maybe just conscious of a quick re-aggression, some deadlock util, the net, the shocks, who knows? Who knows? Or maybe they just stopped defusing a little bit too early, or stopped planting a little bit too early Either way, a 2-1 scoreline. Early half goes as it should, but now XLG come in. They put all their credits into this round. This is a full buy for the attack side with very little margin for error, but that can be said on both sides. If we are going to have a lights out start to this half, this will be the round that decides it.
I've seen this flash an awful lot if you watch EMEA. The GX doing it every single round, but gets you that additional little bit of space. Normally we'd come into a game and be highlighting the duelist players, talking about the fiery side of this matchup. But I'll say that the players I want to highlight in this game are all currently playing Sentinel. It was Autumn who will flex later on, and Happy Way that, to be honest, to get them through Split, had to drop 35 kills.
For GE in both games, Crystal has been solid. He's had at least one map where he looks like the best player on the server, and it doesn't even look close. Keep your eyes on him as this game goes on. Patman with the early aggression down C-Long. He's been embedded for quite a while, and he's found himself the pick now. C-Long no longer in the hands of XLG. They look to fight deep towards the spawn, and Rarga's taking a double, but they don't think there's more here. They weren't ready for Avi! 3 under his belt already, and Leo won't last long. GE looked like they were in trouble there, like they were backed against the wall, but they came out swinging.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Like you see the fight forward from Raga, and they're able to take out both players. They go, okay, well there was no re-swing. I guess Harvey just a little bit further behind on the rotation, but I almost wonder if they think he was baiting at that point just because of the gap that came in, but it worked perfectly. Harvey then still had to hit all of the shots, and that's exactly what he does. Hunter's Fury online. Opponent's economy completely reset. And well, in this round, other than some pistols and a stinger, not much to play with at all.
Yeah, they're going to sit back and wait. XLG thinking maybe there was some A aggression coming up. The smoke down on shore, it's going to deny them even if they crossed over having any kind of fight in favor. Move towards the B site, and I think this is a good round for some experimentation. You really have to get an idea of what G are doing with their Sentinel utility when they have so much. But the problem is they have so much, they can just keep changing up those positions. And the main problem will be Crystal. It's a very unusual comp to play against on this map. And those sensors are going to punish No Man every time he wants to dash in to take space if he chooses the wrong side.
Short. Nice shot from Harvey. He's not necessarily been the highlight player individually, but he's had a great start to this game. And mainly that's because they've had so many other highlight players individually.
I got the spike.
Getting through. It's going to be awkward there. You even mentioned it. He tries to go over the utility that was blocking him, walks into more utility. A nasty setup. And for Patman just lurking around the edge of the smoke. They saw, okay, this utility at least is probably clear.
फ्लैश है, सब कुछ है, ऊपर मारे, नीचे मारे, दाएं मारे, बाएं मारे.
And a huge start from GE because they have just built up a hell of a lot of credits after some much closer rounds.
Fair play to Patman there as well. I mean, Lysor ripped his head off with that stinger, or at least his helmet, but manages to find the correction just in time. Walks out of there with 3 kills, and although the round probably wouldn't get out of control even if he does lose that fight, it's an extra weapon carried forward and less chances for XLG to do damage. A 2-0 start for that attack side, but XLG now lose the lead. GE seem to have complete control. Credits come back online. Big buy coming in. One away from a run it back. One away from a Hunter's Fury. XLG have no shortage of opportunities in this round, but they're going to go very directly to the B site. No utility waiting for them there, but instead there are bodies.
Nice.
They're finding nothing but picks. Rarga's taken out of the ult, but he's right in the middle of the open. An easy conversion for Javi. And a 2v5 this buy round. It's going nowhere.
Yeah, I like that now they put the wall down as well.
It's like, almost died to that spam.
Yeah, as if it wasn't problematic enough. The B site. Execution not working and starting to see the same troubles again. A composition, you look at the Jet Phoenix and you go, okay, on the attack, that should be deadly. It should be where you get the majority of your rounds. Right now, they are struggling to not even get rounds, get kills. Happy Way still alive, though.
I know.
That's why you always be careful picking up against him. Incredible individual ability, but we're asking a lot here.
The ult used, it'll give them indication that they can plant on B, sure.
क्या Happy
Way from here,
Happy
Way
करने का plan
has to
में है
have
क्या?
a lot of confidence. Leo's 41 HP. I mean, my guy is in trouble, but he
भाई
has
एक साथ
Hunter's Fury.
पीक ले लेना
Happy Way
भाई.
to take down some players and buy time, but now the hat comes off the head on the other side, and they know all about this, man. It's a bit shaky, and it'll finish that way as well. Patman with a double to put GE on double the rounds of XLG. A pistol gave them a
Well
leg
played,
up,
जी,
but
well played. ऐसे
they fall
ऐसे
flat on
round
their
निकालो.
face ever since.
एक ulti waste हुआ तो कोई problem नहीं.
and I think it is going to be a microscope put onto some of the players in this game, because it's a very weird scenario, because I think that Raga has been someone that you look regionally, he is fantastic. Like, he is someone that always seems to step up. When it gets to the international stage, it's looked very different, to the point where I think a lot of the time, a lot of these like top 15, top 20 lists, he normally made it, and then nowadays, probably not so much. And I think looking at the Coinbase win condition, he is someone I need to see more from, especially on this Phoenix on the attack. Like, they're going to be feeding him orbs. They're going to be setting him up with no man taking space, who I can forgive a little bit more because he's diving headfirst into all of the utility. But if the follow-up is not there, this Phoenix is kind of wasted. You need to be getting kills to earn those extra orbs to get another running back to get more kills. It all feeds into itself. And the rest of the utility that we've seen hasn't really done anything just yet.
It's definitely the right moment for a timeout. XLG, when it comes to these buy rounds, like we said, they're not just losing the rounds, they're losing them in a fairly dominant fashion. Even if you look at the timeline, Diffuse in round 6, great. It was 4v2, 5v2 even. And they were given the space by GE.
Wow.
This was somewhere where the defense came in and said, let's secure the win, instead of just trying to crush them into dust early on. And if XLG are being given no opportunities to get back in, they've got to start creating something.
Yeah, it's early days. I think the pistol gave them that extra bit of a buffer. But I can definitely understand why Lavoya wants to have a little chat with the team. They've already witnessed this get out of control versus their regional rivals in DRG, and I think we put GE on a slightly higher pedestal. Immediate. I was about to say,
Did he not realize?
if he had stuck that would have been one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life, but he didn't. Raga already with the trade though, and actually Happyway's found enough that it starts to get a little dangerous until Yunatan finds a double. Even still, these weaker weapons have put them into a 2v2. Again, Patman is already walking behind. No, the second they go for the plant, this is a problem. I don't think there's any way that Raga can react to this, and now Happyway's left in an awkward spot once again, blinded up as he tries to retreat. There was no hope.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The camera timing on short, when it's activated, didn't catch Patman. He got a timing, and the fact that there's a trip behind, but he's an Omen. So he can easily just teleport past that. It's exactly what they go for. And GE find themselves wrapping up behind very quickly. Despite that, a small blip on the radar is what cost them the round, but they came in with weaknesses. They had Stingers and a Bandit, and they made that look really good. If they got the plant in there as well, Raga has the ult and a rifle having been recovered. They can go take short, fight back into the site with ease, go deep into the spawn. There's so many options for them, but GE recovered that nicely. That is good, though, to see a little spark of life from XLG on the low buy rounds. All they have to do is bring that same energy into the full buys.
Yeah, I think my only worry is we have seen a bit of that already with like some of the earlier low buys, that they can do damage. It's just, do they now go back to maybe some of the slower, more default rounds? They need to get rid of some of that utility. And wow, Yunatan has at least been caught. I didn't even think he'd get away with one. Unfortunately, that's another sort of cursed moment for WS Leo. He is 1-7, and that Hunter's Fury is not going to play a part in this round.
Well, Raga used his flashes up to get a little bit of control towards Garage, trying to cause problems for that defense, create question marks on the map.
Okay.
And for now, at least, GE's response is to play much more passive, cover off these angles. They have to watch the walkthrough in the window. They have to be careful of the wraparound on B. And as a result, whenever the fight comes in, they're not going to be in the best position to do anything about it. You look towards this A site, Autumn is completely isolated. He's got 2 trips though, covering long, and a camera watching for the short walk up. If he gets one and gets out, his job is done, and there's an easy reveal. The second trip, not expected, but Happyway converts, and Lysor's there for another. Now XLG are heating up, and the A site plant is locked in.
They found the weaker site. And well, they know exactly where Crystal is as well. We get to see one of those crazy clutch moments for him so far. And with the amount of credits that they currently have, I wouldn't be mad to see him go for this.
No escape.
His previous team facing off against him, but with no spams being found. In fact, they're only found the other way. Lysor to close things out with a triple. And a third round found for XLG after the pause.
Great opening pick as well, setting a player up top box and one down a little bit low.
Pat
Makes it
one.
almost impossible for Alp to get a pick and get out of there, regardless of who they're playing. On the Neon even more so with that little prime time.
Batman नहीं मरना था backside. चलो कोई बात नहीं,
Yuditan
कोई बात
found his pick, but he got punished immediately. XLG get control off of that, then hit a lighter A site and shred every defender that was trying to flood back through. Very nice round from the attack side. And again, just showing us that they can get the work done when it comes to those buy rounds. They don't use everything either coming through here with the Hunter's Fury. Still that Blade Storm in the back pocket.
I think my only worry so far is that even going into the late round there, not a lot of that utility is being broken. Now, of course, that kind of came through because their Sova got eliminated immediately, so that they are going to start doing that and maybe just go for a more direct take. Already destroying what was thrown down by Crystal, but he's still doing a lot to delay them.
The second player further back is Javi. Won't last very long, and Crystal falls after one. XLG, this is something that was mentioned on the desk. Gaps, weaknesses towards this A site. And XLG been running into numbers there, and it doesn't even seem to matter. Definitely feels like the attack have cracked the code to getting the spike planted. And now in the post plant, Hunter's Fury is there, but it's on the site. It's not likely to be used, and they've lost Happy Way. And all coming in on the back lines means they fight forward, and No Man brings the heat for the triple. At this point, the off being saved is probably the best outcome, but he's got to be quick. 30 HP, a straight shot to take him down. Okay, Yuditan makes it out, Op is saved, but XLG, they are closing this gap round by round.
Yeah, they're starting to see some of those individuals come online. I think No Man's definitely had some quieter series throughout the tournament so far, but the fact that he's heating up, the dash into enemies and managing to get a double kill, it puts them one away from their opponents. And for the defense, they are going to be able to keep that operator in hand and get a rebuy into the next round, but I wonder what is the moment that maybe we see a pause on their side, because if the momentum starts to flip, or more so if they've just found the gap, that weaker side, because even with the Sentinel in play and
ट्रेड ठीक करना पड़ेगा
clear
अपना
knowledge
अपना
that it
टीम
would
को
be a
ट्रेड
push into
देखना है
that A
भाई
site,
बाकी सब सही है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं
definitely
है
suffered. Instead, though, they're just going to stack up that side of the map.
सही है 5-6 और 2 राउंड चाहिए अपना को बस
G are looking for a bit of control early with that operator. The smoke makes it a bit more annoying for them. It still seems like they'll get some control for XLG. A different approach. A side had been working, GE come up with a solution, and now the other side of the map gets pressured. Let's listen in with XLG on this push.
Kill him backside first. Come back side there, backside there. Go the call.
I know exactly where.
Okay, guys. Guys, I go playing open. Nice, guys. 2B fight. Step open, come. Nice GT. They have both P. Wait, they don't have a small, guys. I play OT. Both B players. I play OT, guys. I run already.
Go hard there. Go hard there. Don't let them save up. You all have up.
No, let me pick for. Chill. Guys, chill. Saving. It's okay. He ran A. 100.
Well, you might have a couple of picks for Crystal and Yuditan in the end, but that only confirms that they saved their rifles for XLG, showing that that A site isn't the only one they know how to get into. A very direct play from them in this round, and it's working. I like the fact that they go for deeper aggression as well, sensing that it wasn't being as well defended. No smokes called in the end, playing post plant. This is looking like a much more well-rounded XLG attack side.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that they are just now getting more aggressive and challenging for some of those post-plant control. I think when you have a composition like this, if you sit passive, you just don't really have the utility on those duelists to buy additional time. But just being disruptive, and I'm starting to notice that a lot of what G is trying to do on the defense, rather than actually playing into those retakes, which in some of the earlier rounds was actually working for them, they're making hero plays to try and save a teammate that's isolated. Like Patman especially, I think this has been a bit of a flaw at times in his game where he wants to try and win the round and sometimes ends up being the one to throw it away. But it was a gamble to try and make a play to help out his teammate on the site rather than almost lean into some of those retakes. Yeah,
we saw him run out of garage. She's it. Another direct play from XLG. This time more numbers and utility waiting for them. Hunter's Fury still draws first blood. And Crystal's thinking about emerging from that smoke, but he'll never make it close. Rarga Spanman through. Great flash on backside and crumbling. Is the current state of the defensive side. The jump over is even going to be potentially heard, and yes, Happyway did.
Nope, no, he
right?
didn't.
Okay. Well, either way, he gets it right in the end. The op of Unitad, again, should be denied the ability to save. XLG wanted to stop him last time, and a couple of picks later, they gave up. But this time, the net is already cast so wide. Happyway is sat on the A side. He's about to have a freebie, you have to think. Unitad is clearing it, though.
Fair
And
play.
he hits the shot. All right, fair enough. He's earned that op.
Yeah, he's been trying to be in the right place at the right time over the last couple of rounds, but he's never been in position, and unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time once more. Cleaning up on that XLG side, and I have to say, I'm not sure what was said in the pause, be it to be that little bit more aggressive, be more direct, but Havoya has definitely made a difference, because I think after round 6 he took the pause, round 7 was an eco, and then from then onwards they've won every single round.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं ये भी ठीक ही है अभी भी
One more
ठीक
to
है
play for after a
ये
5-round
निकालने से भी
streak
ठीक
from
है कोई बात नहीं
GE.
है
Their lead has been
Attack
taken
side है.
over by XLG, and there's a chance that they could be trailing at the halftime, fighting to beat even Stevens. We move into the next, and that's a little pixel angle for Crystal with huge value. Rarga down, and that's one part of their site pushes dealt with, and the other part has an operator. Yeah, has found the opening. Bladestorm back pocket, and Patman down.
Yeah, an immediate response. Jump over the top, but Autumn not able to find anything. Operator going to be swinging in. It's not even needed. They are winning every single battle on the XLG side. And Crystal's ult is available, but it's one that only really works with reduced numbers. He's going to try and throw it in just to clear the backside, but there was nobody there, leaving everybody with knowledge of where he is, and an easy closeout in the end for WS Leo. 7-5 from the position they were at. XLG have climbed right back into this game.
कोई बात नहीं कोई बात नहीं
This has been an
ये नहीं
excellent
चाहिए था ये
resurgence
गलती
from XLG. Like you said, 5 and 2 down. They dug deep. They found solutions across the map. They played a clean game, and individuals are starting to heat up and look confident. It definitely seems like GE could be in danger, and you know what? It is a good day to be an XLG fan, at least here in half number 1. There is plenty more Valorant to come, but you know, speaking about XLG having a good old time, we're gonna go down to the stage where we've got a very special interview standing by. We've got someone called Laxi, XLG's mascot.
Laxi, you look stunning. Thank you very much, Heffa. Laxi is here, our XLG mascot. She's here to tell us more about the new map that's going to be revealed on June 21st. What can you tell us, Laxi? I did not know you could do that on a map. That is insane. I'm more excited than ever. Can you tell us anything about what inspired this map, Laxi? Wow. Literally mark it in your calendars right now, June 21st. We've got an epic show match on the cards before the grand finals. Laxi, are you going to be playing in the match? Laxi's got a hair appointment, but it's fine because she'll be watching from the makeup chair. Thank you so much, Laxi. Thank you so much, XLG fans. Let's get back into the game.
Did you book it together, Tom?
Yeah, I actually also have the hair appointment that day.
Oh, okay. You're both going for the dye. Which team's colors are you going to get in?
Blue.
My favorite team. All right, 7-5, XLG, they've got the lead at the halftime. An impressive streak matching what GE put forward with 5 rounds of their own. Now the lead is theirs and a chance to take it to GE on their own map pick. Remember, Global Esports wanted to take Haven into the map pool, perhaps thinking that it was a weakness for XLG, who struggled against their regional rivals. But you know what? A lot has changed in a very short period of time. XLG looking like they came here to play. They're not far away from winning.
Yeah, unfortunately for G, it does seem like they're a little bit cursed with their map choices. It happened yesterday. They were able to turn the series around, but for their sake, you got to hope that they've come in with a solid attack side. It's been a rough start to the game for Autumn, someone who was lights out in their series yesterday, but there's still a second half to be played. And the defensive side of this comp can be very difficult. Already, Raga caught. The same can be said for Noman, but he had support on the site. Lysor trying to hold the line, but running out of bullets, and well, they didn't have any friends to play with. 2 stand. Can they turn this pistol?
Happyway has been very impressive so far, but Patman's quick to put him in his place, leaving Leo 1 versus 4. You know, it's definitely not in his favor. The deadlock wall certainly doesn't help out. I would say the trip behind, but they certainly already know where he is. That'll be a cleanup for GE and a chance to put things level at 7-7 if they can win the Andy Eco.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll be both teams having a pistol, both teams winning 5 rounds in a row. Talking about them being scrim partners playing against each other regularly, it almost seems like this one's been mapped out, but I also do go in looking at GE on the attack. Like, you kind of expect having that double senti to maybe help you out on the defensive side. But I also do think that a lot of deadlock compositions have potential on the attack, at least to clear angles, make things that little bit more awkward, not leave you with safe space to stand in. So I definitely want to see what ideas they have. It will, however, put a lot of pressure onto Yudotan. Over on that Neon. It's going to have to be that hard entry for the majority of rounds. And at least in this one, a bit of a slower paced default. Of course, maybe even expecting there to be a stack, which there is. Although I will say at the moment, Autumn is walking directly into it. Of course, he's normally alert. It's
a good thing the wall was in the way there.
It didn't look like it was, but you know.
No, it didn't, but pretty sure I saw a man get shot in the head and not go down. Autumn finds himself 1, does some damage, loses a Marshall. It is what it is. If anything, confirmation for the rest of the squad that the seaside is the right way to go. The spike can make it there. It's been sprinting ever since he went down. It's just now making it towards the site. Deep position from Patman. This is a big risk, but he should fly under the radar. You never really expect someone to be embedded in a round like this, and it means plenty of kills coming up for Patman.
Yeah, he also had nothing to lose. I think that's the best thing about it. They kill him, they get a ghost. He's at least delayed them a little bit, and he can give the information over. He even threw down a deeper smoke to go like, okay, yeah, you need to play into this site from here. And instead, he's able to farm them up. 7-7, level once again. And for GE, it's not the greatest of bonus rounds, but Patman getting that many additional kills means he can now invest into a Vandal. They will, of course, be coming up against 5 rifles on the other side, though.
Yeah, but you take a look at what GE have to work with for the next. I mean, the money is stacked very high after a light buy in the previous. Oh, Patman! He might have had a big play in the previous round, but this one amounts to nothing. Great response from Leo. And XLG have the man advantage to work with. Good stun, but there's a second layer to this defense. Rarga was standing by, and that's completely caught Yudotan off guard. Rarga with another, and the Molly buying more time, allowing them to break this wall, or at least have it decently broken. Oh, this is a problem.
They've done so much damage, though. Harvey is desperate. But even still, the bullet's not connecting. Not able to get the gun, though. And Harvey is just trying to run for the hills. I think realizing that, yeah, you know what, on 4 HP, planting pretty much anywhere on that site would have been an immediate death sentence. I think, though, he was hoping that maybe they rotate away. That's all he really has, is the element of surprise. And if they just wait and play this together on the XLG side,
30 seconds left.
there is no element of surprise, because at some point he has to plant. And it even seems like they're beginning to make the rotation. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit earlier. They are very close by.
Yeah, the drone gets around in time, so they're not even worried about the gong. They know exactly where he is. And now, well, now it is exactly pinpoint with a reveal up top. They know he hasn't gone to mid. They got there in time to fill in that space. The dots connected. Javi is going to have a sensational performance, and he almost had it. A shot fired at each player. Luckily, they didn't land. XLG are back in the lead.
पर वो गन लेने के लिए नहीं जाके थोड़ा सा स्लो खेलने से ना राउंड निकलना था। स्लो खेलना था।
One of the only
ये भी जरूरत नहीं था। ये दो चीज थोड़ा चाहिए। ये 30 चीज। बाकी सब अच्छा था।
I guess disjointed, more surprise factor style round out from GE, which you can kind of expect in those low buys, but now they come in with the full investment. Raga will, however, have that run it back online.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं।
See the level we know we can.
आराम से जीत सकता है। इसमें 3 गलती हुआ है। क्रिस्टल ओपन पिक नहीं देना चाहिए था बिना यूटिल का। उदोतन इतना ज़्यादा आगे पुश नहीं करना चाहिए था।
With them being in the lead, even without seeing it exactly.
और ऑटम गन लेने के लिए भागना नहीं चाहिए था। जो करता उससे खेलना था आराम से।
For G, it's going to have to be great usage of this double sentinel comp while on the attack. It can be hard at times, but was certainly a period where the double sentinels looked better on the attack side than on the defense across a lot of the regions.
बाप रे, हैप्पी भाई को लो कर दिया।
Whether they can make it work is a different story.
Cage triggered.
Autumn's going to be spotted outside of A. They have no notion that No Man's in this spot. That cage is going to go down very soon, and he could have himself a freebie. He wasn't peeking.
He's just holding the control. Oh, okay. It was a reaction shot from Autumn. Like, you see the swing come out to maybe try and get an individual fight, and Autumn's managed to get the kill, and we even had our own third-person observer for that one, in the form of Harvey. Even still, though, they're walking into what is the Senti setup. The spike on that side and still spread across the map is the rest of GE. A chance to maybe try and respond over the top of this. Plant not coming in just yet, but immediate double kills up for the global esports side. Raga's ult not likely to do too much in this moment as he was blocked out by all of the utility, and then he's caught in the back by Crystal anyway, who closes it with 3. A flawless round for GE into their attack side buy.
Well played, well played. Nice round,
we're level
nice
again.
round.
That was a really nice play by Crystal. He decides to play much further behind the pack, deeper into Garage. And the response a lot of the time from that backside has been to put the Paranoia through. Lysor fires the Paranoia. I think it catches 2 or 3 players, but it doesn't catch Crystal. So once he goes to TP, the man in Garage has clear sight lines on him, takes him down. And that avoided what could have been a really nice fight back from Lysor up on that plat. Instead, 8-8. XLG challenged and forced down to pistols. This should be Global Esports taking themselves the lead.
Yeah. Well, that's going to help. I was going to say they've always been pretty good in these rounds, but when you have that mid-trap and lose a player so early on A, there has to be that little itch scratching your brain that you need to rotate off of this mid-control. But now, though, they are sticking around, and there is potential for an isolated fight.
अगर तू कूदा मिड से तो तुम गया
Looking at Patman as the one, because he does like, even in low buys, Patman I feel like he likes to make some audacious plays, but for now at least, oh no, they're running back.
Yeah, they've gone to the players on A. A space has been taken there, but the problem is the spike has to make it across already. 1 pickup for XLG. This early push getting them in a really nice position. Crystal's made it out. Wall behind as well, just to contain. And a 4v3 from this spot doesn't look too bad for GE.
30 seconds
got
left.
a bit scary, and Argo will heal up a little bit. Happy Way's managed to find 1. Even damage here would be nice, but we're starting to see the step up of Autumn. Okay, Patman. Both of these players are in a bit of a shaky spot, but never mind. Autumn there to save the day after a very slow start to the game as well. He's now level. And GE find themselves back in the lead again.
Yeah, that's 4-1 in this half for XLG. It was a solid start, as we said, with the 2-0 up on the pistol. But they took a while to get into that first half. 5-round streak from GE that they had to fight back through. Now, GE get another very successful early half. This time, the pistol added to the equation. And if this keeps on going, XLG are going to run out of time, out of runway very, very quickly. Calling for a timeout here. We're going to take a moment.
Well, you remember what happened in the last half. He took a timeout, they played one eco round, and then they won 5 rounds in a row. So
yeah, it's the eco. Yeah, you're right.
I would say Avoya's pause so far in this series have been pretty good. Obviously, it is only the first of the lot. And for the second, he kind of needs to have the same amount of impact, but this time it's going into a buy round. You've got the operator that will be coming up for Noman as well. You're going to have the rifles on the remainder. My one worry is, even though there's a Hunter's Fury on both sides, I'm looking at that deadlock ult. I feel like on attack especially, you can, even if you don't hit anyone, you can clear a ridiculous amount of angles with that ultimate. And especially if you are running like a, I don't know, a solo Cypher setup, which we have seen in quite a lot of rounds, double duelist aggress somewhere, solo Cypher. If that Cypher gets caught, you're almost screwed off rip.
Oh, let's see if XLG have
over there
figured this one out here on the defense. Flash in the pan, winning the 3rd round, but that's how you expect that early half to go. Anti-eco is all they've got under their belt. An immediate idea from Crystal to pop the ultimate, closing the distance towards this A site. Target selection here, it's going down below. That's a perfect hit. Rarga's going to be caught. Let's listen into this chaos.
Kill, can you plant? Get ready.
Get this Cypher.
Kill, get.
Omen keep somewhere.
Kill, can you plant?
Yeah.
Behind you, kill.
This way. Not for long, guys.
Guys, listen.
Gun मिल गया. Fury gun मिल गया Crystal.
I can watch Heaven on camera, okay?
Yeah, I have ulti, guys.
I have Heaven on cam. I have CT also. I have the stun. They're not come out yet. Probably gonna save.
Yeah, they save.
Go take on.
They had money.
You don't pick, don't pick.
Okay, this is kind of exactly what I was talking about, isn't it? They get the opener with that ultimate, they get into the post plant. Now, I will say, this time they actually went into the heavier stack site, but because 2 players were isolated out and it was only 1 player in, there was no chance for breaking that ult. I also, there's one small detail that I really like from Crystal, and that is he did not buy a rifle this round. Because I see so many players running in with that deadlock ult, and they just get shot in the face. And so you've just thrown away credits. He goes, I know I'm going to do that. I know I'm going to run straight in. I'm just going to buy a Stinger. And then, if I get a guy, I can take his gun. It's given them a little economic boost. It's given them an opener. And what they're going to try and take the guns away. And there is Crystal with that rifle, who's going to manage to take down Noman with the op.
It's funny saying the guy's in the middle of the board right now, Crystal, but his impact in every map is tangible, and then sometimes he just pops up with like close to a 30 bomb. Like, this is such a valuable player to have. Thinking back to yesterday, it was the Pearl up against Full Sense, right, where he managed to flank like 4 players in 1 round. This guy has been a menace.
Well, it's funny as well, because for him, this game is personal. When he was on XLG, of course, in the tier 2, the import rule is 2. When you get to tier 1, it goes down to 1. And that meant they had to make a choice between him and Raga.
I must wait a moment.
They chose Raga. So now he has the chance to send them packing himself, send the players, send the org that didn't decide to keep him in what happy way. Under serious pressure here, but he is going to survive.
One of the 2 rifles for XLG, but they've pushed him off the site. He'll be ready for the retake, although sporting a few scars from that earlier battle. And here we go, wall broken. Flank going to be attempted as well by Noman. Updraft used already to get over the trip. This is dangerous. Everybody from G is focused on the site. They have no idea that Noman's here. He updrafted just as they stepped out of range, but now there's a smoke down on long. He can't fight through that, and so the fight on backside is it's completely easy for GE. Everything going their way. And Crystal bails them out again. 40 HP in it. And Flank had the potential to change the game, but they got just enough done before he arrived.
Give me the replay right now. Give me what he was doing in that moment. Oh, if I saw that across the stage, I'd be so mad. I do like the adaptation from GE. I think they started to realize that they were completely trapped. Thank you for that replay. My man is having a great time and climbing up that board. 11 to 8.
भाई राउंड निकल जाता पर पता है.
This attack side has
थ्रो मत कर.
Started to run away like the first half, but it hasn't stopped. That's the difference. Well, being their map choice, expectation was that it would go in the direction of GE, but It didn't look that way. Okay, TP from Pac-Man caught. Braga's gonna immediately just send his ult through, caught by the stun.
Nice.
Made sure that didn't go any further.
Again, it feels like every round Crystal has that high impact. Lysor, what a shot! And he almost corrected as well. GE find themselves a man down, facing into the operator. It's only going to get worse, and now Blade Storm's activated. No man is not losing this round, not if he has anything to say about it. Leo, it's easy, as can be. 37 health on Javi. Managed to avoid the spray from Leo, but the shot from No Man's a different story. 11 for GE, but now 9 for XLG. The gap is closing slowly.
Yeah, not too far behind, and a faster pace attempt in that round initially from GE. It felt like when that didn't go to plan, the backup plan was just to try and retreat back into the B site. And it looked like XLG from start to finish were well aware, especially after the run it back. Even if you get caught, you cleared out a lot of that space. The operator of No Man finally able to find a couple of targets as well. And again, we're going to see that pressure put towards C from them. They're going to know early that it isn't this side of the map. It's just how early did G decide to go the other way? Or are they going to walk back into this operator?
Right here.
Thankfully, I don't think anyone's rounding that corner before the drone clears it. And the op shot fired gives the game away. 2 players spotted. XLG know. Actually 3. They know that Sova was close as well, but they're not ready. Just walk in.
What?
I'm so perplexed. They had so much information. They saw him step forward when last they looked, and moments later, they're blindsided by a man that told them he was coming. Good stun too. Lysor dodges it, and well,
there was no follow-up.
I'm not sure what the idea was there, but well, styling on him hasn't worked out. The flank has.
Well played, G. Well played.
Great round.
Nice round.
I will say the fact that it seemed like he also knew 2 players were there and just went for it. There was no teammate anywhere even remotely close. That was just it. Like, look at the map. It's mental that he just went, all right, I'm just going to win this round for the team.
Knew there was an op there. Like, that is I completely agree. A crazy repeat to go for.
That is literally a man who doesn't give a damn. Like, that is what I've just witnessed. And, well, you know, he's having a good laugh about it because he has just won them the round. That's got to be infuriating as well for XLG. You have the right setup to stop him, and you just get wrecked.
Oh, there's no table strong enough to survive the bash that it's getting after that one. For XLG. Oh, no, the barrel pointing through for Autumn. He's been sold down the river. And that's at least going to be the man advantage for XLG in a crucial round. Ult used by GE. They get space. They find the C site. But XLG are waiting as well. They still have a camera for when they go for the retake. What they won't have is Rarga.
Eventually. Happyway's not in a bad position, but it definitely seems like they know there could be a player here. Even still, though, Leo's done well. Trade back as well, putting it into a more advantageous position. A singular kill will get Harvey his ult, but they are being flanked again. Of course, all of that side utility is gone. Well, so is Yudotan as well. Harvey needs a clutch for the ages, but he's already managed to. He's being revealed and flanked, but the fight in front's a little bit. But finally, No Man strikes from the back.
पीछे देख लेता ना ज़ावी, पीछे आ सकता था.
But he makes it look pretty good.
This time the flank from No Man works out. Thankfully, he didn't have 2 targets to deal with. 12 to 10 and 2 chances. Again, though, with how this started for XLG, I love the setup they went for. Happyway's so smart to just tuck in. Here's some utility being placed, but doesn't jump the gun, waits for his teammate to take a fight, and then he's there to catch the player who's trying to trade onto his buddy. Very nicely done.
I love the change in emotions immediately. It was very close.
It was
very close for
Harvey.
They are again.
माँ का तो अगर घूम जाता ना ज़ावी, निकल जाता राउंड. ज़ावी मार देना था.
Look at the outlaw buy from Yudotan. It's nasty. He's just been wall banged through that wall on long down to 55, but he's going to be able to one-shot hit anybody except for Lysor.
And Happyway has no shields. So I guess clearly the credits on the other side of it have really been brought low just by the amount of damage that was done by Harvey in the last round. Even still, though, G set up with multiple ultimates.
Smoke flash आने वाला है.
but they're just waiting.
B खाली है, घुस सकता है.
Especially with this double duelist, you expect aggression. You expect someone eventually to have to go looking for information.
Ego pick आएगा.
Oh, there it was. But they didn't quite manage to catch the kill.
यार उसको उधर ही रखना चाहिए था.
It's only a matter of time before someone faces Yudaton. The spike making it back to the seaside. Here comes the peak off the back of the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to force players out of position, and they've done that. But Crystal was the one to fall. A nice shot by Noman, and that's immediately got G to cancel this push and look elsewhere. But meeting up with Autumn might not be the play. Well, that's an awkward reveal. They're not fully pushed up short. That's good information from Leo to have, I suppose.
20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Raga in position, but he's lost his teammate. Now he's the only one remaining on this site, but he gets support from above. Shutting it down, at least for now. 10 seconds for the remaining players of G to get in, and they find both kills. No man, he maybe just needs to survive. He doesn't get away. Patman catches him. G will close their map choice.
Well played, boys, well played.
Go in with a lead for the second.
A 13-10. Well, it was a close matchup in the end. XLG came through. They started to heat up after a bit of a slow start, but now only embers remain of what could have been a strong opening. Over to map 2, Lotus after the break.
हमको मिक्स का रिएक्शन देखना है इसमें.
ये क्या था?
रुको मेरा मुट्ठी उठा के देखा. मिक्स का रिएक्शन देखो. ये मैप में.
You expect someone eventually to have to go looking for information. Oh, there it was. They didn't quite manage to catch the kill.
Mix का reaction देखो.
It's only a matter of time before someone faces Yudaton. Spike making it back to the seaside. Here comes the peak off the back of the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to force players out of position. They've done that, but Crystal was the one to fall. A nice shot by Noman, and that's immediately got G to cancel this push and look elsewhere. But meeting up with Autumn might not be the play. Well, that's an awkward reveal. They're not fully pushed up short. That's good information from Leo to have, I suppose.
20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Raga in position, but he's lost his teammate. Now he's the only one remaining on this site, but he gets support from above. Shutting it down, at least for now. 10 seconds for the remaining players of G to get in, and they find both kills. No man, he maybe just needs to survive. In fact, he does. He doesn't get away. Patman catches him. Will close their map choice just about. Go in with a lead for the second.
13-10. Well, it was a close matchup in the end. XLG came through. They started to heat up after a bit of a slow start. But now only embers remain of what could have been a strong opening. Over to map 2, Lotus after the break.
Drink as fast as possible down the line. Starting with Yusa in 3, 2, 1. Drink that water. Just to clarify, it is water. You're meant to drink it, not a wet t-shirt competition. That's
Lol,
it.
I'm here at London. It's already done here. G won first and second match. Live चल रहा है bro. थोड़ी ना ये.
Keep going. Chug, 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 chug. No. Yes. Now, this gentleman started drinking before literally the most professional drinking I've ever seen of water. Oh, and this is also smooth. I'm loving the windbreak. Oh, okay, I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry. I jinxed you. Yes. Let's go, Fnatic fans. Let's do what your team couldn't and win here at Masters London.
System चल रहा है bro.
Sorry, Fnatic fans. I love you.
Here
we go. This is like a slow, steady, nervous drink. It was nearly flawless, but not quite. I'll call that one a thrifty. And here we go, Pine Grove. Oh, wow. There are no winners here at the hydration station. There's only healthy habits, but if I had to crown a winner, it would be this gentleman. Let's get back into the game.
Jen here with Frost of Global Esports. Congratulations, Frost. Back and forth, but you guys took the map. What are you planning to emphasize when you head back there?
We need to listen to each other a little bit more. We had about 4 ults there for a couple rounds on attack, and everyone had like a different idea, and none of the ults were going to work together. So I think they just need to like hone in on one idea, follow the plan, and we should be fine.
Okay, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, and go tell them. Listen.
Probably a little bit stressful for Global Esports throughout that map there, but at this point, game plan's been set. It looks like Global was really prepared for this, but at times, you know, little small mistakes cost them rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I love how Frost is never happy. That is how I like my coaches, because there's always room to improve. So I love that attitude from him. I think that GE had that double Senti comp, and it's what I would call a checkmate comp. If you don't know how to play against it, it's miserable. And I don't think XLG had the great plans today. They weren't taking map control. They weren't faking out the Sentinels. They weren't breaking the utility. There was a nice timeout that came in later from Havoya, but it was essentially just a very simple, let's just go A and try and win there. And that worked, but yeah, I think that tough loss for XLG.
Yeah, thankfully that timeout that came in though kind of helped them even up at the half towards that half there. And then at the end, I think, yeah, it's one of those ones where you're looking at Global Esports and you're starting to look at the individuals here now stepping up when it really matters most, you know, considering that elimination is on the line today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, XLG did have good timeouts, but overall, Global Esports reading that much better. And there's a player that we've been talking about a lot. It's Patman. Yesterday, we're like, we need to put out the Pat signal, but it sounds like he's come and, you know, put on his Pat suit and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he was a key player in a lot of these holds, I feel like. Of course, they had the Sentinel utility on the extremities, and then he was just running around, doing his thing, flooding into these sites, anchoring really well. And that's the Pat I love to see.
It's a good sign that Pat is turning up, because I think that as much as it's great that kind of these other players that we've highlighted, Crystal and Yudatan and the likes, I think that Global Esports just feel like a completely different team when you actually have the more experienced players such as Patman being able to show up on the stage.
Yeah, it helps so much. You know, together he's sharing the calling with the IGL Javi, and I think this is what we want to see, you know, how they communicate together.
Yeah, I think we've been highlighting the players that we don't usually see on GE stepping up. If you have Crystal stepping up, Yudatan stepping up, Ultim doing his thing, and then Patman playing like he was in Pacific, this team has got firepower and danger if they win today going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, that's why some of us have them going to top 4. I think this is definitely, I mean, jokes aside, I do think this is one of the dark horse teams of the tournament. And again, while some of them are on the global stage for the very first time, a lot of the players have a lot of experience. And it's just so interesting now that we're seeing how these two teams who are so familiar with each other are reading each other. And now with Lotus on the horizon, I'm very curious how this is going to be panning out. The last time Global Esports played Lotus, the last 2 times, wasn't great. It was against Paper X though, so maybe there's a case for that.
Yeah, Paper X pretty good at Lotus, so I'll give them a free pass. But the interesting thing was GE were playing the exact same composition XLG were playing.
Yeah, they yoinked it.
Yoinking the triple Senti comp.
They literally yoinked it.
So you could tell that they are scrim partners and they were practicing it. Didn't really work out. But I do want to hear what the XLG coach has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Havoya of XLG. Havoya, 10-13 was the score line. What was supposed to happen on Haven for you guys that kind of didn't happen?
I think we gave too much control for the Cypher because he was solo taking a lot of zones, same as Patman when he was playing Omen. I think we should take a little bit more deep space in defense. And overall, we just maybe panic in the crucial situation, but I think we are doing much better than yesterday. So let's see how Lotus goes.
All right, thank you so much, and let's head back to the server.
Okay, would you guys agree with that? They're doing much better than yesterday? Because that's what Coach
Yeah, I mean, I also really agreed with his reads there. Like, it seems like Havoya is always giving good answers. It's just that maybe sometimes the execution in the server isn't there. On that defense, they should have been taking a lot of space. The attack side there didn't have lots of utility. So I think that there's always a little bit of perception coming out from him. It's just whether the team can execute on it or not.
Well, we were talking about Lotus just now, and you were saying that Global Esports, the last time they played this, they were lifting XLG's comp. Didn't work out. Do you think this is going to come back out again today? Because again, when you're playing like a team, like XLG is a very different team than Paper X on Lotus.
GE, I don't know. I can never guess what they're going to come up with. The fact that they've played the comp knows that they should know some of the weaknesses. Yeah. They did lose 13-4 though, so maybe they really do know the weaknesses.
GE. I think they've changed composition like 3 times on this single map alone, never mind what they changed from week to week. And that's what I was kind of talking about as we went into that last agent select, is how sustainable is that, especially at a global event. And it looks as though they are going to steer away from the triple Sentinel mini and instead going for that double duelist.
Yoinking the Paper Rex comp instead. Losing the Paper Rex. Yeah, we'll just play that comp. They lost 13-4 playing XLG's comp when Paper Rex were running this composition. So maybe it's going to be a very Paper Rex heavy strategy from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see those anti-strats come through. We've spoken about how great they are in doing that, but I think Autumn being on the Jet is a key component for me. We spoke to him yesterday about transitioning from that Sentinel mindset into something like an entry. We saw it on the Phoenix yesterday. We're seeing it on the Jet today.
I'm not sure how GE are going to go around the map and breaking all this utility. Their composition is all in. So maybe the strategy is just ignore the walls, dive over them, and get in the face of XLG.
Well, it seems to be working really so far, especially on Haven. We saw rounds like that getting in their face and catching them off guard, even though they do know each other so well. Well, Global Esports is 1 map away to qualifying to playoffs. Let's see if XLG can bring it back as we send it back to our casters.
Thank you, Victoria. XLG certainly putting on a better face when it comes to Haven, and now they come to a map where, well, we've seen them challenge NRG not too long ago. They didn't win it, but it was a very close affair. I think my hopes are definitely high that we can get a 3rd map out of this one.
Yeah, I definitely expect it. GE are trying to choose a Paper X comp to beat a comp that they were running. And I've learned in life trying to copy Paper X is a gamble and a half. We'll see if it works out for them. Through the smoke they go, and what Happyway has just met almost the entirety of the opposing team. One player has just been stuck behind the wall, by the way, all the way back towards the spawn, and they are still looking to fight even further forward. Lysor is waiting. But now that he's seen the aggression, that's where GE decide to go back.
Well, GE are now looking to fight in water, but that net could be huge. They've got so many. XLG should walk out of here with a lot of kills, and in fact, they very much do. A 1-0 start for the defensive side. And again, this is where they were putting on a very good show up against NRG on the defense. So starting out with a pistol, definitely a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you go back to even before playing against NRG, and regionally, once they started playing this comp, I think it was 3 different appearances. They lost 9 rounds total. So I think it was a 13-2, a 13-0, a 13-7. So this is a composition that teams in China, at least, will have been trying to beat and failing. And sure, GE obviously will have come in and they know their scrim partner, they know the comp, they know what's coming. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the ability to beat it. Already, though. A 5 Spectre buy. It means that, I'd say at least on the A site, there's some vulnerabilities in this weapon's range, but on the rest of the map, on B and C, you can play a lot of close angles. And of course, in this round, they're not up against much.
Well, yeah, those Spectres are going to shred anybody that they come up against, as long as they can get those first shots off. Nice paranoia. There's not going to be much a chance for Yuditon to even make it out alive. That said, he survives a little longer, gets traded out on. Not bad damage if they can get a few more. That looks questionable. Okay, Javi's done well. Oh, Javi's done very well. He was caught there by the net, and Crystal now has a chance. Still just a classic to work with, and No Man will get him in the end. But you know, Tom, when you come in with 5 Spectres, you don't want to be getting out with just 2.
Yeah, no, you kind of expect that to almost come home as a relatively clean round when your opponents have nothing to play with. But it was just Javi at the back of the site that made that one incredibly costly. It means there's not going to be a lot to play with here, other than, of course, the bounds of utility that are available for XLG. And I will say, going into this map, something that does excite me is seeing Autumn back on the Duelist. I think over the last couple of days, that has been where he truly shines. And already some aggressive space taken, a bit of a shaky fight initially, and in fact, Lysor has been able to bring this back So I was going to say an even scenario, but eventually Pac-Man caught him.
Yeah, with 2 pistols left to try to take these fights on such a big map as well, it's going to be hard to find any value. XLG, though, have Happy Way's utility covering off C. They've got a camera outside that's giving a ton of information. Very deep control. And a lot of utility sat on the B site, albeit without No Man. 2 of those
close
sensors
check
won't
kar
do
lena,
anything.
bhai.
So really,
Please.
all they have to worry about is the A site. All we have to worry about is Leo taking a fight. But tucked in this corner, there is the... No, they're going to check it. Of course
Bottom क्यों check कर रहा है भाई?
First around the corner, nicely done. And now planting the 3v1.
Good.
Happy Way. It now comes down to damage.
जरूरत
and
नहीं
if
है
he
पीछे खेल ले
continues
सब.
on
So
this
gun लेगा.
trajectory, they're going to get the information very early that he could be coming from behind. That's the problem. There is still the wall in play, and there you go with it being tripped
अरे तो गन लेने
immediately.
नहीं देना था ना.
They know that they can take towards the spawn. Just look at Crystal. He's already walked all the way back around. And is just watching in case he comes back through B. The rest of the players can just hold on to the cross. It becomes incredibly difficult. Now, the one good thing for Happy Way is he's found a rifle. Has enough to buy into the next round, but also he can start to question, do I just want to hold on to this gun instead?
Well, exits would be very valuable for him, but stepping into Crystal's angle has one outcome, and one outcome only. 2-1. And look, again, this is the early half we expect. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up anti-eco, and now you come into this, the bonus, and lose it. It all goes as expected. When we talk about the defensive side for XLG, we know that in buy rounds, when the footing is even, they have a very good chance after what we saw up against NRG. So this round is really where I expect to see that turn around. You can see right away on the A site, they're going to try some aggression. Rarga's going to put that slow down, stopping G from taking space, but with a dash online, Autumn can still make it across. In fact, the Blast Pack's got Udaton there. The TP got Pac-Man in. They are committing to this fight on GE's side. There's a lot more bodies than they might expect here, though.
This is the benefit of this comp, and already Udaton walking into angles has managed to find a couple. In fact, that's his 3rd of the round already. Raga, with a couple of low enemies, had a chance, but
रुक जा,
they're
please.
both just waiting. They're almost just trying to bait. They're making sounds while not giving anything away, like maybe trying to get him to keep looking. Well, Crystal maybe just a little bit early on that one. But they can now just rotate back in the other direction. Raga given slightly more of an opportunity. Actually, that's Rez.
Yeah, but look who's waiting around. Crystal hasn't fled the scene. Instead, he's still waiting on the A site. He'll find himself to close to the round, the 2nd for GE, in the lead no longer in XLG's hands.
Solid round from Udaton as well.
Oh, yeah.
Fight isolation. Some of that individual brilliance that we saw, especially in the series versus Leviathan. And they will now equal. That is an early pause. Lose 2 rounds and immediately going to be seeing a pause called by XLG. That is definitely a surprise. Of course, we know that this defense can be their Coinbase win condition. Needing to sort of really put up rounds on this side. And I will say, the one thing I do like about this composition in terms of facing off against XLG is that elevation that you can take. Like, even if you go in towards the seaside and maybe you have the Sage Wall, you have a load of stuff blocking you, 3 of the players can get through in some manner. 2 a little bit more easier than the rest. And I think that's why this kind of works, because you are basically going, what is the crux of this composition that is irritating? It's the fact that we can't take space. Okay, let's go into agents that can take that space. At a risk, at a pretty big risk at times. But if you believe that you can win those individual fights, which I think if you look at Udaton, the way he played that round, he definitely believes he can. This now becomes a bit of a counter to what they're throwing out, and maybe that's enough. But Avoid to go, okay, we need to change something now, otherwise if this happens 3 or 4 more rounds, we're already in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. Seeing that pause out early is unusual. You won't see it a lot. Usually it means the game plan from top to bottom is not working and something drastic needs to change. For XLG, adjustments made, hopefully, but this will not be the round that, well, at least the majority of the time that we see the reward found for any of their labor. GF full rifles. They have ults to fall back on. Even if you can get one of those out of them, it could be a win. The Seekers, perhaps, the most likely, or the Showstopper, but this should be an easy follow-up from GE and an opportunity to take the lead as they're up against just a couple of pistols. No shields across the board, making this weapon in Autumn's hand very, very dangerous indeed. But I like what XLG are doing, just sitting back and setting traps, waiting for GE to step into them.
Okay, well, Seekers are going to go out. That makes all of those positions nowhere near as valuable. This is the thing, you might look at that and go, hey, they got an ult out of them, but when they have as many as they do, you almost want to cycle them a little bit. Having all 5 online is almost a waste at times, and if it makes a round like this cleaner, helps you build those credits up, that holds a lot more value for the side of Global Esports than just having all of those ults for the next round.
Yeah, as much as you'd love to have Seekers to go into a site with the Showstopper, you also have the Skydog. Should help out. Just to find that information to point the rocket in the right direction. Lysor, last alive, and look, if they didn't already hear the bookie firing earlier, they certainly know what they're up against now, seeing that smoke bloom. But for Lysor, we can see his chances of getting any kills are fairly low. Going down to the spike is his play, and well, even if he goes towards spawn, he'll die to Udaton, who does have the Showstopper already. So giving him an orb is not the end of the world. A little bit of cash and a 3rd round for GE.
Well, that's kind of the funny thing is, like, I was looking at Autumn, like, it almost tempted to go into that smoke. It's like, no, you have ult. Everybody other than Patman has ult, who needs 1 orb. There really isn't any value in you fighting this anymore. Let him keep the Bucky if he wants to. And while in the end, Udotan's position is enough. Lead taken by GE. But this really is looking like a swing round. 4 ultimates. Well, almost online for both sides, but 4 already on the XLG side. Buy back up after the pause, which was where we saw the turnaround in the first half of the last map. And I wonder if they're going to maybe play a slightly more passive game, force their opponents to execute, but that's not quite as worrying when you have these ults online.
Yeah, you're looking at Noman. Ability to get in there and just steal one of the other players. GE already made noise on this C site, and you can see XLG are ready to pounce. Noman standing by, thinking about the annihilation, but all the while,
shadows traveling.
GE are scaling up now towards this A site. Less heavily defended. This is where the res is as well. So getting these picks early is going to make it much harder for XLG to ramp back into things. But the problem is that while they're creeping up here, it seemed for a moment like XLG had a perfect read. They haven't sent Noman this way, at least, but Leo is still standing by. 3 players on the A site. The fake on C better be good.
Oh, there goes that Showstopper. Blinded up initially, but it hasn't slowed down. He might not get it with the Showstopper, but he has found it elsewhere. Raga's done well. Res, of course, available, but getting in for it is not going to be possible. And just to make sure that space is confirmed, we are going to see utilization. And actually just an aggressive peek out from Crystal. 1 player caught.
You will not kill my
Res used. And that puts the favor back for the defenders. Oh, the stun actually caught him. That was enough for a trade out. And now Noman brings it back into a 1 versus 1. But I don't know if he's ever seen Autumn in this corner. He almost walked past him just moments ago. The spike not planted for him, and that's why he doesn't check that way. It is a back and forth of sorts, a res used, and so much more. But it's GE still to come out on top.
Nice. That's a really big blow to XLG. GE now sitting with a ton of credits.
Bold.
Outside of that, they've got the Blade Storm on Autumn, who I think is going to come in here with an Outlaw, and XLG put all their credits into that last one. They put ultimates into that last one. And even Noman showing up in a big way was not enough. XLG trailing by 2. The pause changed nothing. And GE have a chance to extend this even further. In fact, great net from Noman. I mean, they really didn't see that one coming. But for GE, this is their opportunity to push up to 5. And if it's clean, to build up an even bigger buffer of credits. XLG, it's sad, but in this round, they almost need to do damage.
Yeah, but then the other side of the coin is some of those ults that were expended in the last round can start to build back up. So either way, GE have got to be very happy. 4 rounds already versus what is normally an incredibly tough comp to play into on the defensive side. And you can't help but feel that That missed shot on the stunned-up player made all the difference in the last round. Harvey somehow able to save himself. Even still, a bit cagey from GE. They know how important this is. Of course, a team that the talking point was that they never make playoffs. And that's regionally. We're talking about in Pacific. Now, they are a map away from making it elsewhere. And while thankfully Autumn was well aware of the potential of a close position.
The updraft in a small room does sometimes make it hard to hit. You flick up a little bit too high. I'm not even sure that's needed, Patman. I mean, he loved going for the TP plays last map. This time you're up against an eco in a 5v3, and he's like, I'm going to go for the flank play, boys. Fair enough. He's got himself 2 kills for his trouble. Hopefully we don't see that backfire a little bit later on, as GE seem to be feeling confident, and the flawless round will certainly help.
Yeah, 5 rounds already. Normally you'd be looking at that and going, that doesn't feel like a death sentence, but 5 in a row versus a triple Senti defensive side comp. A lot of the time, if they get to start on this side, you don't really need the other side. They have shown stuff on the attack as well, but this is starting to feel a little bit detrimental. And that early pause kind of sold it that they wanted to stem the bleeding. It feels like, Mitch, this has to be the time that they stop it.
Yeah, this has to be where they restore order to this defensive side. An operator in play for Rarga. And so far, you even think back to the last full buy they had, they looked so good on the retake on A. And so many pickups, no man was on a tear. And it wasn't enough. GE get Patman into position, pushed up on A. He's looking to catch the rotations, and the rest of the team is looking to bait them. Seekers go out. Finding some info to work with, but this is all a ruse, and now it's time to go for Patman, but he's been spotted. The Prowler sees him. Now the element of surprise dissipates, and you won't get a free sight anymore. No, they are calling for rotations back. The AWP is coming into play. The Paranoia didn't land either, but Patman shifts focus towards the B site. That net is good. It's caught Uditan, but now he's got backup. They're playing the high-low. It's across the map for GE. They're fighting everywhere. It's going to be confusing for XLG as to where the hit's coming in, but it doesn't matter. They're finding all of the picks.
Happyway's done very well. I think he was the most likely to be isolated in that fight, but getting 2 picks from it. Still a sensor here, but all that's really going to do is give the game away. Leo's committed a little bit further.
Drop the spike, you win.
10 seconds left.
That's exactly what he's going to do. 8 seconds left. Patman, all he can really do is make this costly. A nice quick double, and wow, there's Leo at the end to close out the round. XLG will find themselves a third. And now we expect to build into this half a little.
Obviously, Leo's there in the end to close the round. But it's also before even the first shot is landed that he really earns his money in this one. The fact that he puts that Prowler out to check if someone's outside A reveals Patman, who otherwise would have had an easy lurk. Those players were starting to rotate. Rarga was running away from the A site. He would have had a 1v1 on a player that had no idea he was there, but Leo was curious, and the Prowler got them the early read on the play. Validated their concerns, and now a 3-5 scoreline. It's not pretty, but plenty of rounds left in this half to still shape up as a good one for the defense. Rarga's on the angle, and he will find that with ease. Even the wall to slow them down on the tree play.
Yeah, making sure he can't be surrounded allows him to lock in on the angle. There has been a TP across already, but and the slows put into play. He knows exactly how to play around his utility, and even has support, although Noman does have to be a little bit careful. I definitely don't think he knows that Patman's already ahead of it. A chance maybe to just wrap around and find that kill, but there's the first, the second player behind the wall at least. Even still, that man advantage kept, and there's re-aggression coming out from Leo as well. Patman is just trying to do everything, spots the player, knows that he's there, but his teammates are all falling like flies. We're watching a man play a masterful game of Ring Around a Rosie, but unfortunately his teammates aren't alive to help him out. Still an advantage here for XLG.
They'll at least get the plans. 2v3, someone needs to step out of the way, and with the Nightfall going in, it's going to be a difficult round. Shot landed on the Rarga, but he's still alive up top, not for long. Happy does well, the drop down not heard though. Here's a big swing from Happy Way, and he'll get there in the end. XLG, a 4th round locked in. Now we're starting to see this defensive side take shape.
It's very interesting because you go back and look at their games regionally. You'd think that maybe the 13-0 was 12 rounds on the defense. It was 12 rounds on the attack. But it's when they brought it here versus NRG where they struggled more on the attack side. So it's obviously imperative that they still throw in that solid half. But for GE, clearly feeling like the attack, especially when you look at the composition they're running with the double duelist, Coinbase win condition feels like more of an attack-sided half needed. Even still, though, in the lead. And it did make me worry a little bit with how much Patman was able to get away with in the last round, but a man that has definitely had some crazy individual performances. I think even regionally, not being one of their major highlights over on the side of GE is Yudotan. When it comes to this event, he's been fantastic. In fact, especially I think back to the game of Fracture, where it was him, I believe, versus Sato, and it was that 1v1 operator fight that was going back and forward. We've seen a round like that in this map, where he found 3 on the entry, but we haven't seen that same superstar just yet.
Well, Rarga on XLG picking up that operator. Found them a lot of success in the previous round. Opening on A, slowed the play massively, got the rotates in. Was even traded out in the end. For XLG, they're now 1 round behind.
Goes here.
Picking up some momentum. With a few rounds left to go, the lead could still be theirs at halftime. G's attack. Trying to avoid Rarga on A. They've walked into him on B, but this time they live to tell the tale.
But yeah, in fact, he was the one that took the majority of the damage. Immediate ult usage, not really a chance to respond. The nade almost finishing off Noman, but that will be Harvey. And he had the spike. Oh, that's really rough. That is a special delivery all the way to the C site. What do you even do?
They haven't realized. They haven't noticed just yet that the TP can be taken. Patman doesn't have ult online, and no one's hit tab to realize. Now they know. With the orb taken, that spike is not going to be there for long. It's stolen back, and GE walk into the A site wide open. For XLG, it's not a bad idea. Sure, they're going to concede a plant, and Lysor's very low. But the main thing is to avoid losing players in these early skirmishes. Play that retake together. And for now, at least, they've avoided any early flare from GE.
Look at the ults. Showstopper for Yudotan could be a real spanner in the works. They'd love to have that Annihilation back online now. And he's just buying time. He's just holding it. He wants to try and deny them. It's a nice shot from Rarga. A man who was tagged earlier on, but he's still able to survive. The knives also not getting anything just yet, but there we go. Already a pickup. Crystal also on the other side of this has found another res, utilized. The up top position of Patman gets nothing, and now all that remains is Crystal versus the whole team. And Rarga once again. Does he have enough time for the defusal? The rest of the team
let's go, let's go.
It seemed like they have it, but just a little bit too slow. The spike will act as a Red Bull clutch.
I need to turn my volume up, and hell, maybe they do as well. That's ridiculous. 0.5 as well, much bigger gap than I thought. And they clearly didn't know either, committing to that defuse, hoping that it won't be close enough, but the realization kicked in before the spike had exploded. GE doing just enough. Less than a second in it, but a 6th round finds its way into their back pocket.
The funny thing
guaranteed neck and neck at the half.
It's the showstopper. Yeah, that was it.
Stop,
just that he held it just for a little bit of time.
और थोड़ा late से मारता ना,
Look at that
घुसते
angle,
नहीं.
like, maybe that's a Rosa ult, but not in this case.
I'll apologize to Yudotan for saying he popped it a bit early. Earlier than I expected, but right on time. Very well done. Looks like XLG putting a lot of stock towards this C hit. They've got the right read, but they don't know just how right they are. Dog going through will keep them in position. Happy Way has very, very passive utility there, playing to punish GE when they take space. And I meant more so towards the C side after the plans, but
okay.
Well, in both cases, very nice early fights.
The spam's through as well.
Spike down, C.
That's where the Guardian really holds its value. A nice trade back from Crystal, though, and he does have his ultimate online. Again, timing it correctly. Could remove weaponry, but instead he's gone swinging. And he's found Maraga, and not in the way he'd hope. Autumn in a 1v3. He could reposition through the B site. There's still a lot
30 seconds
through.
left.
The wall now breaks, and Maraga already watching on that angle as well. Even making it on this cross is not going to be easy unless he can hit the shot immediately onto Leo, and he cannot. Maraga already back in position once again, but is he just going to run through? Can he make it through before his opponent stops him? Door needs to be broken. 10 seconds, and he's even hit. I think that might have been through the wall.
Yeah, it was. He's left him down to 54. That's going to make this a damn sight easier to slow the paranoia even more so. And yeah, you're dead to rights. Really nice stuff from XLG now. We are seeing again, what looked like domination to start this out after the second round. XLG slow down. G start to run away with it convincingly so in some of the rounds. It might have been slow to get on the board, but there's no denying them now. 1 round left in the half, and XLG can still make this an even one.
Yeah, it is starting to feel like Haven once again, where G come out of the block strong.
It's Rarga's off, man. It's just made such a difference. It feels like every round he's either getting the information, but not being punished if he misses the shot. Or, in the vast majority, he's got the man advantage. And then some. And you can't push him after because he's using his util to slow.
Yeah, it's the slow, the wall, whatever he can put into play. Last round of the half. And it's not the prettiest from GE either. Stingers for the most part. Of course, they can still take the weaponry away with that Steel Garden. And the ultimate's not built up on the other side. Leo is trying to get himself a little bit closer, but unless he is getting a multi-frag, the likelihood is that Nightfall will not be used.
We never lie, guys. We never lie.
Minute on the clock.
रोल कॉल आ गया कहाँ पे हो वो कहाँ पे अबे गोली पूरा खत्म करेगा क्या तू
Yeah, we go to the classic eventually. Honestly, I think it would have broken just off of time with not that much of a difference, but we got 1 mag left for you to taunt.
He's baiting them in. He's baiting them in. And, you know, he has kept 2 players. Seeker's about to be used. See, they're trying to put Lysor in and now looking to remove the weaponry, but obviously it does take a second or 2. Lysor's just going to have to run out of there, and I like the Thorns. The Thorns forced him to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Yeah, shield stripped, but he's going to go and at least get that heal back from Rarga. Again, we've seen this net before. This time, Yutan very close. He will be caught, but not before he gets 1. Not a bad trade for the weaker weapons in this round. Still 2 rifles to work with. Patman gets tagged, doesn't even get the heal there. Steps into the smoke a little too early, and Rarga shuts him down as well with the recovered rifle. A look for the fight on Javi. He's not seeing the angle, but now he has. Slipping himself away to hopefully have that cover from Crystal, but the smoke up has blocked him out. He's got to be quick. They could be defusing for all he knows, but they've given the game away now. Still, no angle on the diffuser, and finally he will strike. The patience from Crystal, a flash still to work with, sees them defusing. He's got to swing in, and he will. Reading it just in time for the Red Bull clutch.
Ah, what a round coming out from Crystal. His teammates bought him the time for a mass wraparound all the way through on that flank. And just impressive stuff individually to not uprun at the end when you know that they could have been defusing. Utilize that flash as well. That is just an intelligent player in the clutch.
A 2-round lead for GE, who are already up a map. This is definitely looking like XLG are in trouble, but I think they found enough towards the end that the second half isn't exactly terrifying. For GE fans, though, this is exactly the kind of performance that they wanted to see. And certainly, someone in the crowd is looking very happy today. Let's go over to an interview with Javi's mom.
This is Mary Vick. She's Javi's mum, but also the captain, I think, of the Global Esports Fan Club here in London. The funny thing is, Mary Vick, when your son said he wanted to be a pro gamer, at first you were not convinced.
No, not at all. Not at all. He was always in internet cafes playing. And so his friend said, you have to watch him play. He's really good. And when I watched him play, I'm like, oh my God, he is a professional player.
And now you get to see him play for the first time in person in London. What's this been like for you?
It took 5 years for him to get here. And we all struggled. We all had sacrifices, but we supported him all the way.
So once you knew he could do this, you never stopped believing?
You betcha, yeah. Even his family, his siblings, his father, everyone, yeah.
And now it feels like your family has expanded, Maryvic.
Woohoo! GE fighting all the way.
I wanted to ask you one quick question. Yesterday in the press conference, you asked the guys about their individual superpowers. What's the team superpower of global esports?
Oh my, I think a lot of it has to do with mentality, big time. Strong mentality. But you know, it's really the passion. If you don't have the passion, you're out. Yeah.
And are people here feeling passionate about global esports? And I'm not surprised with Maryvic on their side. Let's get into the second half.
Well, GE certainly fighting in this series, pulling no punches and leading 7-5. A chance to make it all the way to playoffs, and all they have to do is take down XLG in one more half or one more map.
Yeah, we've mentioned it throughout. A team that has talked about being scrim partners, relationships throughout, with Crystal being an ex-XLG member, XLG being the team that sent out Yudotan and Noman when they played on prior rosters as well. Even Autumn and Lysor have a connection with FPX, but only one of them can go marching on, as they eliminated 2 other teams from their respective leagues. Only one of them makes it into the playoffs. And for G, they are going to hope to try and do it in 2. But for XLG, regionally that attack side was strong. But I do think they're going to want to get a pistol.
No man's got to be careful. He's got the spike right now, and the flank coming in. It looks like the timing could be good to catch him. He's rounded the corner just in time. Instead, it's Leo. He's really thrown to the wolves there. XLG lose themselves their fade. But they'll get the A site for this. Oh, maybe they won't. The wall's blocked out the spike. Again, No Man is isolated, is trapped, and he'll make it back to his buddies.
Yeah, there's been a few moments already that could have made this round incredibly spicy. Instead, it's Leo sacrificed a post plant, which is normally where this composition becomes so tough to break through. The wall already in position, and a flank already spotted. It may be a man advantage, but there aren't a massive amount of advantages for GE here.
No, this can very easily flip-flop in the other direction. Yudotan, it's got 3! Lysor tucked in the corner. And a lot more than he bargained for coming his way. What a round from Yudotan. That's going to get GE up to 8.
That's just nightmare fuel for XLG. You want that boost into the half, and a guy runs around the corner. Multiple people trying to face him off tap, and he just absolutely destroys them.